Okay, here we are. Hello, 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 my dear gentle people. How is everybody doing? Alright, let me check real quick. I have to prepare two things before we start proper. I need this one here. In the meanwhile, we can take a look at... Actually, I haven't had a Rangeko out in a long while. Okay. Okay, so... While I'm... Hey Shogun, how is it going? Already active in the chat, by the way. I'm not sure about the B2, by the way, for myself. I will have to see how it goes. But I have some surprise prepared for you guys for after the stream. So let me set them up real quick. Because what I want to do... how is everybody doing? Tell me, how was your week? Yeah, so apparently today we are going to have the Syla Pod announcement. Usually what they do... Let me see. Let me show you real quick. But before that, wait, give me a second. Now, the thing is, they always post like certain type of characters beforehand, and when they do this type of live streams, right? And in this case, it is that Sile was being announced. So like that you use 3D AI animated stuff for Chinese promotions, and this is what we get, right? So that's how we know that it's going to be Sile. But they also said that there should be surprises in this. So I don't know. So basically, you click in this map here, and then you have World of the Living, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo, and then you can just scroll down to the Urahara shop. That's how you get there. Let's see. So I have the channel open. Let me do this real quick. Just real quick testing here. Yeah, this is the channel that we are at. And yeah, so we have a link here for those that want to open them up for themselves. There we go. Okay, so this is the first part. The second part, what I want to test out today, what I want to do is a little bit of content. We can do the official challenge. And what I want to do is, yeah, here, this showdown mode. I want to see how far we can get, how high we can get the Soifon ultimate here. I don't know how this works properly. Thrust and strike damage. Squad 2 is enabled. So let's see how this will go. And then, yeah. This is new, right? What do we have here, actually? This is for the whole day, for the whole 7 days. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 tickets, 400 jades. I'm gonna translate it with my phone. I was playing around with what should I call it? An extension for OBS, but it didn't work properly in a test run. So for some reason it caused issues on my stream. So I'm going to go old school and just translate it on the screen from what I see. I have... Where is it? Give me a second. What is this? Give me a second. Hey Astra, how's it going? It was a hard pity. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, but you know what? The B1 is really worth it. So, once we get the party starting, I will announce what we're going to do here. Let me just real quick prepare everything so that I don't need to do this while it's happening. Where the frick is it? There it is. Yeah, so, okay, the lens is working. This is wonderful, wonderful. Now, the thing is, I have two things to somewhat announce in that sense. One thing is that I am preparing my room to be able to live stream with a cam. Because one of the major issues that I have is that, especially now in the summer, that I have two windows and the sun shines into it, and then I cannot kind of see the screen properly. And also because one is like on the how do you call this? Give me a second. I need to open up Duolingo here. Deep L. I never talked about this in English. How do you say this? Into English. Dachschräge. Roof slope. Okay, so basically I live underneath a roof, and there is a roof slope with a window there. And the problem is that no matter what, the sun still shines into it. I already bought like some type of folia. What? Locura? And locura, this is Spanish. What the fuck? Why is it going back to German, actually, to English? To Spanish, I mean, instead of English. Can you please... Cling film, it's called. So basically, I have a cling film already applied on the window, but it's still not enough. And the second part is that it gets really warm because of it. So I'm checking out, I ordered AC, but I have to take some measurements and stuff. So I don't know exactly when I will be able to do a camera stuff, because like I said, I have to consider all this. Because usually what happens when it gets really warm is that I am sitting here like without clothes, right? And this is bannable. So not gonna do that. So this is what I'm working on. And yeah, hopefully by the end of June I can have a full-on streamer setup, more so to speak, because I also have to do some work on my room first. And then for the streaming itself, what we are going to do, by the way, is if you guys are up to it, up for it, we're going to discuss live on stream my tier list. I was planning to release it, but I really want to do a fundamental tier list here where we can go over all the characters. And I need some gameplay footage still. I have to work a little bit on the tier list in itself. That's taking me way too long, actually. But the thing is, I don't want to just do a tier list and then talk over it like a podcast, because I want to, if people want to be engaged with it, I just want to showcase what I mean. No, I don't think so. We're going to do a longer stream for sure, but not 24 hours. I have work tomorrow, so let's see how long we are going for. But yeah, we are going to discuss the tier list here, and then I will have the tier list coming out soon. Yeah, the thing is, I've already been awake for over... what is it? 14 hours? My early days are in July. But it's still up in the air what exactly I'm going to do. Let me go and farm some holo stuff here in the meanwhile, while we wait for the live stream. No, the thing is, the major problem is that we had a short period where... oh, that's fine actually. Let me lower the volume here in the Steel series. The major problem is that I'm going from night shifts to afternoon morning shifts, right? Because I will have to work in the morning tomorrow and for 2 days after, and then I have to be at the client in the morning too. So I'm kind of doing for myself a 26-27 hour period, and then I go to sleep so that I can start the clock again from like the bodily clock. So it's all good. I'm energetic enough, so don't worry about me. I also bought some stuff to munch. I didn't eat much, but yeah. The thing is, in July I was expecting to go in August to in April to my grandmother, to Italy, but the problem was that we couldn't. There was just so much going on, so I had to postpone my vacation to July. Yeah, lately it's haywire, because since I took the third team, like, just to make it understandable, I work in private security now, right? It's like basically my clients, the only thing that I cannot tell is who I work for and what kind of clients I have. That's the only thing that I cannot really tell. But basically, what we are doing is that with the third team, the 3 teams are basically 45 minutes apart, right? Because you have like a parameter, you have like area of operations where you work in, and depending on the clients, because certain AOs have like 6 clients, 7 clients, and that's fine, and then other AOs have 12, 13 clients, right? Because sometimes we just have to send people to do some checkings, to do like an hull check, a shell check of the perimeter and stuff like that. We have people that do interventions when somewhere sounds an alarm. So when we have new clients, we have to talk with them, we have to be there, we have to walk through the whole perimeter and see where are like strategic points that we want to be more prepared for or pay more attention to. Where do we need to do proper checkings, where do we need to do more patrols and stuff like that, you know? So that's what we do currently. And the second part is that the other team, though, the third team that I have, it's mostly based on... It's a mix between reception and security. And that client just got, it's a really big client that we have, and it's a really important client. Really, yeah, that one is secretive. Hey Malaku, hi. So that one is fairly secretive. I cannot tell too much, but the fact is that he's our biggest client, and because he has a new, what is a CB in English? Security advisor. He asked me to be there for them, and yeah, well, that's the main reason why I'm super busy. Also, my car is acting up. I had to spend my last 6 hours of my life just trying to figure out what's going wrong, because cars are, for whatever reason, more complicated than freaking rockets. So I did basically my front light doesn't work, so I did the battery checks. Everything is fine. I did like the checks of the lamp in itself. That seemed fine too. And now I have to go through all the cables. But because they're modern cars, the cables are all over the place. Yeah, well, not too new. It's a Golf GTD, the one that we have, Mark 7. But that one is awful too to work with, because the problem is that our space, we don't have much space to work on the car, because we have an inclined parking space, right? So the front is already heavy enough that it pushes down. Yeah, I'm going to translate down. I'm going to translate live. Yeah. So let's see. What is it? 53. Let's swap over to the. There it is. So Malaku, just in case that it doesn't work, I am betting on you to provide me the link again. Yeah, the major issue that I have with modern cars is that once upon a time, like the switches and stuff, they were like you had the left side of the switches and then you have the right side of the switches. Now, because they don't have because they have more strict restrictions. Yeah, sure. Because they have more strict restrictions, and then you have the overheating problem, and everything is more compact. Hey, slash equal, hi. I'm raising my hand to wave, but I don't have a cam. I'm sorry. Yeah, I really need a cam. But yeah, so it's kind of mess, man. Even just like, listen, guys, this is insane. Once upon a time, you popped the hood, right? And then you just took the freaking light out of the car, and that's it. Now you have to dismantle the whole front just to get the light out. I mean, to be fair, like with all the amount of technology that they have in the car, it's quite of a masterpiece engineering wise how they fit everything in the tight space that they have in the front, right? So I will give them that. But the problem is that if you want to work on it by yourself, it's such a mess to work on it. Holy. Like, it takes you an hour and a half just to take out the front and just to change out the light, right? And that's just not feasible for... But yeah, I kind of like working on a car. I hope so. I hope so. We will find out in about 5 minutes, I guess. Let me refresh. Am I a bot? Am I not a bot? Am I a bot? Am I not a bot? Yes, slash equal. I'm working on that. Like I mentioned, like prior to this, I was really busy. What the frick is this? No, I haven't done it yet already. I haven't done it. I'm saying in preparation to the B2. We are going to see if we can get the B2 on stream here. I'm not doing... I'm just saying the B2 better deliver in the sense of, yeah. But slash equal, we can do this live on live stream too, actually. But the thing is, I was really busy, and as I was saying, I'm trying to... Like my tier list, we are going to have, by the way, for those that just tuned in, after the live stream, we are going to have a discussion about my tier list. So we are going to do a live discussion about the tier list. But the thing is, I really want to provide some kind of value instead of just posting the characters, because I find I want to build up on this, right? This is my baseline that I have for a tier list, and then I just can add characters and then move the characters around. And because of it, if there are any buffs, then I can put them into the video, right? So as you will see, I will have a template, and on the right side I will also showcase, for those that want to watch it and not just listen to it, I want to have some kind of sort of presentation to it, if that makes any sense. This is not working, by the way. Do we need a phone number for this? Really? By the way, guys, you owe me. Just saying. You guys owe me big time. Because I wanted to be here on time, more or less on time, I got myself a takeaway coffee. Imagine that. Enter your mobile phone. This is for the verification, man. Let me see. Malaku, do you think your old one will still be working for this? Thank you, man. I'm 30 minutes early? Oh! Yeah, well, okay. So it's in a half an hour then. Oops. Okay. Well. Then let's do this. Let me... Is this now comparable, actually? Slash equal just for you. Not just for you, but we are going to test two things real quick. We are going to test this here. We are going to switch over to this bond here. Do you guys even have music? Yeah, you have music. That's... Oh wait, is it on? Wait. Bro, no jokes. You're awesome. Yeah, so I'm open for suggestions, by the way, but this is copyright free. I was using Toshbond, but now I'm going to test... There we go. So the live stream is on. Let's see. Do we have some sound here? Here. Let's... Is this just a warm-up stream? Let me check real quick. Yeah, this looks like a warm-up stream. So what we are going to do... What we're going to do is we're going to check. I'm going to keep it up open on the right side of the screen. And as soon as I see something that it's interesting, I will swap over. But we're doing one test here that, because I couldn't do this beforehand, is I want to test the full Soifon bond on Yoruichi. Let me sip a little bit of coffee first. It was, I think, this one, right? Yeah, okay, found it. Cool. Okay, let's see. We're going to do a 2-minute run. 3 million to beat. We are at level 100. By the way, real quick, it's quite crazy that this team is able to hit 3 million DPS at B1. I don't think that the B1 of Siphon does a lot though. I have to admit, because the dodge is just you're barely going to dodge. We're going to prioritize getting ults out as soon as possible. Hello Luffy, how is it going? You can swap into Siphon here before you go into Yoruichi. It makes it easier, you have 2 stacks of conviction. And you can skip the animations basically. As long as the Giga is down, I like to use the technique. 148, 147, 46. So for the next rotation we need to be a little bit faster. Too much damage to handle for them, by the way. Yep, Kelvin, I'm going to do that after the main part of the stream, basically. Right? So we are going to do a live discussion about my tier list, and then we are going to do the new live mode. And we will see if we want to do the B2, because if you are going with the B2 for Siphon, I'm going to take her in there and see what we can do there. Yeah, B2 Siphon is really tempting. I'm not gonna lie, seeing those crazy high numbers is really tempting. Are we too slow? 19, 16. Let me shortcut this real quick. We should still have the Giga damage here. No crit. Crap. I will shoot them manually as soon as it's ready. There we go. So then I can switch out manually again. Hello, Kelvin. Yeah, I saw that. As I mentioned, we are going to do them after the mainstream, basically. So we are going to watch the main. Oh, frick! We're going to watch the mainstream, the reveal stream, and then we're going to do the live discussion of my tier list, and then we are going to go into gameplay. Apparently in 25 minutes. So up until then, we are going to test the difference between the Siphon bond and the Yoruichi bond on Yoruichi herself. On Siphon, by the way, her own bond is stronger. Just give me 1 second here. Not wasting too much time on the technique there. Yeah, that's what I'm going to test here. That's what I'm going to test. I hadn't had the chance to test that stuff out, that's why. Training hour double strike Q, could you please clear that? Wait. Yeah, I can do that. Hello? Ugh. She didn't want to jump there. Double strike Q. Let me see real quick then. Okay, I cannot delay any further because else we're going to lose a lot of damage here. Let me jump right into this real quick. There we go. We're going to skip the special attack there. I really want to get the ultimate done here. Else we are going to be one short for proper testing. Because usually I get 6 into the fight here. What do you mean I use your Yorichi on support? What do you mean, Glenford? Yeah, this is going to cut it short. Come on. Yeah, this is going to be really short, I think. Glenford, what do you mean by Yuchiki support? Yeah, too short. There is one ultimate missing here. But let me extrapolate real quick by using the calc here. It's 82.83. Hey, Zephyr, what's going on? How is it going? We have 7 Shunko, so we are missing 1 Shunko and 1 Bankai here. So it's 16.7 million that we are missing, and basically 6 million there. Yeah, the problem is that you really want to make sure that you test 2 minutes if you want to test up setups, because it can always happen. My Yoruichi is not crit capped. In the case that she was crit capped, 1 minute would be enough. But in this case, I really want to avoid if she doesn't crit, because she didn't crit once. And that costs you like 4 million damage. So it's about 22... What was my... Let me check real quick. So that was 366 million damage in total. Yeah. Yoruichi's bond, Toshiro's bond is way better. Because even then we would still be lagging behind. So this is the better setup. Let me see real quick. What does this mean? Okay, so he's just doing some testing here. Nothing to worry about too much. So what we are going to do is we are going to... I don't know if it's comparable, to be completely honest with you guys. Wait, what? Let me snack real quick. Because Kenny stamps technically are better. They should be fairly comparable. How? Because the reality is that increasing strike damage by 30% is not that strong. Yeah, but you still get the 50% crit damage. You could argue that Soifon stamps are on par with Kenny. Yeah, so the thing is, one thing is that it's really misunderstood how ailment mastery works. I have to do a dedicated video for this, because the fact is, when you look at stuff like ailment damage, right? And you look all skill mastery. All skill mastery is just a flat increase. So whatever the percentage is that my Yuri gives to all skill. Where was it? Oh no, on the... here. So whatever you gain, this is a 4.2% damage increase on all the skill masteries, right? On everything that you can do with your character. And this is just a flat multiplier. 4.2%, okay, that's fine. Ailment mastery works differently. That's why a lot of people misunderstand that attack is not the best. It's just the best at low ailment damage, because ailment mastery, it significantly increases. This is true. It does a significant increase in ailment damage, but it is because it's multiplying through ailment damage. So because you have a 60% ailment mastery, your ailment damage bonus, if you have 250% ailment damage, you do damage, right? You take, for example, Gin. You take Gin here, you have 500% here, and if you have 10% ailment damage, and you have 60% ailment mastery, then your ailment damage gets increased by 16% at the end. But if you have 100% ailment damage and you have 60% ailment mastery, suddenly your ailment mastery gives you 60% more. So you do 160% more ailment damage. And that's where the problem comes from. Because a lot of people, they just go for crit damage, attack, and that's it. So you lack the ailment damage to really benefit from the ailment mastery. So ailment characters, if there is any ailment mastery in their kit, you really want to go into ailment damage. And that's why I have ailment damage on the 3rd slot basically every single time. And then, where is she? And so Yvonne has this double, right? She has it here, that she increases ailment mastery. And then on the... Yes. Because ailment mastery is the main multiplier before ailment gets bought into the calculation, basically. So just for the chat here real quick. Usually if you have Impale, right, it would be 500% attack as a baseline, right? So the calculation would look like this. Yeah, like I mentioned, it is weird that they don't have a codex for this kind of stuff. Because if you get a character right fresh from the press, and it's ailment character, and you don't have ailment damage on the character, it feels like attack is doing more, right? So the problem, and with ailment character especially, and especially with Soifon, is that you don't feel it until you get in the boundaries here, right? Because especially this part here, where the ailment damage reaches a certain point, a certain damage. Yes. Yes, slash equal. So, hey, Jolel. So the thing is, like, this is the difference, okay? And this is my perspective of this. As a free-to-play and as a low spender, you don't have the resources to have multiple sets, right? Ideally, like in the ideal world, what you would do, you would have one attack percentage here when you run in with Tozen, because you don't have ailment mastery. Hey, Juan! How's up? What's up? How's up? How is up? Let me... What's going on, man? How are you doing? But because the main problem is that when you look at what she provides, right? The thing is, they tend to play more with herself, and her ailment damage is not that strong that ailment mastery can kinda circumvent the problem that it has with the scaling factors. I'm doing fantastic, man. I'm just waiting for the live stream to happen. Give me a second. Okay, so the live stream is still doing fine here. We still don't have anything going on here proper, so let's wait another 10 minutes. The major problem with ailment damage is that the 80% that you get from the third stamp is often not enough to feel the difference, right? Compared to attack. Because they're designed in a way that the basic stat is more or less equivalent to each other. Oh man, congrats. That's a major milestone, by the way. Having all your characters at level 100 is a major resource sink. So if you run Gin with Tozen, you don't really need ailment damage here because you're on the field much more. So your damage is not coming only from ailment damage, right? But as soon as Gin is going to be inactive on the field and just using his technique, his damage profile shifts then, right? His damage profile goes more into the ailment part. And Neliel doesn't have that issue. Neliel at B0 or before even. Is it the before? Yes, before even. She doesn't really start to generate that much of Verde Rush damage, right? Once you get into this part here, that's when it's really starting to happening that you really want to have ailment damage in her kit. You're excited to stamp farm now? Yeah, man. Listen, I think now it's a good time to start because you can still have a few like weak links in your stamps because I'm really expecting something major for the half a year anniversary. Let me take my medicine real quick. My stomach is acting up. It takes a lot of time to get to 80. I feel like I've been 78 for like half a year. But yeah. So the thing is, when it comes to ailment damage, this is also one of the major problems that Soifon currently has, by the way, is because half of her damage comes from Yoruichi. And you need her... I think you need her at B4. Nope. You really need her at B6 before she really starts to outshine Yoruichi there. I don't know if that's a good thing, Juan. I have to be honest here because I feel like adding more stats to the stamp pool just increases the problem that people will have. Wait, isn't this the live stream? No, you get the 50% crit damage baseline. Let me double check real quick, guys. No, I don't know why, but people are saying something here. Let me check real quick. Give me 1 second.
就像尼鲁那个版本，确实福利给的多，玩家也可以接受啊，也比较满意。就是青春版本
I don't know, man.
确实给的可以。
Let me switch over to the stream real
虽然
quick.
我知道阿波罗做不到尼鲁那个版本的这种福利，那你至少得说点正儿八经的东西吧。
So we are going to wait, and they are going to have a summary here on the left side, and that's what I'm going to translate. So let's see what's going on there.
刻印知音这块，你说保底啊、继承啊这些，他是不考虑做的，不考虑做的。
Guys, tell me how the sound is. Like, back to the adding more stats to the stamp. The problem with adding more stats to the stamps for me is that so far what they're doing, they're inflating a lot of the stats, like crit damage, for example, and this causes issues for me. I don't know beginner because it's a random playlist. That's a radio. I can send you the link after. Actually, I can send you the link right now. I am not the biggest fan of this. Oops. I'm not the biggest fan of this, by the way, but it's I think it's AI generated. But that's the only thing that I can listen to. That's the only thing I can listen to without getting copyright strike left and right. Like I wanted to say, and yeah, Luffy, I saw the training hour. I will do that after the stream.
肯定要考虑到这个东西。养成毕业的
So
太快了。
one of the
对他们来
main
说也是
things,
一种
by the
开
way,
心事。
with the stats is that currently they're inflating a lot of stats. So I'm expecting for the half-year anniversary to have new
除非
stats
后续
somewhere.
增加了新的养成功能，是吧？它
But
会
generally
让你这个
speaking,
老版本的
I
养
don't think
成
that new
让
stats
大
on
部分
the
人
set
跟
stamp
上，
would be
那
good
可能
enough
会情况会
because
更加
then you would power
会给
creep,
的更多一些。
or you
现
have
在
to
养成就
tone
是一
them
块肉
down
馅。
so much that basically you either power creep everything else, or you make a new set stamp with new stats so specific that you have to grind it only for that one character. Because currently, candy stamps, if you can, right? Candy stamps, you can slap that on anybody and it just works.
我先试下麦吧，我看看。啊，准备进会议室了。我先进去了吧，试下麦先。
Jolala, how are you doing?
那个是整蛊的，今天也问过一下呢。
How have you been so far? And yeah, Yuzek, I am buying them with Jades. I kind of have to, because else I'm not going to be able to provide any content.
来给我测下麦呗。
I hope you guys don't mind that I'm going to snack real
直播
quick.
间有回应啊，给个反馈啊。
So in 2 minutes we should be able to start here, I think.
没有是吧？那现在就是说能听到回音吗？就他们声音能听到吗？直播间 ，OK。哦，只能听到我的是吧？听不到他们的是吧？那我重新设置一下。等一下。 现在呢？现在呢？那个阿长，你再说句话。
喂，听得到吗？听得到吗？
啊，现在应该能听到了。
哦，行，
我看一下。
哦，都听得到是吧？
I hear 2 voices. I think it's starting.
是个音，是个音。
喂，
直播间听得清楚吗？直播间，声音大小 OK 吗？
能听得清楚沙沙说话吗？你们？
直播间能听得清楚。
It is. I don't know, man. Like,
清晰。
那就这样。
还是说
I would never recommend buying because for one reroll you need to spend 1,000 jades.
来吧，
So that's never worth it.
还有1分钟
In a sense.
快了，快了。
There will be no perk in this world that it's good enough to offset a boundary, possible boundary.
没讲话，所以没声音啊。刚刚没声音吗？应该有的吧？我看好多扣一的。
But I kind of have to because if I want to showcase certain perks and stuff, then yeah, I need to have them.
大了能不能小一点？
对，音量这样呢，你们觉得正常吗？
我这个调音。
So the main question is,
调音台吗？
可以啊，可以啊。
为什么弄不出来啊？
添加音频源，重新添加。
they already teased. That's what you mentioned, right? That 1,000 Year Blood War stuff that they teased.
好了，活动开始了，那个这边就那个。
They showed Juabach.
哪里啊？在哪弄啊？
添加音频源就在你那个喇叭旁边，不是有个那个东西吗？调音台。
If they are already teasing 1,000 Year Blood War arc, I don't think we are going to get full bring, guys.
我点了它没反应呢。
怎么可能没反应？
It feels like getting full bring is going to be really, really
后
difficult.
台已经点了，我操！
对啊，你后台是不是点出来了？然后音乐应用程序应用进程好像是，然后选择会议就好了。
Also, why we do this?
然后你把你之前的那个麦给闭了就行了。
Just real quick.
稍等一下。
怎么刀哥还迟到呢？
马上就来了，马上就来了。
我们还迟到呢。
哎，大家刚刚听到大家在调试这个麦克风，是都调好了是吗
？OK 了，OK 了。
嗯 ，OK 了
，OK， 那
I have to prepare.
开始吧。哎，真的是很久不见了啊！毕竟上一个班子我没有流浪到吧，真的是非常想直播间的各位。
By the way, you guys are fantastic. I'm speechless how many people are already watching me. That's insane. You guys are awesome, man. You guys are so crazy. You're making this journey so interesting and fun. Not gonna lie. I feel like Goku doing the Genkidama every single time I stream because you people are here and it's crazy. Yeah, I think it would be a mistake too because let's be honest, even though the Fullbring arc wasn't that loved. Yeah, no, it's like their notepad, but I can translate what they write down on the notepad because then I can translate it. Yeah, I like seriously, Juan. I'm agreeing with you there completely because I think that Fullbring, even though it may not have been the best arc in the manga or in the anime, but the characters are quite good. And to be honest, they are reappearing in the Thousand Year Blood War arc too, right? So why not make them? I don't know. I feel like it would be fine to have the Fullbring there, right? Yeah, like one problem that I would have is because you can see this with Bleach Brave Souls. They had started doing the Thousand Year Blood War arc for celebrations, and then now suddenly every single month they have like multiple Thousand Year Blood War arc banners, and it's getting kind of boring. It feels randomish how they release things. I mean, Kenpachi, technically speaking, from the timeline, it's fine. Soifon was being definitely prioritized. I don't think she was being... I don't think that their timeline was to release her early, because they're going by the fights. And you don't see... Oh, wait. Let me think real quick. Do you see Soifon fighting Yoruichi in between arcs, in between the Uekumundo arc? No, right? They just fight. She fights only in the Fake Harakura Town arc. That was a filler arc that she was fighting, because that's. Now feels like she should have been later. I think. I think the major problem that the game has is that they release character without the story chapters. So if they would make like story chapters and release the characters from that story chapter too, it would feel more. It would feel more cohesive, right? Yeah. But these are not voice bugs, it's just licensing issues that they have. I don't know why it's still a thing though. I mean, to be fair, I would... Like, there is not much that they need to improve. I was reading online that people feel that the game is getting stale, and I'm like... Yeah, obviously. But I feel like they are bringing enough content into the game each week that it still keeps you occupied. And I kind of find it cool that you have like the last week before a character releases, it's kind of a cooldown period where you just do dailies, you don't think much. Because let's be honest, like game-wise you have a lot to do. Because they also shadow dropped the new mode without any kind of announcement either. They're gonna drop Fullbrings. Yeah, but the thing is, if they wanna drop Thousand Year Blood War arc, they would need to drop it in July, right? Which wouldn't make much sense because, I mean, technically speaking, July is something like... Nothing is happening there, right? How do you guys feel? Do you feel like the game is getting stale, or do you feel like there is less content in here?
说到这里这个其实是主播们反馈的比较集中的一个问题就是穗风和尼禄的这个问题。当然
Because I'm also playing 7DS Origin, and that game, it's massive story-wise, it takes quite a bit of time to get through the story and everything, but from the endgame perspective, there is nothing much. The devs are really doing their best, and it shows with the constant content they try to push out, but the community kind of turning toxic. Yeah, but that's the thing, Calvin. You will always have a toxic community.
在我提问之前呢， 先说个题外话，就是
I mean, it doesn't really matter where you go
刀
with.
回应的这个碎风的问题。
You could have the perfect
我
game and people
我并
would
不是
still
说
find something
想
to
看到
to
就是
brag
说
about or
官方去回应
to
这个
to complain about, I should say.
这两个角色啊，碎风跟尼禄之间找不同这个事情，这两个角色当然是
Yeah, I mean,
有在
Arc Raiders lost 80% of their player base,
但是
right? And
我
people are like, "Oh no,
我
it's
希望
dying,"
看
and
到
I'm
你的
like,
回
"No,
应是
it's
你大大
not."
方方的承认，这
It's
个
just
碎风它的
cyclical.
机制设计就是跟尼禄撞了，就是跟尼禄类似了。
Yeah, exactly. There
你
will be
承认
highs
这
and
个
lows
其实
in
没有
every
什么
game.
关系，
And
但是我
let's be honest. If you're enjoying a
战术角
game,
色是大家非常期待的一个，
even if you
一个
don't
位
have
置
to play it every
就是
single
我
game,
不希望
it's
以后的
fine
战术
too.
角色
You
还
know,
是这种情况，就是看不到创意了，
beginner, you don't care.
还是
That's
跟以前老
fair.
角色一样。那我抽这个角色，我玩不到新意了，那肯定不行啊，是不是？
That's a good take, actually. I mean, I'm bringing this up. I don't really care what the community sentiment is in general speaking, because the game, as long as the game is pulling enough money,
是角色
then
策
it's
划的
fine, right?
啊，对对对对对。
Because for myself, it's like the game needs just to be alive because I'm having a blast with this game. But the main thing is that when you go online, there's not a lot of negativity, but people complain about the most mundane things. Yeah, Juan, same here. Every single day I log in. I even downloaded it on my crappy mobile phone just to be able to do the usual grind on the mobile phone while at work, so that when I go home I can do the proper stuff. Yeah, but the problem is that's one of the biggest problems that you have in a live service game is what is content. If you look at Dragon Ball Legends, for example, as a stark comparison, for them having a new character is content, right? So wait, what are they writing down here? Broken B problem? What the heck is a broken B problem? Soifon maybe? Let's wait. Being able to get the characters free to play and also being able to get the first UB is amazing. Yeah, I still think this is one of the most generous gacha games out there.
好的 ，OK， 好，那这个话既然都已经回应过了，那就不延伸细说。那我就提第一个问题。既然角色策划都来了
Yeah, I think
那
they
我想问一
keep
下
rerun
这
banners
个碎风版本的
for
活动策
special
划
occasions, which is fine, right?
碎风版本的活动
有的。
If you would have rerun banner every single time, then
Okay.
why not do
这个
the
活动
main
设计
characters into
非常的
the
不合理。
standard banner at that
首先第一
point?
个，这个
I think
7个 boss，
it should be impactful, right? If you pull for a banner for a character for at least 2-3 months, it should feel like, okay, it was worth pulling for. And when the rerun comes, then you're like, okay, maybe I want to go for boundaries.
这合理吗？
What did you write down here?
本身这个氪银之心就非常
Big crushing
然
activity?
后这个包括这个动态称号也是大家比较追求的东西。
What does it mean,
7
big
个
crushing
boss 才拿一
activity?
个榜单的奖励，对吧？非常的不合理。然后除了这个榜单呢，版本的福利内容也不合理。你除了正常的限定票以及领域这些没什么问题，但是这一期的版本福利竟然连一个钥匙都没有，
Poetry B activities.
对吧？这个东西呢，虽然说氪老是已经完全不缺了，但是平民玩家
Oh,
还
okay.
是很缺的。
Is this
一个版本福利
they're talking
至少
about the
要把
content that
就是
it's
玩家
coming
需要
with
的
the
比方说什么领域
with the
也
new
好
character?
抽奖票也好，钥匙也好，这些东西你都该给到，不管你
So
给多还给少，都该给到，对不对？所以这一期的这个版本福利，我真不知道怎么做的。
The game is stated but not boring.
我是继续问完是吧？
Yeah, I think if you play this in a normal manner, then you still have a lot to do. I mean, just the tower alone
我
keeps
提
you
要求吧
busy.
就我希望这个活动策划
Hey, Juicy, hi.
回应一
How's
下
it
或者
going?
说干脆一点就直接道歉，
How are you?
然后给大家发个补偿，好，然后第三个
Urahara and Aizen event. Yeah, but the thing is,
我到现在目
as
前
soon as the
玩
content
快
is
半年
not
下来
easy, people still
一点
complain.
真投入都没看见。
I mean, people complained that they weren't able to clear Tower
是很
24 when it
每
was
次做人
released,
出来
even though
去听劝、听问题，
they've
然后做优
stated
化
that it was
很多优化我
thought
也
for
看见，但是
more
呢都是一
higher
些小问
end
题的优化，
accounts.
包括一些小玩法的优化。我目前没有看
So
到这个游戏品质上的任何投入。
They stealth added the new cards
你
in
们
the
流水也不算
adventure
不算
mode, and
我
people
什么
still
时候能
complained
看到
about
真
them
投入呢？
because they
玩法
felt
做不
like
出来，那什
certain
么时候能够
characters
把
benefited from it
游
more
戏画质提
than
升
others.
美术品质提升呢？一点提升都看不见。好，我问完了。
我们听到了这个杀生丸非常真实的反馈。相信刀哥在现场也已经急出了。
I would wait, Juicy.
但是呢
Way too early to
我
say.
们要让其他主播都问完，我们把问题挨个回答。好，让我们有请第二个主播，生生来。
Juan, are you on EU?
行，然后大家好，我是生生哈。然后我觉得刚刚这才
Yeah, but it's not something that is bad, beginner.
这样刀疤就扛不住的话，那后面可能会
Tower 24 is quite good.
然后因为我提问之前呢，我觉得我现在我想先指出一个问题哈，那就是现在呢，这个目前呢各大
Have I already mentioned that the takeaway coffee is disgusting?
还有这个氛围
And you guys owe me?
的氛围啊都不是很好，我觉得你们应该也是知道的。
Actually,
所以我一会儿
it's my own fault because I thought it was at 1 p.m. my time instead of 1:30.
我觉得我个
You're
人
in
呢
NA?
包括很多玩家们啊，其实也是特别看重一点，那就是态度。我觉得
We
应该
need
给
a
玩家
server
用
merch.
心玩，然后不要那些简单的那些画饼，我觉得态度是最重要的。所以我今天准备了3个问题呢。首先第一个，我觉得还是最重要的这个玩法问题，就是我觉得目前你现在玩家们
I don't know what they're talking about with a be broken
现在真正
problem.
需要的是一套完整的这种 PVE 的系统，就是不仅仅是一些副本玩法这么简单。就是你现在的话，你现在刀明的现状，现在一个玩法呢是绝对救不了你现在的刀明的。我觉得你必须要有一套完整的这种 PVE 系统。
I'm not sure, by the
这
way.
种新颖的奖励和机制才行。你得
I'm
让
not really
每个
sure
玩家
about that
对这个
one.
副本是有积极性的。
Beginner.
说现在刚刚杀生丸提到的那
Let's wait. What I find weird is how they presented the live stream, by the way.
完全是不符合的。所以我觉得你现在如果只是出一个这种简单的
These dudes are just devs and gamers first and foremost. They don't know how to present shit. But that's why I'm loving them.
希望策划师能回应一下这个的。
Yeah, but if you base this off Nell, then you might be wrong because Nell was a special case. You could consider her niche in a certain way.
开服到现在，从开服到现在一直都没改变这个局面啊。 确实一直都没改变。我觉得我们玩家
Because technically speaking, Kenpachi has the higher self DPS
我也不想问怎么去
compared to Gun, but you don't run Nell and Kenpachi together.
不问怎么解决，就是毕竟
I mean, Juan, the thing is, it really depends how far you can get. I am still in my own guild, and I had to kick people because they're very inactive, so it's just me on the EU guild. But I still am able to do tier 5.
这个看待这个问题的一个态度和一个看法吧。然后第3个问题呢，也是一个很关键的
I
问题
think just generally it's a problem that
问的可能是比较大方向的。
how do you sell a character that is on the field once every 10 seconds?
玩家们之間的互動可以說是
It's a really tough sell because it doesn't feel tangible what you're doing. Yes, it's a cool bankai. Yes, the abilities are cool in itself, but it's like if you think about getting the B1, it's like ooh, which is quite ironic because his buff is called excitement. But when I use my Yuri, I'm not excited at all. Only my characters are.
又是很尖锐的问题，我们狠狠的记下来，一会儿希望能给大家一些回复。好，下一个让我们有请利路修来拷打一下。
那他们前面都说了现在目前游戏的状况现状，那我的问题就来提一下现在玩家的有一部分的需求吧。就像这个版本，它的刻印之心投入，
I wonder how well Grimjo will work with Nell. Not gonna lie. I know they don't want this, but I'm just wondering.
本的奖励呢，会不会考虑重新做啊？力战回
Because Soifon is really strict to what kind of teams she can be run with.
这块奖励能不能考虑优化一下？我第2个问题呢，就是现在刀明的系别分类啊，真的是一点特色都没有，就单纯的就是系别分类这一块，我觉得既然游戏
I need to learn from them. They're yapping without having any new infos like for the last 10 minutes.
刻印词条这个突破啊，就毕竟刻印词条比较难刷，它的刷出一个4有效词条是很难的。然后就算刷出来了，升级的时候歪到不是特别想要的词条的时候，这个东西能不能就是增加一个重置功能？因为再去刷一个4有效词条，那真的太吃体力了。然后我的问题差不多这些，就是看能不能再优化一下养成。其实玩家现在的槽点，要么就是游戏玩法的本身，要么就是这个养成的问题，基本都是这块。
好，你们这些问题也确实都很到位。
Am I watching the wrong stream?
好，有请下一位，小阿长。
大家好，那个反正刚刚像前面几个老哥问的也都挺全面了，我问点就是详细一点、落到实处的问题啊。首先第一个就是协战的问题，这个也是现在目前来说游戏挺核心的一个玩法。目前这个协战这个版本你们做了一个就是，反正能玩家在同一个屏幕里面组队的这个功能还不错，但是呢，现在进去之后看不到自己预设的队伍，有时候。我可能进了本之后，我才发现完了，我队伍带错了。就这个能不能做一个外显？此外，就是我相信啊，就各位野痞的这种就是玩家，你应该碰到过我这种情况。你进来一个队友，你一看，哟，这个战力很高，对不对？结果他的这个战力是有欺骗性的，譬如说他是辅助有6万战力，他另外的战场技跟
Am I watching the wrong stream？
结果打完之后，你发现被他坑了，对吧？还有一点就是。譬如说我是一个我想追这种奖励的这种玩家，然后我想拿2档奖励，或者我想冲1档奖励的，结果我匹进来队友，他也不提示他是不是挂机的，对吧？我在那我在那手打完之后，我队友是挂机的，我一看又来一个高分低能的，譬如说他战力很高，但是他打出来的伤害就很低，就是这一些3个协战方面的问题，我希望就是你们就是应该，我相信各位其他主播
Huh? The link broke down. Give me a second. One second real quick. I need to check if this because I'm not seeing anything here. And usually you should be able to see like, I don't know. Bruh.
的时候，玩家们期待值拉得老高了。那个海报上面的随风穿的可别太清凉啊！你进游戏一看呢，对吧？捂得严严实实。然后恰比之前
I don't know why, but it was kind of the wrong stream.
随风爆料的视频里面说，随风会有顺哄，然后聂简历那期《流浪刀疤》，我也是嘉宾嘛。然后还说会有这个友情防御，结果这些上线之后都
I was like, wait, no way, they're not saying anything.
策划这边就是能不能给大伙儿就是解释解释为什么会有这么多的这个偏差。
Oh, they're talking about the problems, by the way.
我就这3个问题，好吧？感谢。
So these are some issues that they have that they are announcing is the increased gameplay options and longer downtime.
好，大家好，我是铁柱啊。然后
So they were talking about how much gameplay that we really have and how much downtime that we have, but nothing specific here. And they also talked about the interaction that you have internally inside the game. Let me see real quick.
男性玩家比较多一点，然后这个皮肤真的很好看，为什么？就是能不能做个皮肤上也行，你不出这个，不出这个角色，就是它不是这个形象的话，整个皮肤也可以啊，这个真的还是挺重要的，我觉得。你一路都能上，乱局都能上，为什么这个美背不能上呢？这是第一个问题啊。第二个的话就是关于咱们那个，还是关于这个刻印逼难度的问题。
Oh, they were talking about
我从11月21号就是公司第一天我就开始玩了，玩到现在我的这个号到现在来说，就除了随风，我最近刚好有什么3合1的功能，
I have to check after the stream what kind of channel this is. Because I was on the official one where they did all the other live streams, by the way. So basically, they're saying that Grimjo is going to be a high difficulty character. Yeah. I already see a lot of complaining.
2-3个月毕业一个，对不对？其实这个还是确实还是稍微有点慢的。
So they mentioned something about increased workload and fewer benefits. They feel like maybe that we're doing too much for low benefits.
就是关于这个常驻卡池的这个新角色问题 ，SR 还有 SSR。因为之前我记得有问过这个，但是当时我记得刀哥好像是回复的是说咱们这个
Unknown
实的角
adventures
色
have
不会
reached
放
their
到故事里面
limit.
去，但
The
是
so fun
那咱们
positive
这个
deception, instant close, and
常驻
friendship
池子会
defense
不会增加
features
新
are
的这
gone.
个就是 SSR 角色？
Oh, we're
还
going
有
to
这
get
个
a
就
new
是一些
SSR skin.
人气比较高的副队长 SR 角色。就我的问题也问完了。
好，这么多尖锐的问题。
It's written as gradations difficult due to engraving, but I think it just means that
给大家一些合理的
the upgrading, the sending of the set stamps is a little bit difficult because of the sent stamps.
共性问题。
So
像前面各位主播都有提到过的，玩法匮乏、版本无聊的问题，也是都有提过。像 PVE 玩法单一、长草期太长，以及公会内好友之间的互动太弱这些问题。这些其实本质上他们是同一个问题，就是玩家目前感觉长草期没事干，没有什么新玩法，又没有玩家
number 2 was they were talking about the
其实
characters,
基
by
本
the way.
上每个游戏他们都会面临长草期这样的问题，尤其是
It wasn't written there.
这个现象是蛮普遍的。
I'm assuming maybe one of the older characters because we already saw that Gin had his what was it? His captain outfit. So I'm assuming that. So they were saying that Soifon is easy to control. One focuses on a cycle of ultimate moves, while the other focuses on Q hits kills with battlefield skills. And the dodge jump pad isn't particularly novel mechanic. Oh, they're comparing the characters. They're saying Soifon isn't that difficult, while Neliel's gameplay is a little bit more difficult to control or to rotate through. But Grimjaw will make up for it because Grimjaw is going to be much more difficult. They're calling it a high difficulty character. The new it wasn't written there. Let me see real quick.
细节上的问题啊，第一个是沙朗老师说的那个最疯榜单的活动为什么
So we have
这个问题其实原本我们就是想尝试一下一种新的凹分玩法的思路，然后那么目前看来确实跟预期不太一样，看来还是需要继续改进。那么后续的玩法我们会
Okay, so they were talking about the boss events. That it was kinda a little bit too difficult, not too difficult, but too much workload to farm for, with less benefits, and that's not intended. That's not what they want for the game. They want the game to feel rewarding, which I agree. Increasing rewards is never something bad, to be honest.
这没有办法说，因为
对，我觉得可以说的是，下一个版本肯定我们的福利会比这个版本要更好。那这也算是一种补偿。
So the dev was then asked, isn't it just still all about grinding high scores?
这个话不能这么说呀，就是我们下一个版本是肯定有对应的专属的福利，然后并且比随风更好的。
I mean, to be fair, I think they need a little bit more diversity when it comes to really high-end game, difficult stuff, because currently it's just who can time freeze the best and who has more luck than the other is going to high score better at B6.
那 OK， 我们保证后面不会再给大家做这种打这么久，然后。
And also the other thing is when you are playing against whales, they have another availability to set stamps, right? So them being able to have their best set stamps right away is quite tricky, in my opinion.
我觉得你们很有必要去开个会，然后讨论一下，直接给他发个补偿得了，发个邮件补偿一下。你不然我这个版本我还是要面临去打呀，我不能不打吧，是不是？ 好，刀哥你继续。
Okay, so they're saying that they agree that the idea is not only to
那我们接下来问题吧。
对，就刚刚其实也有提到这个低人气的角色版本，就是有什么应对的措施。
They're considering something else. They're considering different kind of rewards.
不好意思，这个是我的问题，就是现在这个。
So yeah, okay, so basically, Silent Portal is confirmed.
挽救的措施。
OK， 我回答一下吧。低人气版本，低人气角色。
But they also know that Silent Portal is not popular.
角色出场的排期，它其实并不完全掌握在我们的手里。
Yeah, I know, man. Like seriously, that's my honest opinion. If you make $3 to $5 million a month on global, you kind of need to have a proper live stream for the global player base too. I mean, you guys cannot see it, but I'm sitting here with my phone in my hands. And it looks so weird because I'm looking through my screen on a screen. So they said Xylaporo's popularity is low. And it seems like they're indicating that they didn't want to release Xylaporo, but the scheduling is not entirely in the hands of the development team, which sucks. I'm not gonna lie. There is no way that you as a developer shouldn't have some say in when the characters are released.
涨潮期和互动相关这些问题，然后稍后其实在塞阿波罗版本的我们有一些新的玩法介绍，
But apparently, with Xylaporo we should get brand new and highly differentiated gameplay.
然后其实应该是到刚刚例如修提的这个刻印之心投入的这样的一个。
等一下，我有个问题略过了，就那个真投入问题呢？
What else? Oh, okay, so they're saying increased gameplay options in the sense increased modes, more modes, and that will be available soon. So hopefully half-year anniversary. No, they decided to change the stream. Even the one that I found in the community Discord was the wrong one, so it's all fine. It's not your fault. I mean, they're still talking about stuff, so we haven't seen the full Xyl stuff. I'm not sure, to be completely honest, because they also forced them to have a base Grimjaw and a Pantera Grimjaw. Their basic idea in the beta, Grimjaw was able to transform. Basically, from what I've read from the kit right now, it seems to indicate that what Grimjaw was doing in 2 forms, he's basically more or less doing now in 1 form. Permanent card pool update. Yeah, they mentioned that they are adding something different to it, more gameplay variety or something, but I'm not sure if they really mentioned that. It was under the Xylaporo point, so I'm still hoping it's for Xylaporo.
对，所以其实大家提到的一些非常具体的那些优化。
That translation is all kind of wrong. When we pull our colors up to the highest point, we are truly engaged. Okay, cool. Whatever you want to say with this, but yeah, the permanent card pool update, I don't understand. What could be a permanent card pool update? Set stamp?
确实是我不是很理想，所以有时候我们就没有说。所以真投入。
Yeah, I think this is like.
确实投入了，但并不是说所有投入之后它的一个。
There is a saying in German that is similar. That means that when they put their work, when they put really 110% effort into their work, then they are truly capable of fantastic stuff. So I'm not sure if they are trying to tell us that they're putting all their effort into Grimjaw. My expectation for Grimjaw are really high, by the way. I just want to say this. Just visually, Grimjaw needs to be on Kenpachi's level.
所以非常感谢你这些非常具体又非常认真的去来专引号刁难我们。
Best stream of the year.
对，但是确实是这样的。
Maybe.
有在投入，但是可能我们投入%。
I don't think so. I don't think so. Because Master Lord will be out in November. I cannot see a world where Master Lord is not the anniversary unit.
都有在做。
OK。
好吧。
Oh, the game planner is called Daoba.
也不是让我满意，我只是代表这个玩家们来去表达这些事情。就是我是希望能够看到游戏变得越来越好的。 我也不是说
Yeah, so
是啊，
basically
我们都能感觉到，好不好？无论是我们还是玩家，我们都是
the director, the
我
game
们都是
main head is getting high praise from everywhere. I mean, let's be honest, right? It is. It truly is a really great gacha game. I mean,
团队都觉得其实挺好的，就是直接直面玩家，然后有非常具体。
I have put so many hours into that game. I'm so glad that there is no /hours played thing there because man.
OK， 好的。
我们继续吧。
刀哥擦汗。
现在让波哥
Just the
擦汗
fact that they added like
下一个
a training
下一
dummy
个
scoring method, it wasn't necessary. Nobody really asked for it, and they still implemented it, right? I mean, how many things did the shadow drop without being informed about this?
刻印之心这个我们会考虑逐步的增加投放，然后像力战回溯给的刻印，我们也会考虑新增。
I also love how they say unknown adventures have reached the limits. What do they
有
mean?
个具体时间吗？
具体时间
Oh, additions here?
就
Give me a
过
second.
去什么版本的时装呢？
什么版本的时装？我这现在没办法给你。
Okay, so they're saying limited acquisition of heart of imprint
我觉得
resources.
这个得具体问一下
Next
对应的
steps.
活动策划他们的这些安排。
对的，因为你看这次直播这么多个问题，我们
Considering
要
increasing the distribution and rewards for battle replay will be increased.
在不在？在的话，上麦一起沟
Is
通。
this meant for the tower? Because if I'm not mistaken, they had a tower out there
反正就是
with
我
Nexus
现在
stamp leaked somewhere.
啊，就是现在刻印之心的问题，就是
I
每
could
个
see that, by
版
the
本
way.
它投入的量
That
不
would be
一样。
fine for the anniversary. If you have a half year and
像这个
anniversary,
版
which
本
can
就
just give a
就
flat
顶
out
天的
Nexus
时光。
stamps. So 40, 50 Nexus stamps, 60 Nexus stamps. That would be nice. Or, you know, they could decrease the cost amount to maybe 3 or
刷
something.
它来鞭打一下。
对，我们都会刷，但是我现在没办法，给你一个具体的时间啊，对。
我觉得游戏现在
I love how
其实
when
活动策划要背大锅。
Soifon's
其实
post
虽然每次
deception.
都是刀哥来挨骂，
Soifon's
但是其实我
post
觉得你真得把
deception,
活动
instant
策划给
close,
抬
and
上来。
friendship defense
真的
features
把
are
这个
gone.
对，其实我觉得他的锅是很大的。
It sounds like Soifon's Bankai
豆哥
got
说终于
got her
见我了
into like
反正这些
big trouble there.
固定奖
Her
励这块
defense
确实
company
得
cannot
花
produce any more nukes.
好的。
So
奖励这块我
Soifon
其
is
实
getting
每
nerfed.
个
We
版本
don't do
都
any
是
damage
发
anymore.
的更多，我其实
We
会
won't
比
have
上
the
个版
ultimate
发的更
button.
多，尤其是在我们即将到来的这个半周年啊，或者是其实在萨尔阿波罗这个版本，其实我们的奖励也一直都在提升。
I mean, there is a fair bit
刻印之
of
心那个
important
具体
things
的道
said.
具，或者是
Silaporo having
是多
special
发点什么呀，
mechanics,
还是
right?
多发点什么什么。
Then
这个其实
the
我
thing
们是
that
一直有在优化的，
Brimjo
只
is
不过每个版本
basically
投放的
having
资源
a
不大一样。
higher
好，我
difficulty
们
than
下一个问题，
any
下一个
other
问题继续
character.
考打。
对，继续
I
考
cannot
打
wait
这
for the
就是
tooltips.
这个系别分类没有特色的
Yeah,
一个点，
so
就是会不会
in the
重点
translation,
优化
they
一下
mentioned that her
相比于
defense
系
is
别的
getting
特色，我
closed.
们在
I
设计
assume
角
that
色
it's
的时候
called
更多的
it's her
是
defense company who
考虑角
produces
色
the
他
nukes.
在原著中的个人的特色
So
和
she
他在
won't be
游
able
戏
to
配
have
对
any
里
kind of
担任
nukes
的
anymore.
任务我们不会为了适配像比如说因为某个角色是
No, guys, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Because the translation is so bad that it reads like Soifon has become like what is this? Has become this. No. I'm kidding.
但是
I'm kidding.
刀哥就是
I'm
在
kidding.
8版本之后啊，基本现在上的所有角色都是带有异常的。
The translation stated that
小白的内测的时候
her
它是有异常的，后面上
defense
线被
and her instant close is gone.
这个阿波罗他就是
No clue what that
有一场
means.
对，现在阿波罗
And I was making the joke that
就是
her
的设计方向
company who produces the
对但
nukes
后面我们
is going to
提
get
到阿波
closed,
罗
so
之后
that's why she's getting nerfed. She cannot use the nukes
一
anymore.
下刚才提到的问题。
后续还是有很多没有异常的角色，然后同时我们也是
Stop scrolling! I'm trying to
一些
translate
细节
here.
差异，我们更优先去做这个队伍之间的
Now,
差异
like
和这个角色之
important
间的差
stuff
异
they mentioned
那
already.
如
They're
果是
bringing new
可
game
以的
modes,
话
but the
允许
problem
的
is
话，
that
然后我们再去
you
做这
there is no
个
specifics
细节
here.
之间不同的这个区别啊。当然，这个是希望是每个不同的系别都尽量能做出来一些不同的点。我
Oh,
觉得大家
okay.
能看出来。角色策划在这方面都有一些小巧思，
What do you mean?
比如
This
说
is
这个
closing.
打戏的这个闪避啊，或者是这个突袭目前的一些
Hey
这种
Sony, how's it going?
这种
Yeah, her
画牌的
distance
这种
closing
机
is
制其实
nerfed, man.
都在尽量去做一些尝试啊。我们下一个问题，
She's now stationary. Like you have to like in the RTS, right? You have to post her up somewhere so that she can shoot that thing like an artillery. You just came? Well, it would have been nice not to know that, too much information. It would have sufficed to just arrive. But okay. Also, the news aren't that hot, by the way. Sylar Porter is coming, definitely. That's already mentioned. He's going to... I'm not sure if it's... It was mentioned when they were talking about Sylar Porter. But basically, he will have distinctive mechanics. Just basically something new for a supporter. They also reiterated the fact that they don't have... Bleach. Hi. How's it going? They also reiterated the fact that they want to increase gameplay loops so that they have less downtimes. You have already been farming resources for Sylar Porter? Yeah. Bleach, something happened? Tell me. Yeah, so basically one of the most interesting parts was that the scheduling of the character is not entirely in their hands. So basically somebody is... What is this? War frame. What is that? I don't know that. I'm glad you cannot see me. I feel embarrassed. I look embarrassed. Yeah, holy yapping, but the problem is they are going back and forth.
它还有漏了一个，这个自动跟手打这个能不能区分开？比如说我开一个房间
The major problem is that even though he writes down stuff, it is not really cohesive in what they mean. What level are we now, Bleach? 3, right? Yeah, it would be nice if they go into the specific of the character first. I swear to God, Juan, you said it right. They're devs, not streamers. They're doing this like the most convoluted way possible. I'm not gonna lie. So the last point was that they want to have a differentiation between high-scoring gameplay. So basically they want to separate high scores and low scores by having more impact when you manually play the cooperative battles instead of the autoplay. Because currently they feel like the autoplay is too, quote-unquote, too close to what you can do manually. Which is quite funny. But yeah, the translation also states that it's incomplete and requires further statements. So basically, a lot of reiteration from what I said before, that they are aware of issues. I think that's the most important part, Sony. They are aware of the issues that the game has. They are aware that what people are requesting, and they're working on it, but the team doesn't have that many resources at hand to do this. So it takes quite some time, because they are more focused on the characters. They want to bring out proper characters so that they are distinct and not just shoot out like some kind of other gacha games out there. I'm not going to name anything. But yeah, they want to make sure that their resources is on the characters because they're a big fan of the franchise.
宣传穗风的这样的一个角色，然后可能在介绍的时候和正式的上线会有一些差异，然后对吧？这个问题是不是
？Yes, they said they want to bring more stamp nexus to the player.
这里先简单说一下吧。
Maybe that's what the tower was, but I don't know how.
那个宣传图那个皮肤其实已经在做了。
Vision.
大家可以期待。
What level did we reach? 3, right?
然后另外为什么会有差异的这样的一个点呢？是确实。
等，我打断一下，就是确定穗风回头会有这个 SSR 皮肤是吗？我没理解错吧？
是的。
也不能叫 SSR 皮肤。
Yeah, so generally speaking, what they're saying is they're looking at ways to increase resources.
那这个不就是 SSR 皮肤吗？是吧 ？SSR 角色的皮肤。
Bro,
哎，对对对对对。
就会有这个。
He wrote down something. It doesn't get better, by the way.
为啥建议这个？这个就是你像最开始宣发的时候，那个海报当时发出来的美贝那个海报真的很好看，然后好多人都很期待这个。
they need a little bit more keys to be completely fair, because if you put so much power into them, then yeah, you should be able to get. My thinking is you should be able to get A3
以后你们上角色的时候应该考虑到这个问题。
If you really want to. If you're going to stay for 2 months and you have a high chance of getting A3, nah. It needs to come quicker, especially if they're going to buff the crap out of the core stamps. Yeah, but the problem is if they're going to pack so much, like you take Eisen for example as a free to play, right? Eisen's buff was up that his complete suppression was at 300% at A1, but at A5 you're at 500. That's a massive difference. A massive difference.
哦，好好好，给你点个赞，给你们点个赞。好的好的。
So they're saying they're not talking about Soifon, because they generally agreed upon that they want to have a hype character and more or less a non-hype character. And we're getting a free Soifon skin. Oh, that's our Shunko skin. And it will be free.
阿波罗版本会投放赢的队长服吗？
对。
OK OK。
哎，当然这个一会儿再介绍。哎，我们先一会儿再介绍。
What's this?
好，然后到铁柱啊提的这个常驻角色会不会上新呢？
Oh.
常驻角色。
Wait. They're saying that poster team skins will be released later.
这可能未来的一些
What
关
the heck
键
does
上的
poster
节
team
点，我们也
skills?
会
Yeah, so fun new skin
爆料
what?
这样的一个点。然后
就是 SSR 也会有是吧？
是的。
就 SR 和那个 SR 和 SSR 都会有。哦。
对。
OK。
Oh, point 13 was the permanent gacha pool update to be done later. So they once again reiterated that permanent gacha pool is not getting updated. I would highly assume that once the second rerun from Bankai Ichigo comes, maybe for the first year anniversary, they will start implementing some characters into there, maybe. Yushin, a permanent gacha pool? Who the heck is Yushin? Oh, Yushin is the permanent gacha pool. Okay, never mind.
穗峰他之前在那个恰比那个宣传视频，就是技能爆料里面说的那个顺哄跟友情防御，这个没了。他是回头打算再做一版角色，还是咋说啊？还是
Malaku, I'm not going to read it out loud.
就这种莫名
because I feel like I will spell it completely.
这个没有讲呀。
But yeah, finally, right?
这一块的话，确实也是因为有一些之前有聊到过嘛，因为有一些东西确实它跟
So they're saying poster skins will be released later, and Soifon skins is confirmed to be made and will be free.
后续的版本里面也会去做一些新的角色吧。
哦。 By
the way, it's insane that we get so many skins for free. Just saying.
好，然后铁柱这应该还有一个就是这个刻印毕业的难度能不能降低，然后这个定向词条的活动频率能不能再频繁点这个点。
这个已经安排了，阿波罗版本就有。
OK，给力，这个可以。
那么
有一些真投入的，哎。
对。
我们是不是听完这些问题了
？Stop jumping around。
这里好像有一个就是关于这个刻印之心的，就是补充的一个回答。刚刚说到了前线的一个情报。
This is really important. We know that it's the side, I mean the without the Haori skin. Because they just confirmed that the Soifon's Shunko skin won't be made available. Oh, wait. the Soifon Shunko skin won't be made available or won't be made until the 1,000-Year Blood War arc. So, well, I mean, obviously, 1,000-Year Blood War arc confirmed, but do we not get new versions of the character? Okay, so we are also getting new boss imprints. These are the weekly bosses that we can clear. The Eisen and the Kiske fight, we get a new one.
大家会保证说，在一定的时间段内，大家获取的量是差不多的这样的一个点。对，接到了活动策划的前方的一个的情报。对。
I need to snack real quick.
没了吧？应该没了吧？
应该没有。
你比我幸运过去了。
没事，晚点我会代表角色策划拉着刀疤去拷打一下活动策划，让他活动给力一点。后续，
对，我觉得既然说到拷打这个活动策划啊，你下次让他别什么翻牌啊、拍照啊、拼图啊这些活动挨着来吧，来点新颖的吧。
Fully Unleashed。
既然已经说到拷打了，那就好好拷打他嘛。
好的，我会担到的。
Maybe they are going to add rewards to
对，就是现在全是拍照拼图。
To the full assault bosses there, where you have to globally rank.
OK。
They're mentioning they're going to increase the imprint rate. Imprinted hearts. Stamp Nexus maybe?
OK， 我们继续吧。
我们不如回到今天的正题吧，就是其实聊了很久，对吧？ 小助理，
太紧张刺激了。说实话
，Yes, the event is coming back.
整个境界刀名的项目组应该都是椅子呀、什么桌子呀，都是流满了汗水啊，都已经红温了。我们先来点啊，让大家更轻松的话题，就是到底萨尔阿波罗是怎么样一个角色？
哎，我觉得就是在聊萨尔阿波罗之前的，可能大家的第一个反应就是。 说，哎，首先为什么是萨尔波罗呢？
那么为什么是萨尔波罗？说实话，我们也都知道这个角色在大家普遍的视角里，他确实是一个相对冷门的角色。那么大家也肯定都希望说每个版本都能玩到非常有人气的角色。那么我们作为游戏开发者，其实肯定也是这么希望的。但是在和版方的沟通当中他们有提醒我们说。
Okay, so wait. So the last phrase they're saying they're adding something to the part where they mentioned Silapora here. Oh, okay. Wait, this is really super relevant to you actually. So basically they're saying even though Silapora is less popular, the copyright holders are demanding more Espada, and there are vacancies for spirit-type support characters, so there are no issues. Wait, does this mean they didn't plan to have a spirit support until Unohana, maybe? That would have been insane. Real quick. And then they re-mentioned that the scheduling isn't entirely in their hands, and some entirely new and highly differentiated gameplay will be introduced. So the new and highly differentiated gameplay wasn't mentioned to Sile, so we can expect the old style of support, I think. But the new characters that will be coming up will be highly differentiated. Well, they have to be, right? Can you imagine a Shunsui being the same way as any kind of tactic character or full assault character? That would be boring. This is good stuff so far, actually. I love, by the way, how depending on how much my lens sees, it changes the meaning around. Now Point 2, instead of saying that Soifon and Nels are different in gameplay style, now it says Soifon and Nels plagiarism. What plagiarism? Are they insinuating that Neliel stole something from Soifon? Well, we know what it isn't.
那么我们希望尽可能在游戏中去还原每个角色在原著中的这种魅力。不过它驱动的设定我们就不太方便还原。
毕竟它的驱动是在那个位置。
Yeah, but the thing is,
那么说了这么多，他在
My question is, if they were asking for Espada,
上线的
right?
萨尔波罗又是怎么样的呢？哎，现在有各种
What
各
were
样
they
的这个
planning
谣
to
言
do
啊，说
then?
萨尔波罗是啊这个那个啊，不如让刀疤直接给我们介绍一下啊萨尔波罗这个角色的游戏中的形象。
萨尔波罗他是一个灵系的。
I don't know. It sounds like sometimes Shueisha does something good, sometimes something bad. I don't know. It's hard to gauge. I'm going to be honest here.
也贡献了不少经典的名场面。
It's hard to tell if it's anything good or bad.
手段来进行攻击，或者将对手制作成人偶，将人偶的器官捏碎来攻击对方。这些刚才提到这些各种各样的经典的动作，我们都有把它做到游戏里。同时作为 SSR 的萨尔阿波罗，它也是同时具有归刃前后的双形态。
Yeah, my question is, when they say something like this, right, that the copyright holders are kind of saying what they need to do, that they want more espadas and stuff.
前面讲到了，它是没有异常加成的效果，它属于
I don't think it's the same thing, by the way.
加成会偏多。
对，哎，这里就划重点了。那萨尔波罗作为一个灵系的辅助，那它具体的
finally they are talking about Xylaporo. Wait.
莱昂和小白这样的限定 SSR 领队的时候他在这个队伍中有什么具体的这个机制和效果呢？
Oh no! By the way, they are not talking about Xylaporo. Holy crap!
那么这对于尤其是对于我们的灵系队，像东侍郎和蓝染来说，这是非常关键的。
No, they are talking about Xylaporo. Wait, what? Wait, what?
你再塞一个需要在场上长时间在场的角色，那就这个轴就变得很紧。
I need to chill real quick.
它是你把它的技能放完之后
，they are saying
你就可以把它切到后台去。
Features of Xylaporo include summoning minions,
那么它回到后台
organ destruction control. I think that these are just going to be debuffs.
那么从属官
Dual forms and a spirit type support with some general support capabilities. His screen time will be limited, but some entirely new, entirely different. No.
就是前台角色专心输出，然后后台有人
Once you get paid, you need to wail.
然后让前台有一个
I mean,
舒服的环境可以打伤害。
那他的伤害主要是靠这个后台的普攻呢，还是说他这个捏碎人的这些什么？
Wait, what?
问到点，
Wait,
他
what?
真正的爆发点是在他的2段大招。那么后台的那个连接普攻那一块，其实更多的
Oh, they are asking if he's going to be like a spirit type Yachiro.
抗性这样防御
In how it works.
这类buff 这类叠 buff。那么真正的集中的伤害就会在他的2段必杀里面去释放。这是一个倍率很高的大招。
哎，听起来又是一个又能给队友打，自己还能打的一个辅助。
对，作为辅助来说，他是比较忙的那种。而且他的
必
杀潮的斩法也是比较有意思的。他在后台跟前台角色打连携的过程中呢
，Yeah, if he's like a SSR version of Yachiro, then he sounds like a must-have.
回到战场里面开大了，然后开完大之后就放回去，对，要继续斩反正就是很工具的一个工具人。
Oh, wait.
后台有人默默蓄力，然后前台有人输出。
Wait, chill your horses, guys.
哎，那么说完他的呢，他和现在
So they're saying
相比，又是有什么样的差异呢？毕竟现在灵系玩家应该带来的最多的辅助应该是店长吧。
如果刚才提到嘛，它既有专辅，也有通辅的效果。那么如果只看通辅的效果，那2个人是差不多的。但是如果你把它放到了灵系队里，那萨尔阿波罗
Yeah, by backline they mean like he's a support type that he isn't really active on the field.
另一方面他几乎不占那个战场时间这一点在实操中是很明显的。所以简单来说，如果你是一个重点玩灵系的玩家，那么队伍里面优先考虑的肯定是萨尔阿波罗。
Don't start that, Luffy. Don't start the power creep.
能插嘴问一下吗？
Okay, so they're saying frontline characters up to the charge.
可以上再插嘴，我们还没有介绍完萨尔波罗。对，我们可以先再聊聊他的数值和
Oh yeah, he is going to be mainly for spirit.
高明战士啊，方胜上
He's
可以
going
给
to
大
be
家一个预
mainly
期啊，
for
就是
spirit.
低命的时候，他就已经是一个合格的灵系辅助了，可以给队伍提供一个
The frontline character's damage output will charge his ultimate skill.
但是当你
He's
出
about
到
the
了
same
高命之
ranks
后，
as the
他
shopkeeper
的
across
他自
different
己的二
elemental
段命法
types
伤害会有明显
and
的提高，
completely
然后辅
outclasses
助
the
能力也会
shopkeeper.
往上再
So
一
he's
级。
on the same level as
可以理解为在
Kisuke
高
when
命
he
状态下，
comes
他会是
when he
当
goes
前的辅
to
助角色
different
里面
typings.
伤害比较高的。
But in spirit type content, he will be completely
说
outclassing
到这个玩家
Kisuke.
关心的问题，可能很多人啊在之前直播的时候就会有说我们的灵符有
So
没
the
有降
way
级
that they
数有
mentioned
没有
this
什么这样那样的这个机制这个能不能给大家也透露一下？
先说攻速吧，我们是没有给它额外的攻速加成的。主要的考虑还是希望它的价值更多体现在像 buff 啊、减役，还有必杀、爆发这方面上。然后异常刚才也说了嘛，
So
它
at
本身
B0 you
并
can
不负责打
expect a
异常伤
second
害，
Kisuke.
那么更多还是一个辅助的作用所以它适配的是灵系队的那套打法不是一个
It's difficult to tell because it doesn't make much sense. But in the sense like the last part they wrote down is he doesn't give attack speed bonus and he doesn't buff
稍微给大家透露一下，我们后续还会有
small.
灵系的
He
强
doesn't
攻角色
debuff
登场
small enemies.
所以阿波罗的定位跟作用还是更多的作用在
Wait, so the high debuffs? They're mentioning some sort of two-way support. They're mentioning like it sounds like he's going to be able to kinda wait what?
请刀哥最后再给我们介绍总结一下萨尔阿波罗的核心亮点。
总结一下首先第一点，它是灵系队的关键拼图它可以在不占战场时间的前提下，去大幅的提升灵系队的整体强度和手感。
That's difficult to really decipher what they're really trying to say here. I'm going to be honest.
带来非常稳定的 buff 和一段扎实的爆发伤害。然后在高明状态下对比其他的也是。
Well, the most important part is that he could be skippable.
那么另外在灵系这块灵系队关键拼图的上线，我们也会配合的进行角色返场。那么这次返场角色就是
They're mentioning something with White.
反场跟阿波罗都是我们现阶段灵系中非常重要的角色。
I don't really understand if they mean Toshiro.
萨阿波罗应该是我们目前伤害最高的一位辅助了确实也是值得令人期待。不过我也来
I wonder how this is going to work because you have already with Eisen you have a lot of ravage stacks down.
而且还有一个消息，那个人形
Eisen will return. Eisen rerun confirmed.
之前也有提过嘛，葛六它按照本方的要求是要分成2个形态去上线的，所以萨尔阿波罗版本会上线的是人形葛六。首先在阿波罗版本更新维护之后，我们将通过邮件大家送出人形葛六角色。另外还可以在全新的
guys, get the loop ready. We are going to get dirty and nasty here. What the heck?
核心可以，武器可以，请大家期待。
Wow, okay.
然后这里也稍微聊一下人形葛六吧。人形葛六的实际上我们主要参考了它在动画中的第1跟第2次战斗。
Okay, let's recap real quick. Silaporo. Basically, it's like they mentioned, he's going to be in the backfield. More similar gameplay than to Yachiru than really any other supporters. He's going to charge up his own stuff by basically having the main assault character being full DPSing. But apparently, we will be getting Grimjo, his human form ahead of schedule.
你现在确定是 SR 还是 SSR 呢？
对，这些信息不透露吗？
是有限定的那个强度。
They didn't confirm anything new for him. They're just saying that his spirit support will be way higher than what Kisuke can provide as a baseline. So he's going to be a must-have, quote-unquote, for the spirit team. And with Eisen rerunning, yeah. If Eisen really reruns, what I would consider is go for Eisen first. If you don't have Eisen, go for him first for the first copy. Then save up enough to check if you can go for either his AB1 or for Xyle. If you don't have any,
就是在他那个20天里面送，也不一定是跟他同步上，是吧？就是。
对，他在这个期间我们会送的，然后
行，了解。
他现在还有一定的风险，就是我们还。
It's not confirmed. They say that it's likely an SR card. It's not confirmed. It's still not decided apparently.
它的强度能保证吗？它的强度是跟
不要打断我们这边。
强度我们刚刚也说了，就更多的这个。
So they're saying that the Grimjo will be released early.
确实现在的一些资源和一些。
And it will be happening during the 21 days of the Xyle Polo update.
给大家过多的爆料，然后我们有进一步的信息，有可能。
And you will also get his core stamp and his weapon through PvE events. So similar to what they did with Rangiku.
要不然回头上线那天没有弹条。
而它毕竟不是一个限定的 SSR。
They should make Grimjo an event. Yeah, he's going to be an event. You will get 1 copy for free, like Rangiku, and the rest you have to farm in PvE content.
好，那我们就继续吧。既然刚刚就是已经卖了这么大一个关子，就是到底
I mean, let's be honest here. If he's a strike support in baseline form, and you can run double Grimjo with Soifon there as a tactician, or you can do double Grimjo with Neliel. That would be quite cool. I'm not gonna lie, even if he's SR. Because if you're being honest, their way to do SR supports is quite cool. And having a free SR support would be quite nice. Oh, new team-based PvE content teased.
那么活动期间，每个玩家
会升级的动态。That he's SR? I don't know.
玩家们需要使用。
If it's really up to Shueisha to make the last call, if they give him enough that he's playable.
然后依靠于小队的职能定位搭配与极致的个人操作来争夺高频丰厚奖励。
So it's team-based PvE dungeons, basically raids. Supports 1 to 3 player teams. Some sort of upgrade system.
在进入关卡前，就需要玩家先选择先锋、援护、袭扰等定位，然后在副本中需要完成各自定位的任务。
Yeah, so I would say if they really rerun Aizen's banner during Xyle Poro's banner, I don't know, they didn't mention Toshiro, but I would think maybe that they run both. If they rerun both, I would farm as much jade as possible before I would pull. Because if you don't get Aizen, then there is no point in having Xyle. If his baseline strength is the same as Kisuke.
这个玩法应该听起来确实和之前我们的一些 PVE 的玩法有
Use upgrade a bit, so it's somewhat called Secret Realm Front.
能不能让兄弟们爽一下？
And it requires some tokens to play to enable challenges and stuff.
抽卡券这些硬通货。然后像刚刚提到的阿波罗版本的人形格里姆桥。
It would be nice if you could scroll up so that I can read whatever he's trying to write down there.
还会上线一个世界 BOSS 的玩法，在地图上会随机出现 BOSS， 然后初期需要各位玩家自行的探索去寻找它。 那么寻找到 BOSS 的玩家可以获得相应的奖励。
I wonder if the dungeon, if the raid will be like just scalable up to 3 players. If you can do it solo, it would be nice though.
同时还有个人榜以及公会榜的奖励，包括大量的领域以及称号等等。
好，那么也是非常感谢。
Which server are you on, beginner? That you can find co-op teams.
我们看看现在我们可以看看这个弹幕有没有一些其他的问题包括主播。
我先有个问题啊，他首先这个有多人玩法是好事，就是但是也有个问题，有些玩家他在游戏里面他是独狼嘛，就是他也不跟就是别人一块组队，就是
You need to choose a role such as Vanguard, Support, or I love this translation, man. You need to choose a role, guys, such as Vanguard, and I read and quote. This is not me saying this, by the way. I am not d'accord with whatever they are writing here, translating here. You need to choose a role such as Vanguard, Support, or Harassment.
可能也会看一下玩家最终玩起来的一个体感。反正我们
Who wants to talk to
进
HR?
行迭代和优化，因为它也算是一个刚开始去做的一些想法吧。
What are these translations,
确实也有可能会存在可能说一些体验上面的问题，然后我们会去把它做好优化。
哦，那我还有一个问题，就想问一下，就是那它这个玩法是共屏的还是分屏的？
它目前还是分屏的，但是它会增加里面的一些协议。
basically it's not a countdown timer, but rather a timer based on stamina depletion.
我就这些想问。
Okay, so you can use stamina to do this. Items include Spirit Jade, summoning tickets, and dupes for the Grimjo.
那这个新玩法是每天都要打还是
Bro, they just announced the world
还是说
boss.
限时的？要打还是周本？还是说
Bro, they just announced the world boss.
就是其实它本质上面它还是有一定的次数。
World boss random response. Once the boss is found, all players on the server will participate in damage rankings, individual leaderboards, and guild leaderboards.
再多嘴问一下，就是譬如说像他这种，就打个比方啊，譬如说他有限制次数，我自己把我次数打完了之后，我去帮别人打，我有没有奖励？那要不然大伙儿打完自己的也不用去帮别人打嘛，那打个蛋啊。
They just announced the world bosses.
他可能只能说他有一些。
Okay, how long is the stream been going for? Over an hour, and they're still announcing stuff? What the hell?
你可以理解为就是有一个专门就是可能
Dude, that's crazy.
收集的这样子的一个形式，对，它有一个收集的这样的一个形式，然后这也会有一些收集到多少的东西。
Yo, how are we feeling about world bosses? W or not?
形式。
我想问一下，这个玩法其实
I think it's highly dependable on how they implement this. Because if it's just a world boss that you have to be online for, and else you miss it, because there's just a 1 hour window or something, then it's a big L. But I'm holding on to judgment until we see it.
刚刚说了，它是有很多的有部分的抽卡券，
But raid bosses sounds really cool. Like world bosses, raid bosses.
刻印，然后当然刚刚提到那个4万元的时装也会投放在这个玩法里。
OK。
Really, really cool stuff there.
对，而且这个玩法其实是响应一下玩家说的，对，要增加交互、增加互动这个需求才做的。所以奖励是一方面嘛，但是其实我们也希望说对玩家来说，希望它是好玩。
You're good with World Raid Boss, yeah.
在这个版本上的一种玩法上的探索。
I just wonder how they wanna circumvent the problem that if you can do that stuff solo. Because currently it's a pain. Beginner is not wrong there. It's somewhat of a pain to find teams. I don't know why, but for example, I was getting kicked out from co-op sometimes when I try to match, which is kind of weird.
好，那我现在问一下那个。
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it really depends. I feel like if you do co-op stuff, that's just me though. Because gacha system, I mean, it's not an MMORPG, right? So I feel like that the rewards can never be as good as what you can farm by yourself. But as long as it's fine, as long as it's in the ballpark of adequate enough that it's fun to do and rewarding enough for the time that you spend, then it's fine. Because no one wants to fight something that doesn't give you enough rewards for the time spent in the game, right?
就是版方对剧情的要求是非常严格的，所以在接修上面的一个修改量是很大的，所以我们现在也还是一直在攻关这一块。然后至少目前看下来的话，就是大家还是和版方还是
the co-op dungeons that they said it has a cap on how many rewards you can earn there.
然后可能后续会尽量按，就是我们目前的规划是尽量一个月左右，通过一张的一个进度来做这个事情。但是，因为我们考虑到的一个点就是，其实我们是想把新剧情的进度一起推上来，到时可能会多一点一股脑塞给玩家。因为我们现在如果只单独开放一张这种剧情的话，其实它体感上面也。
Apparently, the Captain Gin skin is being able to be
VIP 等级这些。
farmed from that co-op stuff.
VIP 等级的话，我们暂时也不会考虑。然后累充的话，我们可能还是会去依照我们当时端麦的 个形式去进行一些定期的开启。
配合版本的上线这样去做上。
哦，对，那个还有玩家问，就是他这个就是新的这个
cumulative recharge and VIP levels not available for now. Good, we don't need VIP levels. Fuck VIP levels. I hate games with VIP levels, by the way.
难度怎么样？难度太高的话，那等于把他们卡住了。
其实刚刚也有提到，其实这个PVE 玩法，
Yeah, so here we have it.
不同的定位和不同的任务嘛。
We get
其实任务的难易程度肯定。
So the rewards for the team-based,
就等于
for the new
是，就说
team-based
新区玩家
co-op
你就老老
stuff
实实选那个原户那个
is
角色
Spirit
就行，
Jade,
像什么先锋这种
gacha
让
tickets.
高科玩家去选。
Then we have dupes for Grimjaw SRs with exclusive weapons and dupes maybe, and the game costume.
怎么叫这个我们？
The question that I have is, can we have this cross realm, please?
啊，对，我还有一个问题，我其实上就之前
You need a co-op helper. Yeah, I wonder if you can do this solo, by the way. Because if you can just P6 the crap out of it, oops. No! What happened? If you can just P6 the crap out of it, then oh wait, what? I got distracted.
而且这个就是咱们有没有一个比较好的这种标准
Yeah,
去给它限制？
I really like the idea of getting skins based on the game modes.
有一次不是有那个
But if you
转
can,
盘嘛，是吧？
like, if you
然
can
后
go
后面又一
in
次
there
呢是
and you
这
can
个30 块
just
钱，结果就
solo
是
a world
免
boss,
费
for
玩家都
example,
拿
I don't know how they
只
want
有
to do
那
world
个
bosses.
充那个30的才有，就是这么回事儿。就是他这个回头能不能统一？
Because if you cannot defeat the world boss and it's just a damage contribution boss, then it's kind of lame, right?
就一会儿一个样，一个版本一个样，就是这样。
Also, who do you put in as a world boss? Because if you have a world boss where multiple people have to fight this with all the effects that you have on the screen, mobile phones will
就那个
melt.
这个充值活动能不能统一一下？譬如说，就统一它是这个就是转盘，
But like
或者说
seriously,
统一它
guys,
是这个
so
就是
far
那
I'm
种
really
1000
really
到
impressed
7000
with
到
what
的
they have announced here.
这个我们会讨论。
对，我们这个先收集一下吧。
哦，好的。
World boss, new PVE
还有那个
co-op
现实挑
dungeon,
战的玩法能不能更新啊？一直就是
free
不断地
rewards,
在打桩啊
cosmetics and stuff. Hell yeah.
像之前蓝染那个版本选 buff 竞速的那种，就每次的现实挑战能不能
A very balanced new supporter.
这块我们会尽量去丰富的后续。
And still, they are quote unquote nerfed, and still they're pulling off quite a lot of stuff out. So yeah, this is a big W, in my opinion. Especially considering, like, they could do what every kind of gacha game does and just power creep the crap out of the teams, right? You put out one supporter that is better than the next and stuff like that, but they don't do that. So Sile being on the same level as Kiske at B0 is such a high value for Kiske that's insane. I don't think people truly, I mean not you guys, but I mean just the community in general. I think this is really underrated how
那还有就是一直
even
提
the
了好几
playing
次那
field
个战令
is
问题了。
through the teams. Because you take, for example, Mbanka Ichigo, who works really, really well with Byakuya and Kisuke, and he can clear the slash tower, right? And you can do the same with Kenpachi. Yeah, the main problem is that they mentioned somewhere, I'm not sure what exact quote was, but they mentioned that the main story is long ways off because of licensing issues. What is this? Stop appearing here.
这个的话，我们后续会再去讨论一下这个事情嘛。反正我们目前还是
I mean, we should get
这个东西的话，是希望
they're saying
大家是一个比较保值的一个东西，然后玩家也是能够比较轻松能够
in 1 week, right? 24th.
这个确实要考虑到一个玩家的可能。
Yeah, Aizen rerun is a big W. The fact that Aizen got buffed and he's that strong, he's a must-have.
月签到不好。
There are, like, seriously guys, there are not many must-haves that I consider you have to have them, but Aizen is definitely one of them.
哎，是，正好这样，这个到半周年其实也剩下只有1个多月的时间了吧
Aizen is so strong in every single team.
那么半周年。
Yeah, they're saying that they're having issues with the licensing with the story mode. They would love to bring story mode, but they cannot. Also, the fact that VIP levels are not considered at all for the time being is a really big W. Because usually when games start to implement VIP rewards and stuff like that, that's when the pay to win is going to come heavy. Yeah, it's so tragic, man.
是道明一直以来面临的问题。那么在半周年的版本，我们会有一个
Oh my god, they're not done, by the way. We are getting a preview for the half-year anniversary.
那么另外，随着我们版本故事其实我们主线已经推到了续签了嘛。那么激斗的 BOSS 也会引来更新。因为我们的玩家
There are server-wide events that they're going to implement for the half-year anniversary, which is basically a PvE event, which is also against players, like leaderboards.
已经1个多小时了。我们今天呢流浪到8。
And then intense boss battle. They want to bring some more high difficulty stuff in the game.
在萨阿波罗这个版本能抽到自己喜欢的角色，集齐这个灵气全。
那个，稍等一下，就最后问一嘴啊，就是像现在我理解，就 PVE VP 就是。我给各位解释一下，我不知道我理解对不对，就是
you said you want a more content variation of content. There you go.
工会之间的对抗性，然后但是工会之间对抗性的
How are we still going, man?
PVE 成绩来定的，是不是没理解错吧？因为现在很多玩家都在这说啊，要出 PVP 了，都是这样，就是。
我这里
你们最好解释一下，哎，对。
它不是 PVP 啊，就是我说它不是一个人跟人打的 PVP， 它其实说白了，它还是一个打积分的一个模式。
但是会有工会之间的对抗性是吗？就是这个意思是吧？
这个是我们可能。
Shogun hit the pause button. Now the chat is stopped.
工会或者说还是用一个组队的一个形式。
是，所以就是我们还没有一个确定说这个。
就反正肯定会有对抗，是吧？
对，肯定是一个
会有一定的攀比吧。
攀比这词用的不好吧
So they're talking about the
对，这是一个全服竞技活动嘛，其实我们也有说到。
了解了。
就还有现在弹幕一直在刷屏，就是这个剑霸的时候了，就是应该也是在狗六之后安排的。
That's goddamn. This is one of those times that I have to do a news video because this is insanely. This is a lot. Even just going over the character stuff and what's coming with Sile. It's quite a lot. And then they still have the preview here. I also don't dislike the fact that you can get Grimjo ahead of the half year. It kind of increases the hype for Grimjo. But I'm telling you guys, I'm going to be really harsh when it comes to the animations of Grim. Because if they are not as good as I kind of want them to be...
好，那今天我们这个光速下播吧涛哥已经撑不住了，体力不支了，要晕倒了。
这个问题就是阿波罗版本能不能加一把那个蓝眼动态头像？蓝眼动态头像加一下呀
I think so. I feel like what I really like about the game is it feels like they're changing up the stuff. It feels like they're listening to the community, and once in a while you have like some really cool events. Like the one where you have like lastly, you know, it's really thematic too, where you have the potions that you have to do like a Candy Crush version of it and stuff like that. Yeah, beginner, me too. This is, I swear, this is a dream come true. This game for me is a dream come true.
我今天真没上游戏啊，我白天一天都在剪视频呢。我刚刚6点半吃完饭，然后才直接洗个澡，然后过来开播。真今天一天没上游戏，你看我体力。
Brave Souls should have been for me.
刚刚开播之前是240体力，我赶紧刷了一下，那打了一下这个东西。
Yeah, but I mean, to be completely fair,
打了一下这个东西，然后是
in my personal opinion,
直播
it's like the core. I mean, of course, for people that don't know Bleach, for people that just only engaged with Thousand Year Blood War arc, it's kind of a big miss that they don't get a consistent story in here, right? But at the same time, because it's just quote-unquote just a base story, it's okay if they can catch it up throughout the year, so that when the Thousand Year Blood War arc begins, that we have the full story, full picture, it should be fine. I'm giving them some leeway because, to be honest, the main base story of Bleach has been told and retold a lot of times.
好角色，都是好角色，不是厉害角色，都是好角色。就期待呗。
Same.
反正 5月15号还有1个月就半周年了，那半周年之后
I'm just telling myself that I spent money to make the waiting a little bit better.
问一下 SSR 皮肤能不能改特效？这个人家不讲了吗？说会出这个
The last
SSR 皮
point,
肤。
I don't know what this means.
我来把这些就是消息给那个
Hey Nightmare HQO.
就是哎呀，其实上我刚刚还想问呢。
How's it going?
就是他们你发现没？
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
版权方要求多出
We got
灵犀
great
辅助也缺
news
个
here.
品位，那意思就是那萨尔波罗还是他们要他们推出来的，就这么个事儿吧，是不是？
Oh, this is actually a really good screenshot here.
带通服啊，这些我先看一看，我自己先捋一遍啊。反正那个要下岗了。
Okay, so once again, just to recap real quick.
在萨尔波罗这个刚活动里面，策划有说灵系，新
Yeah.
的灵系强攻。 已经有就是不说做好了吧，就是已经
So the copyright holders are demanding more Espada.
就是小白也就
if your Espada hasn't come yet,
强攻
then
是斯大克嘛，我觉得斯
don't
大
fret,
克
it should
最
be.
贴切吧，你要这么算的话，对吧？你想一想，现在
Man,
他这个灵系
let
等
me
于还是
get to this in a
就是
second.
蓝染这个老大的这个地位，是不是
So Silent won't have
那
any
回头应该
ailment
是
damage, of
把小白
course
踢
not,
出去
because we
你
don't
想想
have
谁
any
是
support
蓝染
ailment.
1号打手
Which also
对吧
means
那
that the
个
future
灵已经用掉了，那接
character,
下来
even
最
if
厉害
he
的应该
has
是斯大克
ailment, he will
我觉得
be
应该
working
是
with Sil
小吴
really
也有
well.
可能，确实。
Yeah, there will be new skins,
然后
one for Gin,
再是这
where
个
you
射手
have
和尼禄
we
西
have a
堡
new
的问题
mode,
啊
two
这
new
个我
modes
说实
actually,
话
a raid mode
哎
and a
呀
co-op
也是
dungeon
马打马
mode.
虎眼儿糊弄
And
过
on
去
the co-op dungeon
这
mode, you
个
will be
说白
able
了这
to
个
get
不是很
rewards,
新颖的机制
especially
他
the
们说了
Gin
半天
skin,
等于是
and
大
they
家来
also
找
are
茬
going
嘛
to plan
那
to
说白了这个
release
角
the
色谁不
Soifon
觉得是
skin,
洗稿的
which is not the
对
Shunko
吧然后
skin,
半周年的
because that is
SSR
reserved for the
加一
Thousand
个
Year Blood
SSR
War
可能
arc. But
是一
when it
个
comes to
高难
Sil,
度
I want to
角色
reiterate this. He has the ability
所
to
以
summon
为
minions.
了平衡打戏的
And
操作
you will
难度
farm his
所以
ultimate
风
while
就
playing
做
the
得
full
比
assault
较
or the
简单
tactician.
OK， 7 boss 28关活动减负福利少。
And he has a dual form, so he will maybe be able to resurrect.
刀疤已承诺以后不
okay.
这种
Brimjo will be highly skill based, which is why Soifon is quite simple. Guys, they call Soifon quite simple, okay? For all those that are not able to do a proper damage rotation with Soifon, well, you might don't want to pull for Brimjo. if they're just telling us that Soifon, well, technically speaking, she is simple, right? She doesn't have much, but still.
大伙儿就是没看的也能看到了，玩法增加。
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's really good. So they said that for the next update, for the Silent Pro update, maybe for the future too, they're going to give more. They're giving more imprint stuff, like more Ascension stuff for the stamps.
团队优先考虑的是角色的特色。
The problems are the timings. Hey, Jack Fragmento, hi, how is it going?
出展系战术都要高考了，那你就高考去嘛。
Nightmare HQ, thank you so much for the congratulations. That's all you guys.
你现在号卖了，
Thank you so much.
回头回来你再买个号，不一样的嘛？还搁这高考起来了，怎么就 SSR？
Yeah, like seriously, this live stream has been a big W.
因为下面会有一个人形葛六，我得区分开，懂吗？刻印之心，获取资源少，增加投放，绿战回溯。
So the 7 boss 28 stage event increases the burden and reduces the rewards.
刻印升级 Y 词条。
Okay. So basically with the new boss stages and stuff, they are going to increase the rewards that you get. So they are not going to be stingy with the materials.
自动和手打区分有在考虑优化，策划也碰到这个问题。
Hey, I don't mind Hakim.
再考虑什么这些都是要半周年之后了。 然后未知冒险这个
Yeah, beginner, that's right. The real one have been here. Yes, yes.
人形葛六是攒就好了，那个反正下一个版本嘛，下个版本
Yeah, 40 million is fine.
他们今天也
Because you don't have the C, you don't have the core 5, so 40 million is really
比
good.
较意外的是，就是你看得出来啊，金节刀明他这个团队还是没有就是怎么说呢？你说束手就擒也好。
I mean, you cannot forget, beginner, that core stamp adds a lot of ultimate damage.
流水铁爆浆的，对不对？这个角色很辣。
Nah, it really depends.
哪些尝试呢？对吧？蓝染返场，蓝染返场我写在哪儿了？我找一找。那他蓝染返场，对吧？
Let's see,
这
did
个
they
是
add something here?
是不是？然后
So wait, why is Geeko off already if they're still streaming? What am I missing?
大伙儿原本想想应该算是半周年送的吧，算是半周年福利吧，等于把它提前了这个版本，把这个低迷的版本给它给顶过去。你再像这个
Well, the question is,
还有4万印的时装
what they didn't say
队长服的4万印时装
is what kind of perks he has on the stamps, you know?
你这么一想，还是确实。
Because the thing is, it makes a big difference. By the way, what kind of perks you have on the stamps? A massive difference.
萨阿波罗上来看看吧，萨阿波罗跟蓝染2个人搭配能到什么强度？强度高的话，我估计应该会有玩家愿意就是返场蓝染，就是去抽一抽的。然后我再看看其他的位置。
By the way, something that they mentioned here, just as a side note, basically, is that they mentioned that they really want to improve tooltips.
顺风顺哄要到千年血战片来做这个，我是真的没封住。顺风海豹欺诈。
Oh, Geeko ended the stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, why not, right?
以后会出海豹。
To be fair, in all honesty, I haven't thought that the stream would be 1.5 hours long either, because it's crazy how much they're talking.
是不是免费的？人家。
You know what this is? This is like just you and me guys just going online and just talking about the game. This is what it feels like. It's just that they are devs and giving us updates to what is coming, because they're jumping around so much. They're talking about so many specific topics, and it jumps around so much. Yeah. Okay, so this is another confirmation that the Sayal Aporo will be bringing back the stamp event from the Kenpachi patch. So, if you have characters that you need to min-max, make sure. There's already an English summary. How? But the stream is not even done. I love when they don't have scripts though, because it's kind of like just adding tidbits and stuff.
他是真不考虑皮肤赚钱，我也希望他们皮肤挣点钱。那没办法，我问了一嘴。
On Reddit?
他们要免费送，免费送也是好事儿嘛，拉点人气。
I didn't know that time zones affects my internet too. Let me see real quick.
包括 SR 和 SSR， 哎呦喂，这个普职加新卡，那不是大海捞针了吗？
We will read through the summary then after
完全
this.
解放，下版本增加这个刻印之心，人形葛六提前上线，萨尔波罗。
Can you not write Reddit? I don't have any filters here.
还能获取命座和专武。但说白了
My chat is fairly liberal.
这个卡它既然就是能有一大堆途径送，我觉得不太会是一张 SSR， 估计就是一张纸卡。
I'm a communist, you know. If I can curse and if I can use every word in the vocabulary, then you can too.
咋说呢？世界 BOSS 随机刷新。
My words are your words, and your words are my words. There you go.
半周年 PVEVP.
Yeah, that's definitely. I'm just going to watch a little bit further to see if there is anything else that they are going to add here.
高级血战。看来阿长给策划的建议真的听了。哎呀，不是我们是正儿八经的，就是在提
Your
建
chat is
议。
vanishing.
这种就是怎么说呢？就是上来空口白牙乱唠的嘛，对吧？你像我讲。
So of course, guys,
他们策划也碰到。
we will be holding a stream on the 24th.
那个打那个血战。
Yeah, I saw it,
碰到
Sony.
高分
Thank you.
低能的，对吧？他那个东西太有欺骗性了。
Let me check my schedule real quick.
然后那个辅助高命，然后他其他另外2个都很拉，或者用的紫卡你也不知道。结果进去一看，就是一个最高的这个战力，
24th.
你也不知道。那个没啥用，塞个吉娃娃金卡值有什么意义
？No, it runs on HTTP. I don't think that it's secure anymore since it got. Was it ever secured? It's only for like when you have to send personal data and stuff. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, that's bad. Okay, so what we can do, I'm just checking here real quick. I am off the day prior to this, which means that's a big if, by the way. If they release the character on schedule, in the sense on daily reset, I can do the stream. So we can do a little bit more of a longer stream. But I would need to do the main stream on Sunday evening. Sunday night. No, that's bad. Yeah, because I will have to work from the 24th to the 27th. Yeah, I'm just checking real quick. I don't know why they're still talking, to be honest.
这个得要标出来，强度大伙儿是关心的，技能反正等回头出视频了之后再说。然后还有是什么？这是张低命卡，这个无所谓。
I mean, Sony, to be honest, on the Crunchyroll, that's if it's a maintenance extension, I won't be able to do the stream on release because I need to go to work. So if it's the same time as always, like 1:30 p.m. my time, then I'm not going to be able to do the live stream. Then I need to find out ways to be more spontaneous. I might have to do them after work. So they're adding here something. Stop scrolling!
哎呀，这个我说实话解释的我并不是太那个，这个我都不想标了，无所谓。
Oh, guys.
看了就得了。半周年 SSR 葛六预告。
Yep, I saw that. Farewell, Kid Little White. A new spirit type offensive build is already in development. So is it confirmed that we get a new spirit full assault character after half-year anniversary?
比较简单，7 boss 28关。
Damn.
7 boss 28关，活动负担。
Let me check the notes here real quick if they update still.
福利少，刀疤已承诺以后不会搞，这个得要标出来。这个是我给他问出来的，问出来承诺的。
Yeah, so I will go over on Reddit after this is finished, but let's see what else they will be adding.
你像这一次护成这样了，要我来说，这种
I mean, to be fair, Haribo is stronger than Toshiro, so that's fine.
找了个实习生过来做的，对吧？这个要赖就赖实习生吧，这实习生我们已经开除了。
And to be completely honest, guys, I will have this the next installation of In the Meta with Toshiro out in 2 days. Tomorrow will be... Tomorrow is the video for Soifon's guide. What do you mean, what really? Toshiro is weaker than Haribo.
个人的特色，系别的团队特色，优先级不高。
Yeah, but the freeze only works if his spiritual pressure is higher. He, no spoilers here, he will eventually be able to control ice better. And at a certain point he will be stronger than Haribo, but the Toshiro that we see in Fekarakura Town is weaker. Baseline.
我先不看那个，尽量少看弹幕，我赶紧把这个文字版输出出来的话，
before we start like dooming Toshiro, it's kind of weird how they phrase it. They could mean that they are developing a new character, or they could also mean that they are developing a new set stamp. That's a stretch, Nightmare. That's a stretch. My Soifon is B1. I don't do B6s. Bro left Warframe for anime? No. Bro left Warframe for his favorite anime. That's different. AJ, I love you, AJ, right? You know that. But this is my favorite anime. Yeah, and Nightmare, yeah, I will do a news video about this, definitely, because I did B6 Eisen, and I will do definitely a summary of this. Because there's a lot to talk about here, actually. I posted on Discord. I did a 3 million DPS parse.
输一下吧，有些人不知道这是什么肉鸽玩法。肉鸽玩法达到等级上限。
AJ, I'm telling you, as soon as my phone is able to run Warframe, which should be hopefully soon, right? I should be back. I should be back.
建设值严重溢出，会增加肉鸽玩法的等级上限。
Do you need something urgently? Because I still have some leftovers, I think. I still have some former left.
开设建设值的回收，也会增加，不是开设，用词不当，也会增加建设值的回收方法。
I know Nightmare, but the problem is Warframe on mobile is the only way for me currently to really keep up with Warframe. Because as soon as I go on the PC, I'm working on something content related for YouTube. Doing it. Shit! Is it on? Guys! Wait, do we have a new LR, or is it still who is it? Who is the current tournament LR? Chichi? Is it still red strength Chichi?
要到千年血战篇才会做的。套组刻印毕业难，萨阿波罗版本会返场自取。
I played Dokkan.
这个可以标，这个是大伙儿
啊，
这个比较关心的，这个要标红的。然后这个吧。 承诺会出
They really couldn't have given her a Scion tag, right? Scion Saga tag.
且免费获取。
Yeah, this seems mostly it, to be honest.
这个是大伙关注的点。然后呢，常驻卡池更新常驻卡池更新。
They're just adding to the nodes.
普值以后会加，这个我觉得也可以标红，这些都是挺大伙关心的信息。 免费赠送写了。
Man, I'm poor. I went for Vegeta Nappa. I am at 79 stones.
下萨尔阿。
Nightmare. I'm going to be honest here. I enjoy the game somewhat, but I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. The main reason why I played is because this was the only way to connect to my brother when he was in Italy. Because we were like, we were when he went to Italy at 9 years old, and Dokkan was basically the only thing that connected us.
就考虑优化这种我们就不标了。人形葛六提前上线啊。
But you know, I am not too deep into it. I cannot tell you what the new kids do and stuff, but I just enjoy the animations from time to time, basically. And just talking about with him because he's passionate about this, and it's just seeing him speak in a passionate way about stuff is so nice. Yeah, the thing is. I don't want to make this dark, but those that already follow me, they know that my past wasn't too easy when it comes to my relationships and that stuff. I had, sadly, a lot of people passing away, and the time that I can spend with somebody is quite precious to me, right? So, yeah, he's my everything. I love him to death. I would die for him, no joke. I don't want you, but I would. If necessary, I really would. I wouldn't care. I don't want you because I don't want him to grieve my loss.
副本不是倒计时，不是倒计时制，而是精力耗尽。
Yeah, like the thing is, look, he was the reason why I quit smoking cold turkey. He was the reason why I learned responsibility in life and what it means to take care of human beings. I wouldn't be as kind as I am. Like, I wouldn't be the type of person that I am now without him. Straight up. I'm not gonna lie.
达到累计参与次数有奖励。
He doesn't know this, but he saved my life. In a not too dark way, but in a really positive way.
中的道具也有奖励，世界 BOSS 随机刷新，找到 BOSS。
So, if I can give him back a little bit by just being able to give him somebody to talk about his passions, then... Yeah, it is. It is. You learn so much about... even as a younger brother, because I have an older sister, you learn a lot, right? But the thing is, there is special bonds. It doesn't matter how batshit crazy the relationship gets between you and your brother, but it's you know. Hey G, welcome! How was it? Did you have a nice day? Let me see, did I skip something?
世界 BOSS， 世界 BOSS，
After the World Tournament? Wait, you got Goma from the World Tournament banner? Oh, beginner. Yeah, but the Division... The problem I have, I tried the Division Mobile, but the thing is, why should I play the Division Mobile if it doesn't overlap with the proper Division? That's where the biggest mistake of the Division is, by the way. You don't have to excuse yourself, bro. Gym goes before anything. Keep yourself healthy. Okay, so they're talking about the world boss here real quick. Let me see.
准备多攒几张，供各位死神代理。
They added to the main storyline. The main storyline is not only delayed, it's indefinitely delayed.
半周年玩法预告。
That's really bad.
半周年玩法，半周年预告一，半周年预告一。
Well, they're not looking good at all. We have Sun out, actually. We have the Sun out here today, which is quite nice. Yeah, okay. I think this was it, guys. They're just reiterating and nicing up the notes. So, I think everybody will agree with me that we can switch over to the Reddit one, right? And then read through the notes here. But like, generally speaking, real quick before we go through the notes here, really, really big W on the stream here. Really, really big W on the stream. Yeah, I'm going to do the World Tournament, but I don't know. It depends. It really depends how much time I have. I really wish they would have an auto function for the World Tournament, because god damn. With the power creep that you have in the game currently, it's like World Tournament farming, you don't even have to think, you don't even have to care. But generally what I do is I go up to stage 21 mil, and that's basically it. Just get the free characters, and I mean I've been playing Dokkan for, holy crap. Yeah, just to give you guys an idea, I'm level 1001. So I haven't been playing for a while. No, I'm still going to stream, by the way. Yeah, I don't need the Kais anymore. And to be honest, with Chain Battle gone, there is no reason why you should build up any SRs. So, okay. The game skins are all free. Thank you so much, Nightmare. Really appreciate your support. So many Ws. I really appreciate the comment there, too. I think, yeah, I wasn't, in the sense that I was using the daily capsule, but now that for the last 2 years I've been basically free to play. I bought stones twice for $8 on the 2 celebrations. It's not random. Wait, give me a second. Hey guys. Let G know how much love there is in the world. Let him know that his birthday is a special, special, special day. And we should celebrate all in the chat by wishing him happy birthday, wishing him all the best, and let's do this the right way, my way. There we go. Happy, happy birthday, G. Happy, happy birthday. Happy birthday, bro. I wish you all the best, man. I want to see all the happy birthdays in chat. A really, really special day. Anybody who has happy birthday, take the love, G. Take the love. Hey, Shogun. Then this goes out to you too, man. Happy late birthday for you too, bro. I hope you had a joyful day, man. There you go. You see, G, everybody loves you. Hey Sony, no worries, man. We can celebrate November, your birthday and my birthday. My birthday is on the 26th of October. So we will do a big celebration stream and then I will wait for your birthday too and we can all celebrate together. There you go. Happy birthday, bro. Alright. Joyful day. Oh, a nightmare. Whoa. Really, really nice. Really nice. I shouldn't say this because this sounds weird, but my ex had birthday on the 25th. It's in November, but I'm not sure. It's not the... When is it? Wait. 16th? No freaking way. Yo, guys, seriously, we will do on the 1st November, we will do one big celebration where we just go we all celebrate the birthdays that we had, okay? Please remind me, just in case that I should forget. You're not, man. You're not. That's the fun part. I like you. That's the major difference. Yeah, beautiful. I need to check. I think it's above 2 million. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm at 2.5 million. 2.5 million power level. Yeah, like I said, I've been playing for a while, so... Let me double check real quick. Lol, wait! That's sick! What coincidences, by the way? I had my 201st day login reward. Yeah, me too. I mean, if I skip, I'm not going. I was really adamant at link leveling and stuff, but nowadays it's whatever. Anyways, Shogun, how was your birthday yesterday? Did you have a nice birthday? Did you have a joyous festivities? Yeah, it's all love here. It's all love here. Guys, seriously, I say this from the bottom of my heart, but thank you guys so much for your support. You have been so awesome. I have such a great community and it's fantastic to see. It's just fantastic to see, man. Yeah, I mean, I have to. As a content creator, I kind of have to, right? But let us go through the notes here, and then we will discuss the patch that is coming out on the 24th. So April 24th is the new release. They didn't have any announcement of the date, of the time. Sorry. His role spirit support. His skills have no ailment damage mechanics, which is fantastic. I think we can all agree that we have seen enough ailment damage currently, right? Clarified the concern about Soifon and Aliel having similar gameplay. Do they? You have a nice chill day. Yeah, but you know, I like my birthday nice and chill, to be completely honest. I like to party later, but on my birthday, if I can just have a chill birthday and just have like just sitting on the couch with my father, with my brother, and just watching a movie, it's all I need. No Eisen rerun info? Well, you are wrong, Astra, because in the Chinese livestream they mentioned that it will be rerunning with Sylar Poro. So... But, I mean, we don't know the exact date, but I expect it to be on the same date that... They mentioned during the Sylar Poro run, right? So, let's see. Okay, enough yapping. His skills have no ailment damage. Clarified the concern about here we were already. In the future, the fully built strike team will play very differently from the thrust team. The strike team will be more difficult to operate, but will have a higher damage ceiling. What we are going to do, by the way, we are going to take a look at the kit of Grimjoe, what is already known up until now, so that we have a roundabout an idea on what Grimjoe will be doing, because it's really quite interesting. I hope, G, that you have seen the Juan had wished you happy birthday too, by the way. If you haven't, because the chat is a little bit overlapping a little bit weirdly here. Let's do it like this. Okay, so Sylar Poro version will introduce some new interactive player features to reduce content rot. Okay, we already know, right? Raid bosses, team dungeons and stuff. Rewards for Sylar Poro version will be increased. Official team promises they will not repeat the issue with the Soifon version. Yeah, this is, by the way, this here is one of my critiques that I have for the current patch. We have 6 bosses, 7 bosses. I am also streaming on Twitch, yes. Let me link my channel real quick if you want me to support there too, and drop me a follow. You are highly recommended to do so. That's the word I was looking for, and appreciate it if you do. But like seriously, just real quick before we go any further, for those wondering, you don't have to if you don't want to. It just, if you don't use Twitch, that's fine for me. I think it was something about 1,200, 1,400, something like that. But this is one of the major problems that we have, right? If we jump right quick here back into the game, you have stealth ops here that you have to do, which is whatever. You can kind of circumvent encounters, but these are quite a few encounters if you choose so to do. This can be like 6-7 encounters here. You can still auto them, but it's still. And then you have fights here, 1 fight here, 3 fights here. If it was just the bosses, it would be fine, but the waves in between is quite yeah. And to be honest, one of the main problems that I have with this event here, can they please stop pushing Kenpachi and Byakuya together? Please? Don't do that. You will barely reach the guarantee to get Saya and his weapon. Why are you trying to go for the B1? For Soifon? Because I would maybe wait for the rerun then. So we had training hour here. Which one was it? Who said training hour? What was it? Please remind me. Was it the Thunderbreak challenge? You already have Soifon at B1. Yeah, well, then you have a whole month to pull for Sile, so that's fine. Yeah, with 12 KJs you should be good. Regarding game's low periods, the choice of which characters to release depends on the copyright holder. Oh, so here they write that it's completely on the copyright holder. Because in the live stream it seemed like it was some parts of choice from Shueisha. Therefore, when less popular characters are released, they will strive to introduce interesting gameplay to compensate. They makes more sense. I would need to check. Hey Nightmare! Hello! And thank you so much for the follow. Guys, just real quick. Do you think espadas are unpopular? Do you feel like... Do you have favorite espadas? Let me know in the chat. After the half-year anniversary, highly popular characters will arrive. We already know, because they mentioned Yamamoto, they mentioned Unohana and Shunsui. We are also expecting Ulquiorra and Bastolor de Ichigo. Double strike Q? Okay. Ulquiorra Stark. Not much love for Baragan, huh? Ah, this is what it was. Okay, so the 7th point is 120 FPS is still in progress because they're having technical difficulties. Makes sense. I think this might be just me, right? Just release it on consoles and on PC already. Ulquiorra has been growing. How come? How did it change? What did you see in Ulquiorra that changed your mind there? Grim and Ulk, Nell, yeah, Coyote Stark, yeah, it's always, yeah. Interesting. Rewards for weekly dungeons will be increased, as well as the number of stamp stars. Stamp stars? What do they mean? This is a bad translation. Do they mean nexuses? If so, hell yeah. Yeah, the 9th one, reroll refund function in the future for 6-star stamps. This is needed, man. This is so needed. Just rewatching Bleach. Yeah, I think when you watched Bleach the first time around, I think Ulquiorra gets misunderstood fairly quickly. But I feel like the fight against Bastolor de Ichigo is quite emotional. Stark definitely full assault. Yeah, I don't think that there is enough going on with Stark, to be honest, to not make him anything but a full assault. We have future team lobbies will be divided into forced manual control rooms. Oh, this is what they meant. This is fantastic, guys. This is great. I'm not gonna lie. This is maybe just me, but I cannot be asked to do the co-op stuff. So having to be able to just tell the people, hey, this is an autoplay room, just join. Woo. What character are you excited about? Okay, so B6 immediately, Shunsui. I love Shunsui. I really love Shunsui. There are a few B6 characters for me, and it's a certain aspect of Unohana. I'm not gonna spoil because I don't know if people have watched 1000 Year Blood War Arc, but a certain aspect of Unohana that I would definitely B6 without even thinking twice. Yamamoto and Shunsui. The cap for adventure rank may be increased in the future. Okay, that's fair. Oh no, definitely. Like, if you have seen my Kenny stuff, I kept him for the longest time. I kept him at B0 and B1. Only after extensive testing and my guide, I pushed him to B6. That's what I always do, because I did the mistake with Eisen that I went B0, B1, and it was like, okay, let's go B6, and it was just not enough time in between to capture proper footage for him at B0. The thing with Juabach, it highly depends how they implement him. Soifon skin Shunko will be available. Wait, what? That's not what they mentioned. They said that the Soifon skin, not Shunko, will be available. The Shunko skin will only be available during the 1000 Year Blood War arc characters. This skin, Ichimaru skin, by the way, will not be free in the sense it is free, but it needs to be earned by rewards, by playing the co-op stuff. I feel like, this is maybe just me, okay? This is maybe just me, but I feel like characters like Yamamoto, like Juabach, like Aizen shouldn't technically work in a team. I feel like they need to be solo powerhouses, but that's just me. It would be a little bit broken, but still. Yeah, so... Oh, God. But the thing is, them confirming that 1000 Year Blood War arc will be coming is nothing special, because we know it's coming. Come on. That's the biggest selling point currently for Bleach, right? If you don't ride that wave, which wave do you want to ride? Also, by the way, if you haven't seen this, they are planning to do a movie for 1000 Year Blood War. Yeah, that's where I can see Sile, by the way. Like, genuinely. Let's finish the patch note and then I will talk about Sile. Starting from future versions, the number of stamp stars obtainable. Yeah, I think stamp stars is the stamp nexus. Official new version content preview. Why Sailaporo? The copyright holder wants more Espada characters. In the original work, Sailaporo appears significantly in the Hueco arc. The original Spada Zero is Sailaporo. Yeah, we know. Ah, okay, so Shueisha is not saying, hey, Sailaporo is not that beloved, do the character. They are saying it's a major arc in the Hueco arc, so please incorporate him for the main story. Okay, that's fair. That's a fair take from Shueisha, by the way. Okay, that's a fair take. SSR Spirit type support character, 2 forms. Fits well in Spirit teams and has minor universal utility. Yeah, so they mentioned during the stream that the minor universal utility is that if you don't play him in Spirit, he's on par with Kisuke. No ailment damage, direct damage buffer. Please don't be crit. I think Sonny, was it you that said that you wish this crit rate increase? Please don't. Please don't. Don't give him crit rate increase. I also don't want to see crit damages going up to 600%, by the way. Please don't do that. I don't want crit damage to be inflated because it devalues the stamps so massively. It's tragic, man. Like, currently, there is no reason to go for crit damage. There is only one character that is worth to go for crit damage. Only one. And I'm not even joking. Gameplay barely takes field time when switched to the back. He senses fraction. Oh, that's so sick! Okay, never mind. This is really sick. I hope it's not like Nemu, who just appears and then goes away. You don't want a crit rate buffer. You don't want them. I'm seriously. As soon as you get a crit rate buffer with the amount of crit damage that we can get, you're devaluing the crit rate immensely, because if you can imagine being able to crit cap any character and he's going to be mandatory whatsoever at B0, crit rate will break the game. I'm telling you guys. There is no way to buff there is no way to balance crit rate. None. That's one of the main reasons why Sajin was even considered as a support, because he had crit rate in his kit. No, we don't. No, believe me, we don't. We really don't. Not with the crit damages that are going around. No, Sajin gives crit support to you. Let me see. When supporting a spirit team, he far surpasses Kisuke. Far surpasses, by the way. Yeah, but Yachiro is special. Yachiro doesn't give... only to Kenpachi. Yachiro doesn't give crit rate freely. Yachiro only gives crit rate once she reaches ultimate, so you have to build up properly for have the benefit of the crit rate, which is okay. I'm okay with that. But if you just throw in crit rate support baseline, I don't agree with that. On a premium support, no. And to be honest, Yachiro needs to have crit rate for Kenpachi to work, because you don't have... This is how strong crit rate is, by the way, for those people that are thinking that crit rate is not strong enough and we need crit rate support. Crit rate is so strong that Yachiro is mandatory with Kenpachi. You can argue that you can put B6 Aizen next to him and then you have Kisuke, that's fair, but you are going to switch out a Yachiro with a B6 Aizen. That's the level that we are talking about. SR gets switched out for Aizen to be comparable. If that's not insane, I don't know what is. Regarding dupes, B0 always will provide complete experience. At B6 he himself can also deal very high damage. Yeah, about that, guys. We need to see this. We need to see this. Yeah, we need to see this. A new spirit type DPS is coming soon. I'm highly expecting Shunsui being spirit type. Let me guys know. Do you guys think Unohana will be DPS? Her Minazuki Shikai form will be DPS? Okay, we got a human form Grimjo via email and in-game events similar to Rangiku. We have a new major co-op PvE dungeon, Secret Realm Frontline, 3-player co-op, but they mentioned 2 to 3 player, up to 3 player basically. Each player must choose a role and use the role skills to weaken the boss. So similar to what we have with the squad barracks, right? And then we have... Each player individually challenges a high difficulty random dungeon. Wait, what? So you're basically in a co-op dungeon, but soloing stuff? Demands high skill and investment. A single player stats results in a heavy penalty for the whole team. Oh god, please no. Oh, this is going to be a pain. Are you sure about what? It reads like... Yeah, it reads like you are basically doing the... I wonder how this will work, to be honest. Because if there is a shared mechanic in the dungeon that you need to adhere to, maybe you have to clear a room or something, but that would be too much coordination, right? Yeah, this year is bad. This year is really bad. Because... Oh, that she's DPS? No, I'm just asking you guys if you think that she's going to be DPS. Yeah, I don't know about this one here. I mean, at the end of the day, not even in MMORPGs can you find proper teams. And them not having a server merge, this is going to be painful. Unohana Noma will be support. Do you guys think she's going to be slash support? Because now I really truly believe that Unohana is going to be slash support. Mine will be 78 and up. Bro, I'm not even kidding. I've seen 77s and 78s and they did do nothing. I have seen 65s fresh out of the gate doing more than them. I think if they put it on auto, they would have done more. So, but they're also saying that high difficulty also brings generous rewards. But the problem is... Players can join teams to help other... Oh, wait. This is a solo dungeon, but if you want to, you can help. It's just that a single player's death will result in a penalty for the whole team. So is this maybe a prevention for busing? Or sherping, depending on where you're from? This is what I want to see. I want an explanation for this. I want to know how this works. I'm not going to judge this, by the way, because it's a W that they are bringing World Boss gameplay. I mean, the problem here, right, is that they would need 2 reward tracks, one for helping, and one for the dungeon itself. Yeah, they need to merge servers, man. I don't know. I didn't see any Xylaporo gameplay and they were talking about Xylaporo. It was just two dudes talking together about the game and it's like, okay. Bro, how is this a thing, by the way? The requirements are extremely strict, so continuous revisions are needed. You know, guys, I don't know... Yeah, W for all the viewers in the stream right now. You guys are insane, by the way. It's crazy. More? Did they add more? Let me see. Oh yeah, they updated some parts of it. Let me fly through this real quick to see. This is everything. Okay, this is normal. His highest damage comes from the second stage of his ultimate. So this is when he transforms. He becomes basically DPS. Oh! They added in the reply, I will see. By the way, they mentioned, and now hold your horses, right? This sounds crazy, but we have to see if he gets any other multipliers, by the way. They mentioned that the multiplier for Xyl's ultimate in this stage here, in his second stage when he's transformed, is 8,600%. Okay, so this part here, cool. A brand new server-wide competitive event will be launched, PvE, PvP mode, essentially competing through PvE points integral. The boss for the intensified mode will be updated, which is nice. They also mentioned something that they will be adding rewards to the intensified. Yeah, at B0. They say the baseline multiplier is 8,600, and then at B6, if you get him to B6, his personal damage will be really high. Which, to be completely honest, I cannot really believe it, because if Eisen already deals so much damage, because basically, if you haven't seen this, Eisen gets up to 10 million DPS, which is... Are you kidding me? Just real quick, guys, do you hear the noise outside? Let me know if you hear the guy mowing his lawn. I cannot even fault him. We have beautiful weather, man. Yeah, but my only fear is that the full assault will be a little bit weaker to compensate for it. Okay, wait. Oh my god. I thought I was reading it wrongly, because that's why I didn't want to say anything, by the way. You're just hearing music? Okay, good. Because there's a dude outside that he's mowing his lawn. And like I mentioned, I cannot even fault him. It's beautiful weather outside. We have like, what is it? 17, 18 degrees Celsius, like 45, 50 degree Fahrenheit or something. Yeah, that's why I mentioned that Mayuri could be a skip for people that don't want to invest into ailment. Okay, do we want to talk about this real quick? You guys know that I'm a Kenpachi enjoyer. Sunny, really sunny. It has been confirmed that Grimjaw's version and the multiple versions following it will all feature highly popular characters. Slash Tactic Shunsui after Grimjaw? Man. Okay, guys. We have 19 people here. At least. First and foremost, thank you so much. What a major milestone. 200 plus subs. So, when I did the 100 plus thingy there, whatever it was, 150 I think it was, I mentioned that I was going to do a tier list. Even though I want to preface this before we dive into it, I am generally against tier lists, okay? And the main reason why is because tier lists, if you just see them, you have no context. We're coming for Giku. Nah, man, we can coexist. If we share the same viewers, that's fine for me. So if he's online and I'm offline, you can watch him. Seriously, when I was playing JJK, Giku's content was the only one that I watched, because he, in all honesty, even though you could argue that sometimes I don't think that you should only do B6 gameplays showcases and then tell, like, I understand that he has a good way of seeing if a character is worth it, but generally speaking, when you spend so much time with a B6 character, and I feel this so much with Kenny and with Aizen, you kinda just forget what the performance really is like at B0 and B1, because the comparison cannot even be made. Even if functionality is all there at B1 of a character, but the difference in how you play the characters, in how you prioritize stuff is just too different. And it's hard to... And the other part is that when he does tier lists, it's all about performance, right? And the major problems that I have with performance, and I will go into the game real quick for this, my major problem, and this is nothing by the way against Giku, I'm just saying this is tier lists in general that I don't like for. Because the thing is, tier lists in themselves, they are often put out without context, right? You just see them, and you really don't understand what's going on. And then secondly, tier lists are most of the times biased towards something. Wait, what? Wait. Let me finish my argument real quick before we continue. The thing is, speaking strictly from performance, right? No, Danga Ichigo will not be this year. Vastalord is this year. They confirmed that Vastalord will be coming out in 2026. So the Vastalord will be the full year anniversary character, 100%. So the thing is, when you do tier lists and you do only performance, and you see, for example, Thrust Team does 12.8 million damage, right? DPS. And the Strike Team does 13.2 million DPS. But then you go into Grimjaw's fight, for example, and you look at the rankings, where is the Strike Team here, right? And you're like, yeah, but Grimjaw is not out. Okay, cool. We go down and you will see this is only this team here. So what's the difference between... As you can see here, this is double support Naliel, and the thing with performance is not that... Look at this. This here is a full on B6 Naliel, B2 Mayuri, B3 Kisuke. Because the main reason why you don't even need the B2s, B3s is because you have the characters that have time freezes. Yeah, you can take this one here. So the major problem when it comes to performance, what are you exactly ranking? Because when it comes to performance, the only thing that is of value when it comes to ranking is this part here, is full release, nothing else, because everything else, it doesn't really matter. And if you go into co-op, different bosses adhere to different teams better because you have different race environments, right? So when you talk about performance-based tier lists in Bleach Soul Resonance, the only question that you have to answer is, do you have a lot of time freezes? Yes or no? And can you put out a lot of damage during those time freezes? Yes or no? If you cannot do that, then full release is basically dead for you, and that's where all the performance goes into. Now, with that said, why do you flip out at the B0 again? She's already doing the attack. They're skipping a lot of animations, by the way, as you can see. This is what I mean. They use a lot of time freezes, right, to kill him. Another time freeze. She's still doing the attack. Because the thing is, time freezes don't time freeze your characters. They only time freeze the enemy. So your character is still doing damage here. That's why they are using the counter so much. This is legit. But this is... So should we do a tier list based on this? Because else, what is performance? Kenpachi, for example, one of the biggest weaknesses of Kenpachi is that he doesn't have any time freezes. Even this year, even though it says dodging waiting too long during the time stop, but it doesn't stop time. The boss is still attacking and stuff, right? So this is not a real time stop, and that's what's hurting Kenpachi a lot. A lot. Also, we have to take into consideration the way that you can cancel out of characters when you can press hotkeys or controllers. It's not possible doing so on mobile. Because you have to be able to tap on the character, but you cannot, because while doing animations, you can only cancel it while using a hotkey. So that's not possible for you. So this is what I'm trying to say is this: it's not that Kiko's tier list is wrong, it's just that it's biased towards something. And my tier list will be biased towards something, right? So tier lists are inherently biased, and that's why it's propagating a wrong point of view. While at the same time, it's like me selling chocolate and making it sound healthy. That's what tier lists are. Because it increases FOMO, it increases the oh, I need to have the character when he comes back. And that's not healthy. For a free-to-play player or low spender, that's not healthy. I don't want to increase FOMO, I want to take away from FOMO. Because I don't think that FOMO should ever be a tactic employed in anything. Especially not in games where kids can play this. Fuck FOMO. So that's why I stay away from tier lists. But as a celebration, we're going into my tier list in a moment. Now, when it comes to this part here, one of the things that they really have to fix with Kenpachi, and we can Livestream by the way, two things they really have to fix: his weapon. It deals way too much damage. They have to completely rebalance his weapon here. That the fact that his damage is all critical hit dependent. And his main way of getting crit is by having his B2. But having his B2 without having Yachiru kinda nerfs him, but having Yachiru kinda nerfs him too. Hey, thank you so much, man. I love you. I love every one of you, man. Such a W team that I have here watching me. Thank you so much. So the thing is, they have to change this around. What I want to see is in the core stamp, they have to change around this part here with the cleave. Cleave should be enabled way longer than 8 seconds, because the main reason... Cleave is only active half of the time, and only during his biggest hits, right? Which would be technically fine, but the major problem is that his special attack is one of his most powerful attacks that he has. And you can animation cancel into this. And another part which I really would like to have done is that if you swap out of his technique, he will basic attack immediately. Because the main factor is when you, and I will go into the training room real quick. Yeah, but the problem is, I just want to mention what I would like to see differently for Kenny, because if they just buff him like they buffed Toshiro, for example, he will never be a must summon. Never. Never. Because Ichigo does everything he does, but better because he can time freeze. He has an invincible during his ultimate. He is way easier to play. And through his buffs, you don't have to think about the Getsuga Tensho basically, right? Because the cooldown is reduced to 4 seconds, even without a B1. So there is a real... And also, because of the buffs, you don't have to go for ult charge anymore that much. Still, you have a lot in there, but yeah. And this is basically everything, right? I swap out. If I switch back, I only have one frenzy. If I do the same thing, but I'm staying here, here's where I can switch, but it's not even worth it, because then I have to do the technique. Right? And this is one of the biggest issues. The second issue that I have is that when you do switch out, you do the whole rotation here, right? You have Yacho on the side. You go back in. You now have to basic attack. But the basic attacks are not protected. So the only way to play Kenpachi properly is if you're getting attacked. Because you can counter with the technique. And again you go immediately, dodge out of it, because it gets attack damage boost, attack speed boost, which also means that you are faster into your spiritual pressure burst here. Which is the only way to guarantee yourself that you can do high damage. Else you have to dodge or you have to counter. You won't be able to do anything else. You have to play him so much more than everybody else. You have to do stuff like this to be able to really accommodate for him. You know? And that's what I want to see fixed. Yeah, but the problem is that nowhere in his kit it's mentioned that his kill gap is there. And no other character has a weapon this strong that basically if you have 2 of his weapon dupes, it's basically better than a level 3 dupe. So if you get him to B2 and you A5 his weapon, that's worth more than getting him to B4 or B5. Huh? What? Okay, so what else? Hey, Sad Panda, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you guys. And yeah, you guys have seen it maybe. I don't really care about views. I will put out as soon as I have time to do the Frenzy Feast video, I will put them out. I don't care if one person watches it or 50 people watches it. I really don't care. Because if those watching that will help to get all the jades that they need, that's fine for me. How do you think they will give Dangai Ichigo in this game? I think when it comes to Dangai Ichigo, it will be at the end. I think it will be a bridge between Dangai Ichigo and then you will have 1000 Year Blood War arc characters. I don't know, man. If they don't do full bring and they just jump right into the 1000 Year Blood War arc, I could see. Do you guys believe that we will have double banner for anniversary, like for the big anniversaries? Because it feels like such a waste to have a big Ulquiorra Segunda Etapa in there on like the month prior, right? You like my different team setups for the Frenzy Feast? I appreciate it, man. Like I mentioned, if it helps you, if it helps anyone, it's enough for me, man. Ulquiorra transforming tech would be really sick. The only worry that I had with Ulquiorra tactic that way is that hopefully it's not too similar to Neliel. That's my only worry that I would have. But to be honest, at a certain point, I don't really care. They can be similar, as long as they look spectacular like they always do. Now, let me see real quick. Okay. Okay, guys, just real quick. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. We are going to go on a 5-minute break. I will make myself a coffee. Right? Send me the DM then, G. Congrats, by the way. Your team is sick, by the way, I have to say. So I'm going to brew myself another coffee, and for whatever reason, I don't have any water here anymore. So let's say 5 minutes break, and I will be back, and then we will do the tier list live on stream, okay?
Here I am.
All right. Welcome in the United States of Uzbekistan. And that is me. Okay, that one was bad. I'm sorry. All right. Let's see. Check DMs real quick. Yeah, this is really nice. $2.6 mil with the thrust team is really, really nice. Hey, thank you so much, man. I hope you guys had fun. Can you believe the host going away and stuff and just leaving people alone? Okay, so are you guys ready for the tier list? Oops. That was the wrong button. Let's do this. So I'm going to show the full tier list and then we can discuss it. This is the tier list. This is what I've come up with. Now, when it comes to rankings, by the way, before you guys start typing and asking why certain characters are where, let me just explain real quick my criteria here. Now, when I do tier lists, this tier list is based upon few criteria. One of the most important ones is everything is B0. B1s is not a consideration, okay? I will mention the B1s, which I think are really crucial and really important and impactful, and how it would change the tier list if I would rank it at B1 compared to other B1s. But generally speaking, this is just for free-to-play players and low spenders at B0. That is the first and major criteria that I have. The second criteria is something that we call value over replacement. How replaceable is the character? For example, if you have a full ailment team, you could switch out Neliel for Eisen, but you couldn't switch out Neliel for Sajin, for example, right? So her replacement value through the roof, because you can use her everywhere, right? So this is how I kind of think about the teams. Can I replace a Toshiro? Yes, I can, because even at B1, even at B0, technically speaking, but even at B1 and B0, you can use double support Eisen. That's it. Also, a third aspect that I'm going to account for is this. Endgame content. Nothing which truly... Like, I'm not going to look at, is the character available to reach the 5% of co-op, for example, right? This is not a consideration that I have, because first and foremost, the rewards are so small that it doesn't really matter in the long run, right? And because we are playing this in the long run, I'm looking at the whole spectrum. Secondly, how easy is it to slot that character into the Frenzy Feast and do a good score with it? Thirdly, how easy is it with the character to complete the tower? Because even though the tower doesn't give major rewards, it's still an aspect where you can bring a character in to see how well he performs in difficult content. So this is my bias that I have, so to speak, for B0s to think where the gap is, right? Because once you go into the adventure mode, this is how the skill, this is how you can accumulate adventure stuff, right? So this is how I generally have construed them. Then fourth, how resource intensive is a character. Like, for example, do I need to farm very specific stats on a character? Does it make it easier or harder to achieve this? It is a smaller consideration, it's not a big point, but it's something that I consider. Because if I have to farm con stamps for Ururu, for example, well, I could farm Kenny stamps for Kenpachi, why should I farm Ururu stamps, right? That's a somewhat of a consideration, because I generally think that set stamps, as a free-to-play player, you just farm Kenny stamps. You have two different Kenny stamps. You have one with crit damage, right? For the general use of non-ailment characters, and then you have one which is ailment based, and that's it. and then you can slap that on anybody and everybody will perform well because it's 20% base attack, 50% crit damage. But investment is a big topic, right? Because if you don't have to bring it up to level 100, the character is straight up stronger. Okay, so this is basically my criteria. I hope you kind of agree with it. Also, by the way, characters are losing points if their B1 is a must summon. No, Shikai Ichigo is B tier. Bankai Ichigo is... That's the special one from the Bankai Ichigo. They look fairly similar. Or did I... Wait. Now that you mention it. Did I mess it up? Yeah, but this is Bankai Ichigo, because of the SSR border. I messed it up, okay, good. Great. Anyways, L tier, Chad, Ururu, I don't think we have to discuss this much further. Just bad characters, not worth bringing up, not worth investing. Even I tried to use Chad in the strike team, even if you would consider not having Soifon, he just doesn't work well. He's getting forced out of his field time from Sajin, and most of the times you have to recover HP in a strike team with his ultimate. But man, he's just not worth it, man. Yeah, by the way, real quick, I didn't have time for this, but I wanted to do a joke tier list where I had like Chad above here because he was a Chad tier, and then Aizen was alone here because he was standing alone at the top of the heavens. You cannot beat standing alone at top of the heavens because it's like, how do you beat the heavens, you know? You can't. And Kisuke was C tier because he's a candy shop owner, and he was on the same level. No, technically he wasn't on the same level as Ururu because Ururu is just like somebody who works for him, right? So he's still the boss there. Jokes aside, yeah, Ikaku, as sad as I am, but he has nothing. I swear to God, you bring up range to level 80, and he will be more valuable than Ikaku will be. If you have her ailment mastery increase, if you build Renji for ailment damage and attack percentage, he's dealing quite a bit of damage. I'm not gonna cap here, especially because SRs here are all considered a P6, by the way, which is quite easy to do. You have to be extremely unlucky if you don't have majority of the characters at B4, B6 after having the reach of 300 pulls. And pulling for major characters too, right? Really easy to build. Really easy to build. You can slap anything on him and it works. You can slap Gin stamps, you can slap Kenpachi stamps on him. It doesn't really matter. Anything works with him. He's really easy to build. Way better than Ikaku. Ikaku is just the only value that Ikaku has is if you're really unlucky or if you start late and you cannot pull for Nell or Gin because of no rerun banner. The only value that he has over Renji is that he's enabling Tozen at B1 of upkeeping the wounds at 10 stacks right from the get-go. That's the only value that Ikaku has. Nothing else. Even his Bankai doesn't work with Tozen. Because his Bankai is such a lengthy Bankai to be had, his ramp up that he has during the Bankai, it just doesn't work. He just doesn't work. Rukia she doesn't really work with anybody but Toshiro, and because Toshiro doesn't really have value over anybody else, so to speak, is there really a reason to build her? If you have Uryu deals more personal damage, and he doesn't rely on the freeze mechanic like Rukia does. Rukia really relies on the freeze mechanic overlapping with Toshiro's Bankai and his ability to multi-hit. That's where her damage comes from. But if you don't have that, there's no reason to build her up. You build up Uryu and you have a lot more. Especially because Uryu can really work well if you have really unlucky, or if you want to build for Yoruichi and you're going Yoruichi, and Kisuke as your main 2 as a new start, right? Then you can build Uryu here and you build Renji, and you have a very comparable and very competitive thrust team early on, which can carry you through the mid game, no problem whatsoever. And you can stop investing in them at level 80. Another bonus. So, yeah, Momo. It's not that she doesn't have a good support, but with Aizen, she doesn't have value because the suppression gauge doesn't get really enabled. You have to run Kisuke, else you're going to lose damage. Which is never something in favor of a support, because Rankiko can do the same thing. She supports better, basically, because she's only enabling based on what kind of attack power you have on your main characters, right? So basically, oh, by the way, real quick, you don't even see my mouse, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, basically, Momo isn't that great. She is built in a way that she wants to do a lot of personal damage, but you're not going to build her up so that she can deal that damage. It's wasted resources, because in the end, you can slap Orihime on there at level 40 with a B1, and she provides similar support to Aizen as Momo does at level 80, 90. And it's like, what the heck? It doesn't make sense. It's not that she's bad, but she's also clunky to play, because you have to put down her field. A lot of bosses move out of that field, so you have to replace this, and it's just clunky to play with. The responsiveness of her attacks are really, really bad. She is not protected in any parts of her animations. It just sucks. She has a great support kit, but you cannot really... The only benefit that she really has over, for example, somebody like Orihime is that her support is set and forget most of the times, right? Because it's like, what is 35 seconds or something? So it's a fairly long hold. You don't have to think too much about this, but you still want to use the ultimate for the benefits of her support to fully trigger. Nemo, I was considering putting Nemo in C tier just for the Soifon and Yoroichi combination, but no. Just no. At this point, just B1 Sajin and bring Sajin with you. There is no point in Nemo. She wants field time, she doesn't deal any damage. The strike damage increase is also whatever, because you have a lot of strike damage increase with Soifon and Yorichi already. Yorichi under Soifon gets 80% crit damage, and she gains from the lightning seals, I think it was 30%, right? So she baseline has 60% strike damage increase? I could be wrong about the number, but the 30% that Nemo is going to add is nothing. If you compare this with the 20% crit rate that Sajin provides, which means you can go heavier into crit damage with Soifon and with Yoroichi, even though there would be a debate about this because of how much crit damage Soifon provides, but still, Sajin is still the better support. Doesn't need any field time actually. So whatever. Yeah. Byakuya. You could make the argument to put Byakuya in B tier because of the way that his slash resistance down interacts with Bankai Ichigo. Because this is a big booster to Bankai Ichigo. That's a valid argument to be made. Give me a second, there is a tractor driving me through. Yeah, I know Chad needs his own tier. But we are going to reserve... The problem with Chad's passive is that if he drops low, he doesn't have any protection, right? He kinda relies on Sajin giving him his shield, because he needs to do his ultimate to gain back some health. So you're going... But the heal triggers before the ultimate does. So the passive of Chad doesn't even really work with the ultimate, because you want to be lower to have more damage into your ultimate, but then you use the ultimate and you get healed, but then at the same time you don't deal that much damage. Chad is just... I wish he was better, man. I wish he was better. And I'm not even going into the fact that he needs to dodge to get his spiritual pressure back. Like, listen. His attacks are quite cool. His technique is protected. He has protection on his special attack. So in that sense, he's far above the rest here. But the damage, you have to work so hard to get nothing in return. And the reason why I have L tier, by the way, is because I wish they would be better. So they are still D tier, but the L tier is more like they are really fun to play, but it's such a L kit. Ururu, for example, has a burn, and she needs to hit burning targets, but she doesn't apply burn. So as soon as the enemy walks out of the burn, she doesn't deal any damage. And that's such a shame, because she has such a fun kit. And the second problem is, you pair her with Rukia, it doesn't work. You pair her with Uryu, and it doesn't work. Her whole boundaries are based on her being on the field, being able to spam the special attack. And it doesn't work. And Uryu is way above Rukia, thanks to his thrust resistance down. He is not only able to provide a lot of own damage compared to Rukia, but the way that you can interact with him, he is hot swappable, which means that he's applicable with Bankai Ichigo, he's applicable with basically any full assault premium SSR except Kenpachi. So, and Rukia isn't. She straight up isn't, right? Because if you don't benefit from the freeze, then her whole point is just moot. And the major problem with Rukia is that she needs to ultimate, which means that she needs to be triggering her battlefield skill. So yeah, do you really want to make so much to take so much effort and farming? Because it's just not worth it. Uryu is great, but his problem is that, well, he's thrust. If he was slash, by the way, it doesn't sound feasible because he shoots bows, right? But he was anything but thrust, he would be he would be a B tier, easily B tier. A lot of value in him, especially for the free-to-play player who needs an all-damage type of tactician. Like, having Uryu as an all-damage type, even if it's only 15%, frees up so many resources for your other characters, it's insane. Really undervalued. And yeah, Yachiru B tier. She is great support. She would be A tier if you pair her with Kenpachi. Without Kenpachi, she needs boundaries. Without boundaries, she's a C tier support. But one of the biggest benefits of Yachiru is that she doesn't need any field time. You keep her technique for the moment that you want to trigger her ultimate off the field. So you swap her in. If you are like a fifth left of her ultimate charge rate, you swap her in. If you're ready to go, you use the technique, you use the technique, right? And then you go straight into your ultimate, you switch out, and then you can full burst. You have 15 seconds of full burst. Crit buffed, crit damage buffed, let's go. And that's where she's fantastic. She pairs really well with Bankai Ichigo even after the buffs. So if you have to free up Kisuke for any team, she is a really strong slash team. And considering how good slash team is, even if people don't want to believe that the slash team is good, but you have Kenpachi who can be really strong by its own. In consistent damage, she is really strong. And I'm not considering skill cap here, okay? Because if I would consider skill cap, I would have to redo the tier list. But yeah, they are both really strong. And you have a Byakuya. If you can work around Byakuya, for example, if you have a B2, B4 Byakuya for whatever reason, and you build him up properly, with a Yachiru in the team, he can deal a lot of damage. So Yachiru really enables the slash team, even without Kisuke. It may sound like I'm glazing her a little bit too much, but she's really great. She has a lot of support in there. And the matter of the fact is, she doesn't need to be on the field. No support here deals damage enough that offsets the time that they are on the field, right? Orihime, one of the most underrated supports, bar none. I don't know why people just forget about her. She has 25% attack increase, 25% all damage support, and she has super fucking armor on her shield. And that shield can tank. if you don't have weapons on Tosho, for example, if you have Kisuke somewhere else and you want to play double support Bankai Ichigo because your Byakuya is not built, Orihime is the go-to. You need a solution for one singular character. She is the go-to. She hyper boosts these characters. It's quite crazy, actually. Really undervalued. Really undervalued. Because, strictly speaking, if you don't put any premium character with Orihime, like a double support premium character next to her, which has multipliers, different multipliers, she's the only one that provides this type of multipliers. Yachiro doesn't have them. Momo doesn't have them. You can argue that Momo has crit rate support, but once again, in a spirit team, it's not that valuable, because for Aizen to be really benefiting from it, she needs to have a B4 Aizen or a B6 Aizen with her. A B1 Aizen doesn't benefit that much from the crit rate support, because you're not building Aizen for crit cap, right? Yeah, there is a lot of things here wrong with Momo, by the way, that I really don't like. The fact that she gives little attack support, but it's like, yeah, there's so much wrong with Momo, man. And I feel like I'm talking her down a little bit too much, but Rangiku, you don't have to have any investment. If you build her for the thrust team, if you don't have Mayuri, even if you have Mayuri, she is fantastic. I cannot use Momo in Slash team. I can use Rangiku everywhere. The way that Rangiku works is fantastic. I can use her everywhere. Her crit damage and crit rate support is way better than whatever attack support Momo can provide. Because I can work around the Yachiro support. It's crazy. And the super armor here from Orihime is really, really understated. Especially if you have SSRs, premium SSRs, that are vulnerable to stuff. Like, of course, with a Gin it doesn't really work, but then you can pair her, you can pair Rangiku with Gin, right? So these three are really great. Level 40, that's enough. Rangiku is the only one that needs a little bit more investment to increase the damage that she provides. But else, Orihime and Yachiro can be level 40, level 60, and that's fine. Renji Bankai, depends which one. I really, really like his 1000 Year of Blood War stuff. Toshiro, oh god. I really want to like Toshiro, by the way, because I think his animations are fantastic, and his Bankai is beautiful. The way that you can do KO strains with him, by the way, is so nice to see. His Hyoten Hyokasu and everything, man. Why are you being sarcastic, G? Renji is a cool character. I can see already. Why chat is so low? He's too good. He's too good to be put higher. Yeah. Should we keep Toshiro like this is? Because I'm going on a 20-minute rant about Toshiro, by the way. Just to warn you guys beforehand. Let me take a sip of my coffee real quick. Man, he has zero game. His game is negative. His game is so bad, even his Shikai was like, man. And imagine, the spirit can take any form, by the way. This one is Lavazza Rossi. Let me show you real quick. This one. Yuzik, as Juan mentioned, I just did a mistake on the pictures, but it's about the quality. So SSR Ichigo is the Bankai Ichigo. It's just pay attention to the border. So this is the one I'm using, by the way. It's not capsule, by the way. I'm using the mocha, so it's already minced. But just to showcase, this is not bad at all. My brother is going to Italy in a week, so when he comes back, he's going to bring me coffee from our local brewery. Give me a second. This here. Oops. This here is fantastic. One of the best coffees I've ever had, by the way. Pasqualini. But, well, to be honest, the fact it wasn't like they lied to him because they thought he was a bum, right? But it's because he never tried to understand his own spirit sword. But it was mentioned in a filler episode. I think that's depends on which one you take, but the cheaper one is, let me double check, because I will tell you that in francs, but that's Swiss francs. Let me double check real quick, because they have a shop. Italy is really cheap when it comes to coffee, by the way. Like about 30 bucks for 1 kilogram, for like 2 pounds. Yeah, 30 to 40 pounds, $30 to $40, I should say, which is quite reasonable. No. 30 grand, yeah. That's the best coffee. That's how rich I am. That's why I'm not... Yeah, bucks. It's like... Yeah, but the thing is... By the way, just real quick. Switzerland is so expensive for this kind of coffee because it's really high quality. For Italian... for Italy, it's already expensive. Quite expensive. Usually, if you buy coffee, it's about 7 to 15 bucks for... 2 pounds for 1 kilo, right? But in that one is just sold locally. One of the best coffees that I had, to be honest. But yeah, for that one you would pay like double the price here in Switzerland, easily. All right, let me do like this real quick. I want to rant about Toshiro. I will make a video, by the way, about him, but I just want to showcase this real quick, because this is something that is really bothering me. Let's take Nemo real quick. So the thing is, Toshiro in itself, I had him, before the buff, I had him at B tier. After the buffs, I still had him at B tier. And the main reason why is because he doesn't work with freaking Aizen. He just doesn't. I would love for him to work. Okay, 2 things. He is designed, his main buff here is this one here, right? This is his main buff here. He does 10 endurance, and then he has a 10-second runtime, right? There we go. 1, 2, 3. Look, it devalues my freaking boundary. Point number 1, okay? Reapplying, like doing the second string of the special attack, of the basic attack, doesn't refresh my boundary. So on the last few hits, I lose my crit chance on it. But I cannot run him with crit cap. I cannot run him 80-90% crit rate because, well, 60% is all that he technically needs as soon as he's in Bankai, right? But this is his whole damage is from here. This is his damage here, this here, and this here. Okay, cool. If I do a proper rotation, I'm here, I use my Gigai, I swap into Aizen, right? I have the counter because I am rich. I have 3 enhanced pressure 3 enhanced stacks there. I will use the thing here. If I switch into Toshiro right now and I use Tenjo Jurin, a cool thing that I can do now is I can switch back, right? Cool. Okay, that's nice, right? But look how long it takes me to do the full string. Like, if I do this proper, if I do this at a normal speed, right? Using this, I'm at 3 stacks, using my Kurohitsugi. I switch into Kisuke, give myself this. I'm only 5 seconds off, by the way. And I'm not going to wait. I have to play Aizen. I cannot wait for Toshiro to do his thing. I have to play Aizen. Because I want to have his Ravage stacks. I want to go into... Look at this. Yes, I gain more ultimate charge. But look, I've wasted half my battlefield skill here. So, what's the point? Then, so that Toshiro can work, I have to do this. I have to play him like this, by the way. Because any other way, it doesn't really work. I have to drop Kisuke in here, Gigai, back into him, use his Tenjo Jurin. Then I will do this as long as it needs me to, until I have my technique back, so that I can get another counter. I just used 1.5 seconds of his full buff that he got, back into Kisuke. I will do it for the full ultimate here. The thing is, I'm going back into him, I'm using the Tenjo Jurin. I'm still not using the basic attack because I have to ultimate here, else without ultimate I'm not going to do any fucking damage with, any kind of damage with his ultimate, and it's still a tight window here. Look at this. I have a half a second of time to do this. What is this? Disregard this because I'm in the strike fight here. So what is the buff doing? The buff is doing nothing whatsoever to increase his performance with Aizen. Zero, nada niente. Like we say in Italian, non fa un cazzo. You can Google that. I'm not going to translate this. So, the only thing the buff does, technically speaking, is make him viable with Rukia. Rukia and... What is she? Orihime. Or Rukia and Momo. That's the only thing that this does, right? Because you put up the wall, you switch into her, you go back into him, and then you get the Tenzo Jurin eventually, if the wall wasn't buggy. And then it still didn't fix the wall, by the way. So now you can go here, you can proc the freeze, and now you have a long string that you can attack here into. Swap out real quick to keep the technique on cooldown. And this enables you to go straight into the Bankai. This is the only part where his buff really does something. But now what happens is that you're now in Bankai, right? Let's switch real quick back into her. I have the B1 and the B2, this is why I just do one rotation here. Now I go back. Okay, cool, I go back into his... Oh look, Rukia is ready again. Oh wait, her ultimate is ready too, but I just used mine. But I want to overlap ultimates. But his is on cooldown. But if I delay his, because Rukia is not dealing that much damage, then I'm not benefiting from the freeze, from the multi-hits. Like, what is this, man? What freaking disappointment. You cannot use ultimate charge rate, by the way, either. Because if you use ultimate charge rate, then you run the risk of overlapping ultimates. And it's just a joke, man. It's a joke of a buff. I'm getting a buff on his basic attack, and the major part is that I know they don't want Toshiro to be too good with Aizen. I understand, right? I truly do. And I kinda agree with it, because the buff that he got on the ultimate is quote-unquote enough, if you have him, to offset the problem that he has. But how bad does it feel that you pull for a character and you get this part here, this got increased, right? From 120 to 180%. Okay, cool. But for what? You're not able to use it anyways. And this feels so bad. Imagine, guys, imagine you pull for a B2 and then you see that the B2 is falling off midway through. This means that when he plays with Rukia, he's not even able to stack this 2 times. Watch. How dumb of a thing is this? This is so freaking annoying. You do it once. You have it once, then you can reapply this, right? And then it falls off. But the problem is, you have still 2 seconds of downtime here. You have 4 seconds of downtime with a crit rate, 5 seconds until you do the technique again. So what is this? So half of the time that my ice wall is on cooldown, I shouldn't be in playing with Toshiro. So who do I play with then? Momo? Rukia? What's this? Just frustrating, man. This is just bad. Just bad. His buff is really bad. The ultimate buff that he got is good enough to make him comparable with other characters when it comes to Aizen's team. But let's be honest. Why should you run Aizen with Toshiro if you can double support him? What's the point? If you have a B4 Aizen and B0 Toshiro, you're never going to prioritize the damage with Toshiro. Never, ever. Never. I mean, my Tosh deals a third of the damage of the ultimate damage that my Aizen deals. Meanwhile, I have to forgo everything that Aizen deals in damage because I want to play Toshiro. It doesn't make sense, man. B tier. No joke, Shikai Ichigo has more value than Toshiro. As crazy as it sounds, Shikai Ichigo has more value than Toshiro. Because you get him for free early on, and you can build him up. He's really easy to build. He doesn't need much, right? You can just slap Kenny stamps if you have Banka Ichigo and you have to split your slash teams because you don't have anybody else build. Shikai Ichigo is really, really good. He has protected attacks on his techniques. He has mid-range on his special attacks, on his basic attacks I should say, and they deal a ton of damage. Also, the buffs usually last so long that you can go into your ultimate and have basically a 100% uptime. Not only that, he works well with Byakuya, he triggers Byakuya fairly good, and if you want to, you can play him with whoever you want to, basically. You can play him with Uryu, he works really well until the mid-end game. I mean, if you have the first rotation of Frenzy Feast at 65, you can bring them into the Frenzy, and they will do just fine enough to get you to the 70k. So, and he's easy to play. What more do you want, right? You have to spend Jade for Toshiro. This is how I see Toshiro. If I have a B0 Aizen, would I spend the same amount of Jade to get Toshiro, or would I spend the same amount of Jade of getting the B1 of Aizen? And the answer is 110% the B1 of Aizen. So what's the point of Toshiro? I don't know. I mean, Yoruichi got buffed so much that even without Soifon, she carries Strike really hard. Like, the damage increase that she got is quite substantial. So the main reason why I have her at A tier is because she is the quote-unquote only viable full assault standard SSR, and she really gains value when you pair her with Soifon. The value that these two have is crazy. You have a 2-in-1 premium character. You have Soifon summoned, and the main reason why she's not S tier, I will get into this in a second. The main reason why Soifon is not S tier is cliffhanger. But Yoruichi, baseline herself, is the main carry for Strike team. If you need a Strike solution, she is the only viable option that you have. And she's really good at this, especially now with the buffs. before the buffs, you needed to have her at B2 at the minimum, and before more likely, right? But now with the buffs, she's really good at B0 always. I will explain why in a second. Now, when it comes to Tozen is A tier. I'm going to be honest, guys. If you have Tozen and you don't think that he's valuable, even after having Naliel, he's so good as a secondary thrust team because he applies so much damage. If you have his weapon, Jesus Christ. The damage that I dealt with Tozen. I mean, if you guys remember, when they came out, Tozen and Gin were on par with Naliel. That's how good Tozen is. Insane kid. Insane kid. For a free-to-play character, insanely valuable kid. You have Wound, and then every single dupe you get is just exponentially better for him. You pair him with Renji, works fantastically well. You pair him with Gin, works fantastically well. It doesn't really matter. You can do funny stuff like, for example, have Sajin support if you have limited support. And it works because Sajin just buffs crit rate. He has base crit built in, 24% per wound, right? Up to a cap to 24% crit. He has thrust damage increases during his Bankai. He has stop saying slash. Thrust resistance down. I will get to slash in a second. He has so much in his kit, and his weapon gives him a 2400% nuke at A1. Come on, that's insane. And his flash strike pops wounds, which means the wounds are being applied by the ailment stat. So going for ailment, man. No Gin, man, I swear, I'm telling you, if you pair him with Renji, he's really, really good. Because, like, seriously, without Gin, right, he is your main DPS as a secondary thrust team. Because the thing is, he just needs somebody to do thrust damage to be able to trigger his battlefield skill. And his battlefield skill scales so good, it's crazy. And the main benefit of his wound damage is that he applies it. So it doesn't even matter if you have a B6. It doesn't even matter if you have a level 80 or a level 100 Renji. It doesn't matter if you have a level 80 or level 100 Ikaku. Tozen is going to proc the bleeds. So it doesn't really matter. And this is, by the way, actually something against Ikaku, because if you have an Ikaku not build, you're lowering the damage of Tozen. Because the bleeds that you apply with Ikaku, which are not that many to be fair, but they are there, reduce the overall damage amount that your bleeds do when you pop them with Flash Strike. Crazy good. And then if you get boundaries, you get 2 Flash Strikes, so your burst is even more insane. Like, people are sleeping on Tozen, I tell you guys. I'm telling you. If you need 2 high DPS teams, you do Naliel double support and you do Gin, Tozen, and support. 2 fantastic teams. Definitely A tier. Of course, I'm just counting at B0. At B0 he lacks the value that he gains with a B1, right? Because being able to keep 10 stacks of bleeds up at any time is quite good. But yeah, Soifon A tier. Why is she A tier? She's a fantastic character, but there are 2 reasons why. And I made an exception for her, by the way. The main exception for Soifon is that she herself is kinda a victim of the game's way on not to give you information. Because she has a lot in her kit that needs to be you need to internalize her rotation quite a bit. You need to internalize her kit. And you need to internalize Yoroichi too. Right? And all of that only for the strike team. She doesn't work outside of the strike team. The reason why Aizen and Naliel are above is because as long as you have ailment damage, Naliel has a team, right? As long as you have 2 characters, Aizen has a team. Soifon doesn't have a team. Her strike is her only team. So yes, you... Oh man, my voice is cracking. So yes, you get a 2-for-1. You get Soifon and Yoruichi, and she lifts Yoruichi to be on a premium level, right? But it's only for a strike. And like I mentioned before, value over replacement is quite a high thing to account for, right? As a free-to-play player, as a low spender, who do you want to have? Somebody who you can slot in any team, or somebody who you can slot only in one team? I think I'm not sure, actually. There might be. Usually there is one for the supports, dedicated support set. I wouldn't be surprised. Choose Thrust teams back to back, but I think the major reason why you wanna have build them up is for I see it always like this. You are not going to pull for every single character as a free-to-play, right? I will get to Mayuri in a second. I will explain why I have him there. You are looking at pulling certain type of characters, and when you're pulling, you want to have as much value as possible out of your pulls, and Soifon doesn't provide that. Yes, she has a lot of damage. Yes, Yoruichi is being lifted to a level that she's on a premium level. This is fantastic, but it doesn't increase her value overall in your account because it's just strike. There are only 25 characters in game. Yeah, but the thing is, she has the weakest. Yeah, but this is a thing, right? By the time that we have 120 characters, is she still viable? Because she is still ailment. If the meta shifts to non-ailment stuff, will she still be able to keep up? Justin Penny, that's true. Although I would counter-argue this with sometimes, or many times I should say, the B1 or the B2 are so good that you want to skip characters to give your main characters more longevity. That said, at B0 as a standalone version at B0, the matter of the fact is, even if you pull on every single character, you don't need a strike-only team. I get it, but Loki can use that to downgrade her because those roles also have to fill. They can't make every technical universal be able to fit. No, I know, Hakim, but the thing is, if Neliel provides you with so much more, right? When Neliel is on the same performance level, she's on the same level at B0, and she's able to be played in a main DPS role if you want to. She's been able to be played as a double support role. She's much more flexible. You cannot play Soifon in a double support role. You cannot. It just doesn't flow. So Soifon is more limited, right? And the matter of the fact is that because she's limited to strike, it's not like, I will give you the point if she had Gin as a full assault character, you know what I'm trying to say? But she doesn't have that. She has Yoruichi and maybe Grimjaw later on, right? But the thing is, I can have Neliel with Kenpachi and Kisuke. I can have Neliel with Kenpachi and Mayuri. I cannot have Soifon with Mayuri and Yoruichi. I can, but you're just nerfing your team, right? So Soifon for the moment is A tier because she's still fairly limited in the value that she provides. But that doesn't make her less replaceable than before, because the matter of the fact is, if you're looking at endgame content, right? We're looking at Frenzy Feast, we're looking at the resource trials, right? Where you have the tower style trials, right? Then you don't necessarily need strike teams because you always have two ways to play that. So strikes per se isn't really needed. as long as strike is not per se really needed outside of their own tower, she is not going to provide more. And the matter of the fact is, if we are going to account for performance, the time freezes that you have with Naliel are just stronger in general. So yes, me personally, if I would be biased like I am, I would put her in S tier 2. But if I'm going by criteria, you cannot replace Aizen with Soifon. You just cannot. I mean, if Grimjo lifts up the team enough, yes. I mean, what I give her over Naliel and over Gin, for example, is that she's really easy to build. I will give her that, in the sense that what kind of stat stamp that she needs, right? But at the same time, by the way, I just want to mention this: they are really expensive to build because you need the crit cap. They are the only team in the game that really are hard to build because they need the crit cap. Yeah, but that's the thing, if you skip Grim, then her value drops again because she's only bound to strike. So as soon as Grim comes and you put her into S tier because of Grim, then you kinda have to pull for Grim too. You know what I'm trying to say here? The problem with Toshiro is not, like I mentioned, I'm not valuing performance per se. I'm valuing how replaceable are the characters. Like, Soifon needs 2 strike units. She needs herself and somebody else to be strike. Else you cannot play her. And that alone limits her because Naliel doesn't have that restriction and Aizen doesn't have that restriction. And both are... basically, you can slot them in everywhere. Naliel, as long as you have a way to do ailment damage, she can be played in thrust teams, she can be played with Grimjo, she can be played with Kenpachi. No, this tier list is based on today, what we have today. Because I cannot base them on the future only, right? What are they doing today that they are more... Because what is the argument to have Soifon on the same level as Naliel? Naliel buffs everybody with crit damage support. Soifon buffs only Yoruichi with crit damage support. Yeah, they have 3 different options for the chat boxes, which is quite cool. I understand what you're trying to say, that Jade-wise, she's doing a 2-in-1 thing. But if I take Naliel and I slap Rangiku with her and I slap Kisuke with her, she's performing as well too. But the thing is, if we do gameplay, then she is definitely because she's the only character in the game that doesn't have a tracker on the dodge, doesn't have a tracker on the partner's dodge, needs the partner. And this is not a part, by the way, why I value Soifon at A tier. You have to have Yoruichi build. If Yoruichi is not built, her damage drops. I'm going over my Yuri in a moment. Give me a second. How do I feel about dupe units compared to maxing out their weapons? Because if we math the pools, would you rather be to 1 unit or max out their weapon? I would rather be to the unit. Main reason why is because you can always get dupe weapons for your standard SSRs, and you can break them down to increase your weapon ascension. I already do. Malaku, I did a damage testing beforehand, in the cooldown phase, where I used this just to compare with the damage that I did with the Kenny stamps. So the thing with Soifon is really, the main problem is I can pull Naliel, I can build Naliel, I can give her 2 unbuilt double supports, and she's going to perform really, really well. I cannot do the same with Soifon. I have to build up Yoruichi, and I have to build her up well, so that I be comparable to other teams. And then I can only be comparable because I'm in a strike-specific team. That's why she's A tier. If there is any at any point, right? If there is any character, and by the way, I don't remember who said it. I understand that the devs don't do every character being able to go in every team, right? But the thing is, that hinders you. Yoruichi is just holding Soifon back, that's the only thing, because Soifon and Kaname. The main issue what is holding Soifon back is that she herself is dependent on whoever is her partner. Neliel is not dependent on the partner. Aizen is not dependent on the partner. Gin is not dependent on the partner. Congrats, G. Jesus, why are you guys so lucky with Kaname? I want my Tozen to be B6. I'm jealous, I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to ban anybody who has a higher boundary Kaname than I do. I want him B6. Banned. Jesus. When I read people like, yeah, my Tozen is B4, but I haven't built him yet. Mine is B3, I haven't been building yet. And like, yeah, well, still banned because yours is higher. No, I'm just kidding. But jokes aside, like, do you guys see my point here with Soifon? What is far better with Soifon? At B0, Soifon is not far better than Tozen. If I give Tozen Gin and I give Soifon Yoruichi, at B0 both, they're comparable in damage. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. People are really sleeping on the damage that Tozen can deal. Seriously. Seriously. By the way, just real quick, another reason why Soifon is only A tier, and this is mainly a little bit of pet peeve of mine, is because if you have pulled for Mayuri doesn't work well in Soifon's Yoruichi's team. I mean, like, listen guys, I want to make this really clear, right? Me personally, I enjoy Soifon much more than I do Neliel. Straight up. Even though Neliel has beautiful animations, I just dislike the fact that Neliel has so much field time and Gin is basically just an impale merchant, right? There's no much fun in that. In my personal opinion. But if we're speaking strictly at the B0, I am a new player, right? I'm a new player. The fucking new is addictive, yeah. I'm a new player and I'm going to ask you guys, hey, the rerun banner is here, there is Neliel or Soifon, who should I pull? What would you guys say to that new player? Who should they pull for at B0? And be honest with me. Be honest with me. I hope they buff Ikaku, man. I think if they really do give him a proper buff, he could be really fun to play. Because if you say Neliel, and you would put them on the same level, then something is wrong, because it's like, yeah, but why are you putting Neliel above Soifon then? Because we cannot compare a premium tactician with a non-premium tactician, but then compare the standard SSR to a premium SSR. My favorite standard unit is Tozen, bar none. Fantastic kit. Yeah, I'm just speaking like, if you would need to recommend a character so that they have a better start in the game, who would you recommend? Nell or Soifon? And currently it's Nell because ailment is so available. Like, seriously, if by a year's time, right, we have a good mix of stuff and you have a good mix on different strike characters, for example, Soifon can gain value there. But as soon as you say that you would recommend Nell to a new player, then Soifon cannot be on the same level. It cannot. That's my opinion. And like, again, I'm not talking from a 95% performance thingy, right? You get a character, you try to do stuff. The main reason why Tozen is A tier on the same level as Soifon is because, first and foremost, he's really easy to get because he's free, and secondly, he is such an enabler. You can choose to build him. He has a lot of value built into him that no other standard character has. He can be your main carry if you have a Renji, for example, or if you have Ikaku. So being able as a free-to-play SSR to carry a team, that's a massive value to me, because you don't have to spend 1 jade for it. You are able to enable any thrust DPS that is coming out for free. Because if we compare kits, right, just real quick, let's compare real quick. So if we compare kits, so what she's doing is she's increasing ultimate damage, right, with crit damage. Okay, cool, but that's only for herself. If we go into here, she provides 40% crit damage to the team. 40. That's not that much. And she doesn't have, on the Bankai, she doesn't have a thrust damage increase, or a strike damage increase, I should say. She has a strike damage. She got buffed to 40% instead of 30%, by the way. Right? She doesn't have much in terms of... She has an amplification damage, yes. She has this part here where she gains 15% attack on the team, which is quite nice, but it's still not strong enough because the resistance down that she has on the execution is not that strong either. Let me go to the battlefield skill here. She has this part here, which is ailment based, and she has to double trigger it, by the way. Where is the execution? Give me a sec. Am I capping here? Was it on the... No, here it is. She has a 20% resistance down, okay? 20%. This means as long as she has execution up, she increases the damage by 20%. Tozen, when you use his ultimate, this is on crit rate increase. He has a crit rate increase, by the way, baseline. He has battlefield skill, he has a 36% resistance down. This is a 36% damage up, okay? And then, when he uses the battlefield skill here, I haven't checked his skill in a while. Let me see real quick. Where was it? I have to find it first. Is it here? Yeah, here. Then when he uses the ultimate, he gives 20% more thrust damage to everybody in the domain, while the domain is active, 15 seconds, which is crazy. And then you even increase this by another 20%. This is 40% thrust damage increase just by using his ultimate. His ultimate is such a nuke enabler, and you're telling me that his kit is not as valuable as Soifon's, and he has a massive nuke here too? So he has 2 nukes, he has 2.4k there, and he has another 450% here for every single wound, especially so that his wound is 3%, 30%, 2% of the attack per second, and he triggers it immediately. So this is basically 60% attack by 30. Nah, man, you're telling me that this is a bad kit? It's not on the level of Soifon's kit? Nah, man, you're capping, bro. I need to have A5 stamps here for her to have proper damage on the ultimate. Free-to-play character this strong is insane. It's insane. This is what Byakuya wishes to be. Massive, massive personal damage, being able to be the main carry, massive support, and then oh no, look, I haven't beat you. Never mind. F me, I lied. I'm sorry, guys. I haven't beat you. Again, 24% crit rate baseline, which makes him gearing up quite easy. Sorry, Hakim, I needed to glaze Tozen. I love him too much. I'm getting fired up talking about him. No, just like genuinely, Tozen is the best designed free-to-play character in the game. There is no comparison. The way that he provides damage, personal damage, it's insane. It's really insane. And I don't want to do this, right? But just real quick. Give me a second. It's not Mayuri's turn. We are here real quick. I just want to showcase this, okay? I want to do... Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Where is she? Am I blind? How small is she that I don't see her? Oh, here. I just want to showcase this because we are really used to her damage when she is with Yoruichi, okay? So what I'm going to do, let me swap this out real quick. I just want to showcase this. Because, like, seriously, it's insane, okay? We're going to shortcut this. Swapping into him. We're going to dodge. His damage doesn't really matter that much. I just want to consume the death marks. That's not much, man. That's a fully A5 chord Soifon. Yeah, but this is one of the things that that's why I'm also devaluing her a little bit, is because this here, it's quite tricky to get this done properly. So if we had a better way to see what to do here, yeah. Also the fact, by the way, that for the strike team, if you don't have Kisuke, yeah, kiss it goodbye to have a proper deathmark consumption. I wish, Stu. I really wish. I'm not kidding. I'm going to. I want to have my Tozen at B6. Yeah. I mean, that's just all her, right? just to compare this, by the way, just to showcase this real quick. My Tozen is a little bit better, but his build, I haven't done much to his build. He has level 25 stamps, okay? And he's using this one here. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm just saying, you will be running double support anyways. If he's that good, if Sally is that good, man. I don't know if I have him equipped. Doesn't really matter. Real quick. No, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I could give him Mayuri here, but I just want to showcase this more on an even field here. Because one of the things is that Tozen himself, he wants to have a stronger character with him so that he can really benefit from this. Oops. There we go. Nelia's set is a little bit better. Because when you have Gin and you have Nell, then you don't use Tozen as the main DPS. Oh, I'm such a dumbass, by the way. Give me a second. Oops. Main reason why I'm using Tozen first, by the way, is so that I can keep track of the stacks here. Because once I go into the flash strike, I'm at 10. So it doesn't consume the 10th through there. He has Neliel stamps on. Well, technically it could be that Ikaku doesn't have them on. Yeah, I think Ikaku doesn't have them on. Yeah, Ikaku doesn't deal any damage. And this is the main difference between the teams, right? Because when you play with Tozen, then you kind of want to have a strong, a somewhat comparable teammate here, because else he's just going to suffer, right? So of course, in terms of performance, Soifone is S tier compared to Tozen, right? But that's not what we are comparing. What we are comparing is what they provide to the team, because they're tacticians. I mean, there's a stark difference in having two boundaries and having... What does he have? He has an A5 here, right? And he kind of needs somebody like Gin. As soon as you give him Gin, insane. I don't know, man. Don't ask. So Tozen for a free-to-play character, he's definitely A tier. You don't use any Jades. He's great as a tactician support. And if you're fairly early on in the game, he's a great damage support, you know, like damage carry. So there's the, like I said, the thing is, you could swap Soifone to the front, actually. Maybe it's a little bit misplaced there in the middle. I think Soifon is definitely better than Kenpachi. I should actually do this. Give me a second. I think that's more, that fits her more. Because I wouldn't say that she's worse than Banka Ichigo. Give me a second. There we go. Okay, there it is. Give me a second, we will swap this out. So I should do it like this then. Okay? We should put Soifon in front, because yeah, she's not just one step better than Tozen. She is definitely better, but I think that her being just nailed down to strike, at the moment, it's bad. Bad, not as valuable as other. Now, Kenpachi, main reason why I put Kenpachi and Banka Ichigo on the same level is performance-wise, Kenny is struggling, to be honest, but Kenny has a lot of value. You pull for Kenpachi, and you can run Kenpachi, Orihime, Yachiro. He's the cheapest premium character that you can get to build a team around. No other team is as cheap to build as them. You slap ultimate charge rate on Yachiro, that's it. That's all you need. You just build him, and by farming his own stamps, by the way, you can farm secondary stamps with ailment and for secondary teams, and that's all she wrote, right? Insane value in that sense. So if you're a new player and you pull for Kenpachi, you're basically set up into the end game, because he can take care. He has so much personal damage even at B0 thanks to be able, because he is balanced around the fact that people don't animation cancel. So when you animation cancel, you extract 30, 40, 50% more damage out of him, and the devs didn't balance him around that, right? So his value shoots up for a free-to-play player and a slow spender. Be careful with cheap building, him can take forever. But that's not really true, because when you build him, you slap crit rate, you can slap a crit rate on him, right? He has already 30% crit damage here from crit rate from Yachiro when she uses the ultimate. So technically speaking, by cheap you can be at 70% crit rate overall and go into crit damage and would still perform really well. Because if you play him with a double support like for example Orihime and Yachiro, you still have to apply a lot of crit damage into his kit, into his substamps, because he doesn't have any supply of crit damage. He's not like a Soifon who gives 300% crit damage, right? So that's why he's cheap to build, is because he works with any stats that you give him. He works with ailments, he works very well with attack, he works well with crit rate, he works well with crit damage. So to get to the 80-85% that you want to extract out of him, you don't really need to invest much into him. And when it comes to perks, you can give him ultimate damage, it works. You can give him special attack, it works. You can give him all damage, it works very well. So there is no real bad setting, really bad setting, that kinda destroys or doesn't have any value in his kit, right? Basic attack is the only perk, for example, that didn't really extract any value out of him. If you run him with Yachiro and Orihime, for example, even just having resistance down can be beneficial for him, because he doesn't have any else in the kit. So by cheap, when I say cheap, I look at 85% of the stats that he wants to have, right? That's cheap. Banka Ichigo, you can change this too. They're very similar. Hey, welcome back, Nightmare. So when I say Bankai Ichigo is only A tier, the main reason why he is A tier is because he alone cannot carry his team. He has raw damage, but he doesn't have any support around it, right? And one of the main factors at why he doesn't scale well is because his whole kit, his whole stick is crit rate, and crit rate gains are capped. So once you reach a certain amount of crit rate, crit damage and crit rate become interchangeable, because for every crit rate that you get on the substat, you get 2% on the crit damage, right? The main benefit, it can be argued, right? The reason why I have Kenpachi slightly above is because the fact is that Bankai Ichigo really doesn't work well with double support. He kind of wants to have a proper team build around him, right? And to be fair, and this is, like I said, this is really interchangeable. If you want to pair them with Aizen, the buffs to Bankai Ichigo make him more viable than, for example, or more valuable than Kenpachi. Because Kenpachi still needs to be learned how to animation cancel properly. You don't have the problem with Ichigo. So these two, even though they're next to each other, I would put them at the same level. Like, if you pull for Bankai Ichigo and you don't pull for Kenpachi, that's fine. If you pull for Kenpachi and you don't pull for Bankai Ichigo, that's fine too. So the benefits that you have are both very, very similar. It just depends, do you need the time freezes for any kind of content? Because the content is difficult. Like, for example, Tower, you want to have the dissipation burst. It's much easier to set up with Bankai Ichigo, so he gains value there, right? If you are looking for overall a more resource cheap character as a secondary team, maybe, then Kenpachi gains value because he just works with a lot of stats right from out of the gate. He scales better, so to speak, right? And then you can still focus on your main team, basically. So it really depends on how you want to see them, but they are basically the same. In most gamers, you honestly feel like Ichigo is better than Kenpachi and rotation take too long. But the thing is, in co-op, for example, it depends on the bosses. If you have the Gigantuan, the stone dude, where you have to burst during dissipation, Bankai Ichigo is better, right? If you have, like, for example, Koguchi Tengen Myoho right now, Kenny is better because he's more variable. And the other part is, between Kenny and Bankai Ichigo, the main thing is Bankai Ichigo works fine on his own in the sense that I don't have to adapt to what the boss does. Kenpachi benefits more if you understand what the boss does and when the boss does. So the skill ceiling is a little bit higher with Kenpachi. So, but like I said, there is a lot of pro and cons. Like you put them next to each other, and for every con that Kenpachi has, there is a pro for Kenpachi against Bankai Ichigo, right? So that they're basically on the same. They're basically the same character. Just the difference. The main difference where you can put them differently is: do you need ailment damage character or do you need a non-ailment damage character? So if you have pulled for Nell, for example, and you don't have Gin, and you want to do timed stuff, clearing time stuff, then Kenpachi has more value because you can pair him with Aizen and with Naliao, right? And you cannot do that with Bankai Ichigo. But at the same time, you can pair Bankai Ichigo really well with Byakuya. You can give extra value to Byakuya even at level 80 and still perform really, really well because you just need the resistance downs from him, and with Kisuke. So, like I mentioned, there is no right or wrong there. They are both exactly on the same level, basically, in my opinion. Now, do we want to talk about Mayuri? Okay, so here's the main thing when it comes to Mayuri. Once again, I want to mention this, B0, okay? For Mayuri to be comparable to B0 Kisuke, he needs a A5 core. Kisuke doesn't need that. If you don't have an A4, A5 core, Kisuke is running circles around Mayuri. It's not comparable at all. Because without the excitement stacks, the boost that he provides outside of ailment is minimal. 4.2% all skill mastery here. He has superhuman on a 50%. If you are unlucky, which happened to me a few times, he's going to use double barreled and this will drop off. And then the damage increase is 13%. Right? His weapon provides all skill mastery, but at the same time it's not enough. Like, the main problem with Mayuri is really basically the fact that at B0, if you pull for him, and once again, this is the argument here, right? Kisuke is free. I don't have to do anything for Kisuke. I open up the game, I play the game, and I get Kisuke for free. For Mayuri, I have to use up to 14.8k jades to get him. For him to only be available at B0 fully in an ailment team. So if I am a free-to-play player and I want to play with full assault characters and I have to decide if I want to B1 Grimjo, Soifon, and I have to skip out on a character, on who do I skip out on? Do I skip out on Neliel, on Gin, on Eisen, or Soifon? Or do I want to skip out on Mayuri because his support at B0 is above that of Rangiku? No question asked, right? He's still a premium support. But you have to spend jades for it. But Hakim, that's not true, because if you take damage with anybody in your thrust team or in any team, then he's going to use the heal. So you're losing the benefits of having him dissipating faster or applying the damage amplification on the enemy because you took damage with somebody else. So while it's not on Kisuke, it's on somebody else, but it still applies to Mayuri too. If this procs, this is tears. Especially the major problem with his kit is that let's say you are at 5% dissipation gauge, right? You're preparing your burst. You're using his technique, and now he's using superhuman essence or he's using the Hojiku Zai. Do you delay the burst further? Yeah, but when you use Mayuri technique, it has an animation like it's an alt. Yeah, but that's the thing. You have the Gigai who can iframe. You don't have that with Mayuri. You can time freeze with Mayuri, but you don't have the Gigai effect, so to speak. I don't know, Justin. They mentioned Eisen. They confirmed Eisen. We don't know if it's overall rerun banner. I have a counter argument for Mayuri. What is the most important part of his support is that he is flexible usable, right? And Mayuri is only really usable with thrust team. Now, that's a hot take. Oh, what about Kenpachi? Yeah, well, if you give Kenpachi somebody like Zai Laporo and Kisuke, he will be doing more with those two than he will be doing with Mayuri. look, I will showcase this, right? Can you play Mayuri in this strike team? And just let's assume that that Yoriichi is Grimmjow, okay? I will showcase one of the biggest problems. I'm going to use this. Now, with Kisuke, I can dictate how fast Deathmark gets consumed, right? Watch this. Oops. Oh no! Sorry, I got excited. Give me a second. Thank you. Oopsie. So, with Kisuke, I can consume the Deathmark fairly well, as long as I play around the mechanic a little bit, because Deathmark is quite iffy, right? So what I would do, I'm going to do the same thing as I would do with Kisuke, okay? I'm going to use my buffs, I'm going to use the techniques, and then I'm going into Soifon, and into Shunko, into Yoriichi. I will do the full rotation here, disregard the damage that I'm doing because I didn't adjust the thing here. Now, by the time that I'm done here, I would have been at 10 out of 20. No, this is because I'm in the thrust trial here, so the damage is decreased by 99% or something. So even though I used him, right, he doesn't dissipate, he doesn't consume the Deathmarks yet properly. So look at this, the first hit with the Bankai doesn't even count. You have to get the hits. But the problem is that these hits don't happen as long as I'm active with Yoriichi. Because time freezes, when you use time freezes, and I will go into Grimmjow's kit in a moment, and he will have time freezes too, by the way. When you use time freezes, it stops the consumption of the Deathmark. So my Yuri is counterintuitive to the strike team. So yes, in the thrust team, Mayuri is better because he's designed that way. Everywhere else, he's worse. Because when you play a Kenpachi team, like this, you're going to use Yachiru. You're here, right? Let's do something fancy here. No, I'm just saying that if Grimmjow will have the same problem as the strike team currently has with Yoriichi, then yes. Like, I can flow this really well. Because Kisuke takes field time, I can flow with the animation cancel that I have with Kenpachi, right? So if I reset this real quick and I will use my Yuri instead, this doesn't happen. My animations are too quick to be working with Kenny. So I will use him. I will use my animations here. Oh, let me inspect her real quick. And now I'm here basic attacking, right? Because I have to adapt to what Mayuri does. I'm going back here. And I have to wait. You don't have that with Kisuke. And with Kisuke, I can jump in here while he's doing this. And I can drop the Gigai. So strictly speaking, because I can also not account for when he's using double barreled, I cannot really prepare Kenpachi for the dissipation properly either. Because when you play Kenpachi, you want to dissipate with Kenpachi because you have to dictate the burst. To burst with Kenpachi, you need to have his ultimate here, and you have to have his spiritual pressure burst too. Right? This is the baseline that you need to have with the burst. And then what you need too is this. You need to start doing ultimate damage. You do 3 to 4 hits. And then usually you get attacked so that they can stun into something, so that you dissipate the last part. You trigger the buff of her, of Yachiru, and then you start bursting. And this usually should dissipate or lands just as the dissipation happens. So that you can do the full burst rotation here with a Gigai down there. It's because, yeah, because Mayuri, if you have Mayuri, one of the... Let me showcase this properly here. Technically speaking, I will go and use her, right? Then I will use him. Because this is the only way to do this. I cannot swap out. I need to be active here with Kenny. I need to do the technique here. Now, I cannot cancel out of it because if I mean, I cannot let it run. I have to do this. Using Superhuman Potion, right? As you can see, I'm still waiting a little bit. I'm waiting a few milliseconds there, here and there. Now I can do my Spiritual Pressure attack. I will use him. I cannot animation cancel, because if I animation cancel, then I still have to wait. And the only thing that I can do is either wait or go back into Yachiru. But if I do this, then I fasten her ultimate, and this means I trigger her support way early, which means that when I use my ultimate, the first hit, it's not boosted by her support. So by using Mayuri, I have to think too much about what's going to happen next. So which raises the questions once again, if Mayuri only really properly shines in Neliel's team, how is he on the same level as Kisuke? If, and that's a big if, Grimjo comes out, and if Grimjo enables Mayuri to be the fast switching character that he is, because maybe Grimjo will have... we will read the kit later, but it seems to be indicating that Grimjo has a part of his kit where he wants to run around, right? So if that's the case, if he goes and runs around and consumes the death mark properly, while Mayuri can do whatever he deals with, then Mayuri will be S tier. But until Grimjo is not here, until we cannot test this interactions, he is not S tier because he only works in a team. Justin Penny, that's why you love auto in the game? Yeah, man, to be fair, I just like... This game is a dream come true. This is basically me and being able to theory craft the shit out of the game while not playing an MMORPG, which I love to do to min-max my characters. But yeah, that's the main reason why Mayuri is not S tier. And again, it has nothing. We can also apply this, by the way, because we have to see at the current value, right? If we go back real quick, current value, Mayuri, when you play him in a strike team, he doesn't affect Yoruichi. Because if this terror debuff here, if this crit damage buff was on if a debuff is triggered, and it would work with strike, he would be the best support in the game. No questions asked, right? Exactly. So as soon as you have more value in ailment teams, Mayuri becomes much better. But until we don't have Grimjo, and until we don't have maybe the next Slash Tactician to see if he can slot into that position because he enables maybe, like for example, and this is a big problem, right? If you have, instead of Yachiru, you have Byakuya, you have auto problems, but it's not because of Mayuri. Here it's because of Byakuya himself, right? So that's the main issue. It's not really Mayuri's fault that he works like the way that he works, but it's a problem. I have him, I use my technique. Watch here, I'm not triggering the battlefield skill. okay? With the ultimate, for whatever reason. And the main benefit of my Yuri being able to shrink down the time that you are on the field with him gets kind of negated. Why? Because I have to still basic attack here. So there are two ways of doing this. Either you do this. Yeah, that's basically why he's 8 here. He's not at his full potential right now. As you can see, I used both, right? So I have to stand in here, then I have to use the basic attack. I'm still not triggering this. Now I'm triggering it, and now I'm over-triggering it. Which means I have to completely use this, and I cannot switch over. Now I want to switch, right? But the problem is, he's already active. I'm wasting a lot of time here because I have to use my Yuri here, right? And he's still not being used. And then he has to go back into his strike, into his technique. Now you could go back and first do the technique and then do my Yuri, but again, it's not because of my Yuri, it's because of Byakuya, okay? So that's the main reason why I cannot give S tier to Mayuri. He just doesn't fit that well into other ailment teams currently. So if a DPS, if a tactician comes along and he enables or she enables Kenny to do what Kenny wants to do, at the same time enabling Mayuri, then Mayuri is easy S tier. Because what he provides is quite insane. Yes. That's why I'm saying I'm still debating. Like the preview wise, it seems like it's a little bit a mix of both that Grimjo will have. But if he has a higher skill ceiling too, right? So it remains to be seen. Again, by the way, A tier just means that these are fantastic characters that you want to have in your box. It's just that S tier provides more value for your account. Again, when it comes just strictly, if we take it back a notch, right, and we look at Mayuri, because I don't want to trash talk Mayuri here, because he is a fantastic support. He doesn't need jack shit. He doesn't need level 13 here, because he gives thrust damage bonus to himself. He doesn't need anything. You don't have to level up anything for him. The only thing is that you have to level up himself to have the maximum boost here at 95. You can stop at 95. You don't even have to bring him to level 100, right? So you stop at 95, you have everything maxed, and his support is fantastic. You don't need ultimate charge rate. You need just enough ultimate charge rate to be able to use 2 techniques to get his ultimate, because that's the cooldown that he has on the ultimate, and that's it. Because technically speaking, this doesn't provide anything much. You need to be 4, basically, for him to, yeah. You need to be 4, right, for him to really switch over to ultimate charge rate. So if you don't go for his B4, he doesn't need anything. You slap the stat stamp on him, that's it. Ultimate charge rate in here, then you have an attack boost in here. You can give him the Kiske stamps if you want to, right? So really, really low effort character, which is really fantastic to have. And one thing that I want to mention here, he has so many different multipliers that if you get, for example, Sailaporo, and Sailaporo has all skill mastery, all damage increases, and stuff like that, this gains even more value because they're added together, and suddenly you have a much better impact from what he's giving here, right? Because he has 4.2% there, and he has another 5% in here. And ailment mastery will become more important once you have Grimjo. So I'm not going to discredit Mayuri, but you have to pay Jades for him. Shunsui's slash tactic? I don't know. I think so. It makes sense. I am going to be honest. They need to have one of the most hypest characters as a spirit tactician to overcome Aizen. What Aizen does is insane. I don't know how they want to power creep it. That's why I value Kenpachi so highly, because Kenpachi and 2 supports is fine enough. Yeah, I think either it's Ulquiorra, a Yamamoto maybe. It needs to be something hype. It's dead on arrival if it's not hype. Now, again, Kiske free, really good, great support. I think we don't need to waste too much time on Kiske, right? The one thing that I would say that makes Kiske drop down to A tier is if Xyle comes out on the same level as, which he will be, as Kiske. Would it make him drop down though? Because he's still a free-to-play character. Now, I would still argue that Kiske is still S tier. The major con that Kiske has is that, technically speaking, he's really expensive to build. Like, really expensive to build. Like, his ideal set stamp with his own build is insanely expensive. So the only cheap way to do his build is with Kenpachi stamps. And another thing is, what irks me a little bit is that his core stamp is quite whatever. The crit damage here is really, really nice, but the effect in itself is quite whatever. And the weapon is must-have. Without the weapon, the support is not there. I will really quick explain why Sajin is not B tier as a support, okay? Let me show you this. Let's say you want to use him in Strike, okay? What does Sajin provide? 20% crit rate, 40% crit damage, correct? He doesn't provide any slash resistance now because it comes from the battlefield skill. So that's lost. His shield is based on his HP. So if you lose the shield for whatever reason, which is really hard to do of course in a strike team, but if you lose the shield, you lose the support. But the main problem with Sajin is this. 40% crit damage, remember guys. She herself gives 300% crit damage bonus. You have Grimjoe, for example, and you put Mayuri in there. Mayuri gives another 280%. So now, instead of having a 40% crit damage increase, which would be in every other team, it would be a flat out 25-30% damage increase. Now you have a 5 to 10% damage increase. What? Huh? Come again? Is that great? But that's not true, Byakuya is better. Nemo is better than Sajin as a support. You have 40% strike damage increase, which is a flat damage increase. It basically... She's really undervalued. Like, this is, by the way, a problem that I want to discuss in a video, is that with how much crit damage is giving out by supports and tacticians in today's day and age, Sajin has lost so much value. Yeah, but as a tactician, he's not that good. The main difference between him and Byakuya, if I would be strict with it, if I would just look at the performance, right, and not only at the value, Byakuya's value stems from that point that he is a fantastic merchant when it comes to damage increases during burst. Because you can time, because his personal damage is irrelevant, you can time his Bankai, and you have a 54% slash resistance down during that. And you can just go ham with Bankai Ichigo. That's crazy good. That's crazy good. And you decide when to do this. Sajin has one of the biggest drawbacks in his kit is that he forces himself into the battlefield. Because if you don't do that, then you're going to lose the stacks, the strike resistance down stacks, right? And you have to stick in his ultimate. And that ultimate is not protected by time, it's not a time freeze. If it was a time freeze, then yeah, I would put Sajin in B tier, right? But it's not. So you're wasting time, so you would rather skip the Bankai altogether instead of using it, because it wastes so much time. The major issue with Sajin is that his value is not appreciated because you have Yoruichi, who doesn't really want to be forced out of the battlefield. Grimjo, who is going to be coming, doesn't want to be forced out of the battlefield. He wants to stand in there. He has a combo mechanic as far as I've seen it. So it's kind of tricky. He has multi-purpose, right, with the boundary, but you have to get the B1 too. So if we are just speaking on a level of B0s, I would have to put him lower to D tier actually. G, I posted my strike team DPS in the builds and guides, by the way. So if on triple SS. I think this is just a way for them to apply this. I personally think that they didn't think how important dodging and countering is. This looks like a remnant from the early stages of beta. Well, technically, I would say Yoruichi D tier, Rangeko D tier, Naliel D tier. I don't have a G tier, and Soifon is fine at A tier. Right? That's how it goes. Yeah, I just really think that, oops, having a forced out as a tactician is the biggest mistake that you can have. You take away agency from your character, right? This is one of the main issues, and that's something that is unforgivable. Actually, because if you're putting a lot of resources in here, right? You do this, then you buff up the team, and then you use Shunko right away. I'm still in Shunko. Why would I ever want to switch out of Shunko? So I'm going back into him, I'm using this. Do I use the ultimate here? Let's use the ultimate here, right? Okay, cool, I use the ultimate here. Disregard the damage. Why? I want to Shunko while the cooldown is going away, because I might have the chance to Shunko, because this Shunko stance, watch. Well, like I mentioned, it's not that Soifon is bad, it's not worthy of S tier. The problem is that she's kinda limited in what she wants to do, right? Why would I want to go out of the Shunko? Why do I want to lose uptime on the Shunko? It makes no sense. But if you don't do it, you're not going to apply strike resistance. And you don't have the problem with Byakuya. You can Byakuya can be enabled in a way that you have agency when to switch out to him, right? But both are bad, by the way. Like Byakuya having his signature move not protected, being able to be stunned out of it is just dumb. But they're not that bad to put them into D tier. Even though I would like to, but they're not that bad. The thing with Soifon is, if she was a little bit more flexible in the way that you can team build around her, it would be fantastic. But she's not. Yes, you got a free Yoruichi, but what if you start now? What if you start on the rerun and you don't have the free Yoruichi? Would you really recommend people do summon for Soifon and use her first standard on Yoruichi? That's the question here, right? I mean, Kisuke can wait. Early on in an account, Kisuke doesn't do much. Because you need the weapon, you need to build them up, etc, etc. Without the crit rate, you... Like, until level 50, 60, Kisuke is not really that great. Yeah. Do we need explanation on why Aizen, Gin, and Neliel are high on top? Yeah, like, seriously, I completely agree. Like, I'm not saying that she's skippable, right? Because, let's be honest, when you get a free Yoruichi during her run, and you get a free team, so to speak, by just having Soifon, it's hard to tell people to skip her. And the matter of the fact is, she's still in the mailbox? Yeah, there you go. Then if you still get Yoruichi for free in the mailbox, by the way, then Soifon is a must-have. In my opinion. Even though, quote-unquote, she's only, quote-unquote, A tier. Like, performance, if I would give more weighting to the performance, right, then I would have to put Soifon into S tier. Clearly. Clearly. Because she's up there. Okay, here's the deal. This is a B0 tier list, okay? So this Aizen here is B0. If I would do a tier list for B1, then yeah, Aizen stands alone. I don't think there is any B1 comparable to what Aizen does. None. Soifon is next in line, but there is no B1 next to that is so impactful like Aizen's. It's like it's not even comparable. It's like having another character, man. Like B1s and B2s, what they do for certain characters is like what the B1 does for Aizen. It's insane. That's your first team right away. Yeah, but that's why I'm saying it's hard. It's hard to give her the A tier because she's fantastic, right? She's really easy to play. But the problem is, her performance is also dependent, it's codependent on Yoruichi. And if you pair her with Yoruichi, suddenly the team gets much more complicated, right? Because you look at the kid, you have a 20-second cooldown here, and you have a 15-second cooldown here, right? If this runs out, and you do a Bankai here without a Shunko, you're losing the damage from not having the Shunko up. Then, and this is also something that really happens, and this is really, really tricky. They say that Soifon is easier to play. I really disagree with this. If we take her into any fight, let's reset this real quick. If we take her into any fight, the death mark is such an important mechanic that have to know how to use your characters so that you can really apply it properly. Right? Without it, if you don't understand the kit, there is a major problem that you will have. So if I use her dash forward here, for example, I switch back, I cannot counter. Why? Because the windmill is the same pin down as the spiritual pressure burst of Kenny. But I think it's important because, like, seriously, this, I don't know how all the gachas are, right? But the characters are more than they seem to be in the beginning. So one of the major issues that you will have here is, let's say you're mid-fight with Soifon and you have to dodge with her, right? Let's wait real quick. I wasn't able to dodge. Give me a second. Old man reaction time. Okay, I just jumped with her, right? I can still do this with her too. But if I do this differently, I don't trigger the counter here. Did you see this? I can do it with both, but the counter is getting quote-unquote used by Soifon. You see this? So now suddenly you have to understand when you can dodge with Soifon, when should you hold on to your technique to iframe stuff, and there is so much going on that now you have to think on top of everything else, and you have to think about how to consume the freaking Deathmark gauge, right? So strictly speaking, the level gap the skill gap that you need to have with Soifon and Yoruichi is vastly higher than compared to Gin and Neliel. Because Neliel has iron body armor, she doesn't care, she doesn't get stunned, she doesn't get hit, she doesn't get punished. She has ailment here, this means Grimjo comes out, she works with him. Because at B0, she doesn't have that much own self-damage, she doesn't provide that much damage by herself, that the stronger character needs being prioritized, right? Which also means that, for example, if your Gin is stronger than your Nell, then you're going to be on the field a little bit more with Gin. Yeah, but they said this in a way that how to use her, right? Because technically speaking, you click her technique, you click her counter, and then you switch out. So you can still perform fairly well as long as you hit the Bankai, but the problem is that if you want to extract more out of it, because I said I would keep her B0, it wouldn't be fair to compare her at B1, because the B1 doesn't add much, it's mostly for her own damage and 20% thrust damage, right? And the B2 wouldn't be comparable to... It wouldn't make sense to say, hey guys, Neliel B2 is fantastic, go for the B2, meanwhile, go for the B2 on Mayuri, meanwhile, go for the B2 on Gin. It doesn't make much sense. That's not free-to-play friendly. That's like... It would be free-to-play friendly if you just watch me playing with those characters at those boundaries, which doesn't make much sense. Yeah, B2 on Gin was luck, straight up luck. B2 on Tosh was basically luck. If it's necessary, I will have the B1, if it's necessary. But yeah, B6 here on these two characters is kind of a rarity, right? I have Mayuri on B0, for example. So it's the most free to play. Well, technically, yeah, it is, right? Technically, it is. Yeah, exactly. And then tier list shifts again, right? Because then suddenly you think about the B2 and you think, is Aizen at B2 better than a B2 Neliel in terms of value? And then the answer is no. Because it's like, what do you do with a B2 on Aizen? Nothing. You increase his own damage by 20%. Woohoo, whoop-de-fucking-do. Meanwhile, Naliel is going to become a supporter here at B2. And then suddenly you're like, oh, hell yeah. Nice B1. 20% damage increase here. Basically, she's going to apply own damage increase here. She's going to apply more damage increase here. And then she's going to support. What the heck? Great B2. And then tier list shifts around again, right? So this is why I try to do this at B0. But as you can see, my major problem with doing the tier list is it takes a lot of time to explain it properly, because I think breaking them down to give context. That's why I wanted to do this live on stream, so that we can have a proper exchange. You have B3, Kenny? Yeah, but that's the more or less the math behind it, right? B1 is basically one character that you skip. Basically, more or less. But yeah, like, again, Gin, B0. This is luxury. He doesn't even need this, to be completely honest. This is luxury. What this does, it enables him to do more damage during a dissipation window. That's it. This part here with Naliel is kind of moot, to be completely honest. You don't even need this. This here is nice. This is quite nice, but it loses value with Naliel because you don't do much basic attacking. So if Naliel and Gin is B2, then this here is... But Ikaku will have his own tier. In the fun tier list that I made, that I was trying to make, Ikaku was in the 770th tier. Because that's the number of luck that he needed to beat the Fullbring guy there, the lucky guy. Yeah. They need to buff everything, by the way. They need to buff this, they need to buff this, they need to buff this, they need to buff this. What's the point? Look, this is how bad this is, okay? He has an Impale that needs 8 attacks and has a 3-second cooldown. Huh? To the funny tier list, I will. Yeah, that's his B6. His B6 is basically a third of a value of an Impale. And the best part is, this damage counts as a special attack. Yeah, bro, it better. Because, like, his whole stick is to do basic attack, right? But the funny thing is that he only works with Tozen. If you really want to extract damage out of him. And then you have crit rate for ultimate by 20%. So, wait. Huh? Just for those that are not aware. Tap the ultimate again in the Bankai state to auto-release at the end of the Bankai state or when Ikaku's HP drops to 0. That's slow Hozukimaru. That gets a 20% crit. Right? Wow. I think they designed Ikaku and then they had to redo the premium characters and they were like... I think they just kind of forgot about him. It's so dumb. Like this here too, by the way. Each basic attack increases the attack speed, right? Each basic attack. Okay, cool. So it goes into Bankai. But these are just the normal ones. So when he does the whirlwind sweep, he doesn't do basic attacks. He does special attacks. So his weapon is buffing his special attack. Okay. And each basic attack increases the attack speed. But if I get a full spiritual pressure so that I can sweep right away, and then I have to use the techniques, at what point do I use basic attacks? Freaking Renji has better... No, I'm not kidding. I'm not joking when I say Renji is better. Yeah, I'm broke, man. But by the way, I find it quite interesting that you guys are okay with the S tier there, but you wanted to have an explanation for Mayuri. SR range is better. Like, he triggers this just real quick. Renji is really good. I want to build him up to level 100 eventually. He's really good. He's really strong. No, I wanted to have Tozen here actually. Give me a second. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. SR range is better than Ikaku. And I will showcase exactly why. I do this, and I can lacerate right away. I already lacerated once. When I use the technique, I have one lacerate right here. And I have a second one too. Okay? So I'm doing ailment damage. When I do ailment damage, I trigger Bleach, right? Which means I trigger resistance down from Tozen. I stack Tozen faster than Ikaku does. Watch. Oh, mother. I hate those bugs, man. He doesn't have stamps. But basically, here on the second rotation, he should have his ultimate already. Then he does the ultimate, right? Yes, Mahiko. I love how everybody is looking at the PFPs and not on the coloring. But yeah, I have to change that. So we can swap here, Superhuman Potion. I don't call him Bichigo for nothing. So now you use this one. Not only do you pull enemies together, but look at how fast you're stacking bleeds here. Okay? It's quite actually insane how well he does. And then you have Zabimark. Guys, seriously, Renji is way better than Ikaku. It's not even close. Range is really fun to play. I recommend. Yeah, Shika Ichigo is better than Bankai Ichigo, man. Screw Bankai Ichigo. You wanna know why Shika Ichigo is better? How often does Shika Ichigo need to go into Shikai? You guys are funny. Oh god. How many Getsuga Tensho does Bankai Ichigo need to kill the enemy? Shika Ichigo does it in less Getsugas, so he's therefore better, okay? You were driving Carl from Invincible? What do you mean you messed up his arm? Oh crap. Wait, aren't you using a pencil always? Weren't the sketches in with pencil? What is Kind Quest? Okay, I had to munch something real quick. Ururu should be in S tier. Yeah, I mean, like, the major reason why I have them in L tier is because they're really fun to play in a way, and their kit is just bad. They're not unplayable, but there is no way that you are going to put resources into them. I mean, if you would do a fun tier list, for me, the tier list would look a little bit different. Like Nell and Gin would be sitting in B tier. Yeah, I put it in brown because I want people to believe that it's the A tier, right? But yeah, it's the Legends tier. Why did you tell them my secrets, by the way? Why are you doing this? That's not nice of you, man. That's really not nice of you. Who was struggling with Dokkan? Sony? Then bro, Dokkan doing the limited hard fights is one of the worst things in the game. Oh yeah, but I don't bother with them, bad. I don't bother with the hard fights. It's like, for whatever reason, when they do hard fights, it's just like, timed? Why? Yeah, I mean, like, strictly speaking, by the way, if you guys don't have any more questions, I will close the tier list here. Like, generally, I think from all the SRs, Ururu, Renji, and then Chad are the most fun to play. And I would put them even above some of the standard SSRs in terms of fun. Yeah, but Justin, the problem is that who do you pair her with to do the instant freeze? That's the issue. do you really go out of your way to build her up so that she then can deal somewhat acceptable damage? And then you have to have a multi-hitter to really benefit from the freeze. And it's like, yeah, it's a nice gimmick, but the freeze just doesn't do enough. Without Toshiro, it just takes too long to freeze enemies. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? That's why she falls off, because Renji works with any thrust characters that you have there. Momo is a good support, not great, but good support. Uryu does what Rukia does, but he has more personal damage with him. So if you have to build up one of the two, then you build up Uryu. If you have built up Uryu and you skip Toshiro because you have Aizen at B1, for example, then there is no reason to ever build up Rukia. Nah, Hakim. You guys are glazing Momo way too hard. She needs to release her ultimate to give a crit rate boost of 20% for 15 seconds, right? 15 seconds. And the major factor is that if you have Momo with you, you're not doing this for the crit rate. You're not building around the crit rate. You're just not. So in the teams that she is going in, with Aizen for example, most of the times you need crit damage support and not crit rate support. Because you're already building crit rate on them. Toshiro, you build crit rate, you don't build crit damage. Aizen, you build crit rate, you don't build crit damage. So crit rate support is not that valuable if you don't have any crit damage with you. Then, watch this real quick. I haven't watched Invincible. I had time to catch up with the boys actually. No, it doesn't. Seriously, it doesn't. Orihime provides 25% all damage increase and 25% attack increase. At B1. Hey Dravenroth. When you look at SR support, what you're looking at is that if you have to invest into them, then the investment needs to pay off. Yeah, I saw that, but I cannot comment on stream because it's not PG rated. So what you do here, right? Really easy. Look, this is all you have to do with Orihime. Done. That's done. That is all you have to do. Every 20 seconds. That's all you have to do. And now suddenly, everything is protected. At B0, again, at B0, you don't have the luxury. You will have downtimes, and you need the shield. There is no discussion. The super armor will provide you with more damage because you don't have to dodge, you don't have to disrupt your basic attacks. The faster you get into suppression, and this is one of the main problems, right? And I will rant about this real quick. But you don't need. For what? It only works, Momo support only works in this training dummies. Yeah, Dragonath, I can show you the Discord link, and you can be added to the Discord. You can join the Discord, and then you can indulge the art in there. Sonia, I'm not that sure. Look, let me put this proper here. Hey Bleach, welcome back. Oh wait, did I change to... No, I didn't. Oops. Wait, let me change real quick. Oopsie. Let me switch to none here real quick. Let me see if I have things equipped with Momo. No, I don't have work today, I'm off. Luckily. I am able to stream for a longer period of time. So one of the problems that you will have here is that they are going to have the same thing, right? But she is not built. Okay. No builds at all. Nothing spent in here. Well, I did this because of OCD. And yeah, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Right? You need Panda Dude on the war zone? Yeah, I watch anime Driving North. No. I know, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I wish I had much time to watch anime. I really wish for. Yeah, forward Dr. Stone and ReZero. No, not necessarily. I mean, depends how you wanna spend your time. By the way, I fucked up because now the buff is on Kiske here. I heard about it's not Keski, it's Filsa. Who's saying Keski? No, it's not Keski, it's Kiske. It's Filsa Kiske. $78.7. That's not good enough, man. You need to be 81. By the way, still no crit damage support, okay? Crit rate support, I want to mention here. It's always Filsa. But I have to talk with people so that they understand. Because, you know, not everybody can be integrated like we are, you know. Nah, we cannot. I was just messing with you. Warframe is giving out free shit. Yeah, I think they had a live stream yesterday or 2 days ago, right? Did they announce anything major? Because I think they had to announce something, right? Hey, thank you so much, Draven North. Oh shit, I was reading chat, sorry. All the past any items are making a return? Wait, is it the anniversary for Warframe? Shit. Do you see how much slower you are with the rotation? Yes, you're doing damage, but the thing is, I have to have the weapon out. If I don't mess up the Orihime here, let me showcase what you can do with Orihime if you set her up properly. Let me see real quick. Oh yeah, I get it. It's like, it seems weird, right? And thicker lines too. Gift of the Lotus? Give me a second. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. Wait, when did the... Wait. It already started 5 weeks ago? Excalibur Dex glyphs and stuff? Oh crap. Orkin Cell, Dex Darkra weapon slots. 24th. Yeah, I have to log in then. Technican and the weapon slot? Yeah, I need those weapon slots, man. I'm blaming you! I don't know for what, but I'm blaming you. Where is it? Because you don't need this part here. What you can do is you can give... Where is it? You can equip this. Momo needs this, by the way, else it doesn't work. And she needs this, else it doesn't work. So she cannot do this. Baron Wartrail. You're being blamed, yes, of course. Somebody has to. Wasn't it kind of a law that streamers can never be at fault? Except if you're called Somali something, and then you get jailed. Dude, did I really short circuit my freaking... Remember how we wanted to grow the community there? Well, that went well, right? How is Marco doing actually? So you're telling me that it's more important to waste resources on Momo instead of doing it like this? Because for me personally, a 10% difference in damage is not good enough to waste as much resources as you have to waste on Momo to make her viable. That, then the fact that... Well, but you still have to have a 5 weapon, you still have to have her core stamp, right? And you still have to build her. Because the matter of the fact is that her passive here, her ultimate charge rate needs to be up, her insight needs to be up, else it doesn't work. And then you take into account that her technique, enemies are going to jump out of this, and if you don't hit the net, then this part here is pointless. Because you get the insight for the crit rate boost, but you don't get the rest. You will sleep in a few minutes, you gotta go. Bye chat, bye Sony. Saying thank you for jumping in. You don't have to fully build her, but you still have to build her, and that's the main issue here. And if they jump out of this, then you don't get insight. So... Also, by the way, you're not protected here. Right? Which means that any attack can hinder you on gaining insight. And all these issues, you don't have that with Orihime. So I would rather have 10% damage decrease at the training dummy, but then coming out on top during the boss fight, because I'm able to focus more on what's going on with the boss fight and not losing damage there. Because once again, this was a B6 Aizen, right? He benefits from it that he's paired with Momo because of this. At B1, you don't have the luxury. You don't have the own damage increases like you do at B6. So I would rather have a Orihime who gives me super armor instead. That's why Orihime is higher than Momo. If I'm going to be honest here, if Momo... Where is she? Actually, do we have Byakuya somewhere? Yeah, here it is. Where is Momo? Here she is. This boss fight is a perfect example. Yeah, AJ, I'm still going to do that tier list there. Look, you're not protected from this shit, and you lose stacks because she already started with her animation, right? So she's not protected. She's using this up, but she gets hit. So what you need to do, you have to wait, like you would always, right? Then you have to swap back into her. Enemy jumps out of it already again. Disregard the fact that he's going into ultimate so fast. You cannot even clear this if you want to keep the buffs up, which is quite dumb. So she has a multi-hit, which is not a multi-hit. Because why would you want to do that? If I go in with Orihime, watch what happens when I do this with Orihime. Watch. I get hit, but I don't care, because I have super armor. Because he stops time, but I still don't care. So why should I go with Momo? The problem is, at B6 you are not aware. It's not that. You don't see this as much, right? But the main problem is that at B1 you're going to lose your stacks there, right? And another problem is on Aizen itself, by the way, that he is not able. Look, no damage. No damage taken. Why? Because shields. You don't have that with Momo. I can chill here. It's like the difference between Momo and Orihime in an actual fight is not even measurable. That's the main problem here. Oh no, I got hit. I'm fighting Ulquiorra. I'm getting hard stabbed. I need a heal. Yeah, good luck with Momo. You have to restart the fight, because else you are not going to clear the DPS check. With her, no problem. And this is what I'm trying to say here. It's not that Momo is bad, but what Orihime provides at zero investment, with a second life Q, you can sack her off and you're still able to provide something more. It's just like the utility that Orihime provides, you don't have that anywhere in the game. In free-to-play characters. And like I said, you don't even have to build her. You can leave her at level 1, technically. You want a little bit of HP, of course, but yeah. You could leave this all at level 1. This too. It's like... And if you wait for the counter with Momo, then he jumps out of it, right? It's not that Momo is bad, and somebody said, oh, Astra, there it is. You said maybe she's better with Xayah. It really depends, right? But why? This is the main question. When it comes to this kind of tier list, again, performance is the one point, right? But what matters performance if in the end everything else speaks against the character? That's the main question that I have to ask. Because the other fact is true that Orihime might not be the best with Aizen, right? But Momo cannot be used with anybody but Spirit. Meanwhile, Orihime can be used with anybody. As long as you have one carry, she works. You have Shika Ichigo, your Kisuke somewhere else, you pair him with Orihime, suddenly he has super armor. Which means his most damaging attack, the special attack to follow up here, that gives him higher damage here with the basic attack, doesn't get interrupted for the whole duration. That's utility that you cannot gain back. That's not something that Momo can provide. At zero investment. Although, personally, to be completely honest with you guys, I would say that C and D tier doesn't really matter too much. You can put them all in on one tier, because basically all this means is that you really don't want to invest into these characters in the D tier, and those in the C tier are investable if the B tier options are not there, right? If you want to have specific teams for specific colors, for specific type of damages, then and you care about performance and you're trying to get the most out of the character, then you're going to always build up the specific type character, right? Orihime is an all-type character that you can use everywhere. So no matter who you use, you can use it everywhere. And once again, I want to really drive this home. I saw that one. I want to really drive this home because the main problem is that when you play with Momo, the matter of the fact is that for her to be really, really good, you want to have her weapon. Meanwhile, Orihime can make do with the method here. Oh, you weren't here when I was talking about Mayuri? Because compared to Kisuke, he's lacking flexibility and value. So the main reason why I have Mayuri in A tier is because currently he only works with thrust properly, right? That his full potential, everything that he wants to do, opens up with thrust team. Why? Because one of the major pain points of Mayuri is this part here in his technique, is this here. You don't want to heal, right? So what does Neliel do? She gives a massive shield to everybody so that you don't need a heal. Big W. And then you have Gin, who doesn't take damage anyways, because you have the counter, you have the technique, you can iframe. Easy peasy, right? You play with Kenpachi, you will take damage. There is no way that you don't take damage. And if you take damage, the technique will use the heal. One out of 3 times. And the second part is that the flash bomb dissipates too much. I will get to Gin in a second. And by the way, you saying that he is not flexible is wrong. And the flash bomb dissipates too much so that he is really awkward to play with Kenpachi. And animation cancel gets really tricky with Kenpachi too, right? Whereas with Kisuke, he plays much more fluently and you don't have those big gaps in between where you have to wait for Kenpachi to come back online. And if you play with Yachiru, that's a big problem. You could argue that Yachiro is a key problem there, but then you would, if you are going to argue that you want to play Mayuri with Kisuke in Kenpachi, then the question is why? Because you're taking 2 premium characters away from somebody else's team, right? Mayuri is used on every team because people have invested into him and they want to use him there, but he's not the best option. Using him into a strike team is flat out wrong. He's doing less performance-wise, he's worse, and when it comes to the death mark, it's worse too, because his poison triggers the same way as the Gigai does, but I can proc the Gigai when I want to, when I know that I will have downtime with Yoruichi so that I can get the most out of it. If I have to use the Bankai to get Soifon going, first and foremost, this here only works for Soifon and not for Yoruichi, right? So his crit damage buff is only half worth. He's going to lose damage right there. And secondly, once again, he plays worse in Strike Team without Grimjo than he currently does. That's not to say he's in A tier because basically I think Hakim said this. Basically, he's in A tier because his full potential is not available right now. No. He's much worse. He needs to have a A4, A5 core stamp to be competing with a B0, A1 Kisuke. No. No. Just no. No. Performance-wise, he's nowhere near Kisuke. Nowhere near. We had this Mayuri discussion with the whole community when he dropped and people were asking for buffs because Kisuke was outperforming him at B0. No, it's not. Nope, it's not. It's not. If you have to have C5 on her, you have to have C5 on Aizen, you have to have C5 on Bankai Ichigo. It's not reasonable to also ask for a C5 on Mayuri. It's just not. Because you would rather have C5 on Naliel, because she's the bigger boost, she's the better character than Mayuri is. Nope, I'm not giving you that. The matter of the fact is that Gin, you can use Gin everywhere. You can use him with Aizen, right? Once again, Mayuri can be with Aizen, but funnily enough, he doesn't perform that much better with Aizen than Momo does. Which is weird, right? A 5 performance difference is not valuable to spend 14.8k Jades on. It is because it doesn't cost you Jade. But if you have to have 5 C5s, it's not free to play friendly anymore. Because it can take you up to 75 to get 2 copies basically, right? So it's not feasible to assume that A5 for a secondary support is feasible. It's just not. If I can extract a million DPS out of Soifon's C5, or I can extract 200k DPS out of his C5 in certain teams, and 400, 500k in specific teams, it's not the same worth. I'm sorry. It's not. The major problem with Mayuri currently... No, bro. You are capping. He's not boundary dependent. At B0, when Mayuri dropped, and you can go back to my live stream, when Mayuri dropped at B0, outside of the thrust team, Kisuke was outperforming him. And it wasn't even close. It was a difference of 15 to 20%. No. We can talk performance all day, but the matter of the fact is, Kisuke doesn't cost you anything. You drop into the game, you do your first 50 pulls, right? 50 single summons, you get Kisuke, you get his weapon, and he's already better than Mayuri. Because to get Mayuri, you need to, at most, spend 14.8k. And then you have to get his core. So you have to have 75 memories to get his C5, which takes you as a free-to-play player 1.5 to 2 months. And you're saying that he is as valuable as Kiske? Nah. If I get my car right now because I have work tomorrow, and I get the same car in 2 months' time, but I have to still buy the wheels to it, it's not the same. It can be the same package. It can be still called a car, but it's not the same. If I'm hungry now, I don't care if I get a sandwich in a month's time. Yeah, but listen to this argument. If both are C5, who is going to C5 Kiske? Who is going to... It took me 6 months. Nearly 6 months to C5 him. Nearly 6 months to C5 Kiske. And you're telling me that if you're going to C5 both, then they're close? No. This is not if they are close, by the way. This is at B0, C1, A1, what's going on. That's what this tier list is about. The major issue with Mayuri, and the main reason why he's in A tier... No, it's not. How are you telling me that he has priority over... Okay, I have Soifon, I have Aizen, I pulled for Mayuri. How is C5 Mayuri more important than Aizen C5 or Soifon C5? Explain. How can you beat the Kiske level in Yorichi about level 90 still not enough? Which one? The adventure one? I have to check. Mayuri has the best core stamp in the game if you have debuffs. Which is Gen and Kenpachi. That's it. Because in Soifon teams you're not going to play it, because Soifon is only having half of it, is having the full benefit, but Yorichi is having none of it. Because why should you have priority over a character like Aizen? Aizen is your main carry at B0 bar none. You can slot him everywhere. Mayuri cannot be slotted anywhere. Not everywhere, I should say. But that's not an argument. So by that reason, because we don't have proper characters for this, Ururu should be B tier together with Toshiro, right? Because it's the only full assault character that we have in Spirit. Because we don't have the rerun ban of Toshiro. That's not an argument to put him into S tier. When the rerun comes, you're a new account, a really new account, okay? You are just being able to pull for one character, you have the main character and you have a rerun banner right going on. Who do you summon for? No, it makes sense because you're saying, because we lack supports, which is not true, which is the same for Ururu, we don't lack full assault comparisons because you can use Rangiku for thrust teams. You can use Orihime for thrust teams because she's universal. It doesn't matter, you have supports. We don't lack supports. We lack premium supports, but that's different. But just because something is lacking doesn't mean that in the tier list it should be higher up if the full potential is not even available to him. Yeah, but listen to this argument. Mayuri is better than every single support except Kiske. So you're saying Kiske is more flexible, he's cheaper to build, he's more valuable because he slots in every team, even if he is slightly lower in terms of performance in the ailment team at higher investment level. How is he on the same level as Kiske? He's not. I mean, for new players, it takes you... No. Bro, it's not. Go back to my Neliel stream and look for yourself. It wasn't. Mayuri without the C5 is worse than Kiske. You lack, just to go over this, please, okay? You lack 180% crit damage here. Crit damage here, sorry, not here. This is ultimate damage. No, this tier list is not always include C5s. I don't care about the bread and butter. The B1 of Eisen is the bread and butter, but I don't care. Reglo, when you start an account, what I look at is the first 1.5–2 months, right? So in that time, you want to be very strict in what you put the resources in, and because the way that the game works, for newer players or free-to-play players, one of the most valuable things to do is the Frenzy Feast here, because you get the most jade out of this here weekly, right? And the other part is that the tower here, this part here, the limited time trial, it has always 2 types of damage that you can bring to you. So what you want to do, technically, is you want to look at your characters and see who can be used universally, right? Yeah, just completely free-to-play B0, C1, A1. Else Eisen would be on top of everything else, right? And when you look at, for example, somebody like Eisen, his battlefield skill is for all damage types already. So this means no matter who you slot him with, he can be used with Eisen, right? The character can be used with Eisen. So Eisen, already tremendous value there. Kiske, for example, he gives support to everybody. Yes, the most negative aspect of Kiske is that you need good set stamps, but this can be alleviated a little bit by having the Kenpachi stamps on him. You just want to see value, right? You want to see somebody who can maybe take less investment, like a Soifon, for example. Even though she is fairly strict into the strike team, but what she does for the strike team, she gives you basically a 2-in-1 package, right? So you only have to invest in her and you get Yoroichi for free. You have basically a free SSR character on the level of a premium SSR. So when you look at characters, is how many teams can I slot them with? How many teams can I run with them? And that's why, for example, a Gin is fantastic. Because Gin is very easy to play. He has a lot of abilities that give him invincibility or can skip time or whatever, right? There is more utility into this. You're not being interrupted while doing damage. And he can run with Eisen, he can run with Neliel, he can run with Tozen, who is another free-to-play tactician, which is really, really good. The team works really well, actually. It was one of the main reasons why Neliel needed to be buffed. In terms of performance, if you just want to go for performance, there are certain outliers, like for example the Thrust team is really strong, has really a lot going on for them, but as a new player, Ailment Mastery isn't the best battlefield skill to have, because Ailment Mastery also dictates that it's only working with ailment damage, right? And so the first 2 months you want to establish an account that is able to tackle Frenzy Feast. But rating the character at the max potential is useless, because else the tier list would only be Thrust team. Because rating the character at the max is rating them on full release. And in full release, the only available team is this team here. Why? Because of the time freezes. So what we would gauge the teams up on is only time freezes. Do you think it's valuable for people to gauge characters only on about how much time freezes you have? No, it's not. It's just not. It's not feasible to say, yeah, but you know, ideally as a free-to-play player, B1 Eisen is better than a B0 Gin, but at the same time a B2 Gin is better than a B1 Eisen because it provides more for the thrust team. Where do you draw the line? Yeah, so when you have difficulties with clearing your level, one of the major problems is that it kind of seems like a lot of the power comes from this, right? But truly it comes from the set stamps. So what you want to do as a new character, as a new player, is to make sure that you have offensive stats, right? If you need to, and you have offensive stats here, you can slot this. While you level up to level 50, player level 50, not character player level, this player level here, up to level 50 here, you don't care too much. You should be fine going through the game naturally. Yeah, but that's the problem. Give me a second. Let me real quick explain to Ray real quick what's going on. So what you want to do is you want to go in here and farm this here. One of the easiest way to farm sets, it's not the best for everybody, but it's really, really good early on because this is just flat stats. So what you can do is you can farm this set stamp here, as it gives you base attack increase and crit damage on the third piece, which means, to make it easy for you, when it comes to your character, what you are going to aim for is either attack percentage in here or the type that you're looking for. So if you have a spirit character, you want to have spirit damage here. If it's strike, you want to have strike damage in here, and so forth and so on. The set stamps can only roll specific stats. So this means this stamp here can only roll attack, defensive stat like defense percentage, HP normal like flat like this, and HP percentage is the same with attack flat and attack percentage. You never want to invest into flat stats. No, I'm not on this account. I have a free-to-play account though. And you want to have avoid flat stats in here as a basic stat because this is what's going up and this is going to perform much better as a percentile, okay? And then in the second stamp you have either attack, crit damage or crit rate as the main DPS stats, and else as always the defensive stats too. And you want to have crit rate in general, especially if you run ready to go, because like I said, you have already crit damage in here, and this is really a cheap option. Even just having them at purple is really, really valuable. And you can level them up to level 10, by the way. This is fairly easy to do. You will run at a certain point, you will have so many resources when it comes to set stamps, because you have to farm them so much that you don't have to worry about them, but early on you can be a little bit more conservative. And then when it comes to this here, this is a little bit more complicated, because here you can have ultimate charge rate, ailment damage bonus, and attack, or the defensive stats, right? Ultimate charge rate is nice to have one piece of those for characters that need it. Ailment damage is dependent on the character, right? One thing that you can do is check the stat window here, scroll down, ailment damage bonus, click on it, and then you will see what kind of damage you are going to do. So if you see this key name here, for example, cleave, right? I'm going into here, oh, cleave, okay, cool, what's this? Do I see it anywhere else? Here you don't see it, but it's a cleave mechanic, it's in his passive, right? That's his main mechanic, cleave, okay, cool. So he deals ailment damage. So building ailment damage stamp here is fair too, okay? In general, if you're not sure what you do, attack percentage is not bad. It's not always the best, but it's not wrong either. And then, if you have that one sorted, you want to make sure that, especially once you go over level 50, between level 50 and 65, you really want to make sure that you farm the best stamp possible, because as soon as you hit 65, the Frenzy Feast becomes much more difficult, because now you need 3 teams, which means that you have to have good set stamps, right? Because with set stamps, you can alleviate a lot of the problems that you will have with damage, so that at least once you reach this, you can reach 50k quite easily. And the tier list that I am showing here is based on, as a free-to-play player or new player, what is worth investing for. in the sense of, for example, Orihime doesn't need any investment because of how she works. You can keep her at level 40 or level 60 depending on how much resources you have left. Main reason why you want to have her at level 60 is because you want to unlock this just to give her a little bit more attack boost, right? But it's not necessary, okay? And if you feel like you're dying or taking a lot of damage, her heal that she provides and her shield that she provides can be very useful. Biggest negative for Orihime though is that she only provides this to one character, okay? So my tier list is based on, as a new player, as a free-to-play player, as a non-veteran who has everything on C5, this is what I would aim for. Yes, sadly he is, yeah. The major problem is that he doesn't have much personal damage and he doesn't really work well with everybody else. Now, like, you're still here, right? Would you agree that Mayuri is better in his field than Kisuke is in his own field? I would disagree with that because Mayuri is only specifically good with thrust. If you put him together with Kenpachi and you run him with Kisuke, for example, then it's not because Kenpachi is suddenly better because of Mayuri. It's because Mayuri is better than any of the SRs, right? But now you're taking one premium SSR support for one singular team. If you pair Kenpachi with Yachiru and Kisuke, he performs better with those two than he performs with Mayuri. Right? You pair him together with Soifon, same story. Less performance than Kisuke. And worse deathmark dissipation and consumption. That, like I mentioned, Mayuri is not A tier because he's bad. He has a fantastic kit. But I think it was you, Hakim, who said that his potential is not fully unlocked yet. And I truly believe that once that Slash gets a proper tactician that supports the way that Kenpachi wants to be played, and you're fine with just having a support that just pops in a second and then pops out back again, I truly believe that that's the point where Mayuri will be at the same level, if not above, Kisuke. And the same will be true for Zyle, for example. If Zyle is on the same level as a Kisuke, but he is exceptionally good in his own spirit team, and only that, then the question is, why would you want to pull for Zyle if he's on the same level as Kisuke, if Mayuri is at the same level, quote-unquote at the same level, once his full potential is unlocked, but slightly below Kisuke outside of it? Well, because I mistaken that picture. Just go for the color, please. I switched up the PFPs. Let me fix this real quick. Yusuk, you're still there. Does my explanation make sense to you? Do you see where I'm coming from with this? There we go. No. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. It was a genuine mistake. Let me switch them up real quick. There we go. No, it was just a genuine mistake. I was like, but you guys spotted that, so that's why. Like Shikai Ichigo is really good. So if you have to build up any Slash character because you don't have the premium ones, Shikai Ichigo is really good. I also have on my channel, I have the Frenzy Feast, the past Frenzy Feast, where I showcase quite a lot of different type of team setups that I have for the Frenzy Feast, where I use a lot of the free stuff here. So Michael, on this account here, my goal here is to be at around B0, B1, B2, depending on the characters, right? The thing is, if I feel like I have Gin at B2, so to not make the Thrust team too good performance-wise, so to speak, to have a comparison, I kept Nell at B0 here, because I want to have a valid way to showcase what a team is capable of, especially when you look at endgame stuff like the tower here, right? So for example, we cleared this with a strike team at B0, which was crazy, by the way. Still crazy to think about this, but if I'm being completely honest. Now, before we move on, any further questions here? We did, by the way, just real quick, we did over 3 hours of just talking about tier list. Oh. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like I mentioned, the problem with tier list that I have is genuinely that it really depends on the angle, right? And I think Yuzak said it correctly. Usually when you rate characters, you build up a scenario, and if he missed the scenario that we are going for, then I understand why he seems confused. But at the same time, I don't think that you can make a free-to-play tier list based on how the characters are performing in the end game, because strictly speaking, the end game, if you're talking tower, right, and Thrust team is the best team in the game, and I take this into the strike tower, and they're not being able to clear it, yeah, well, make it still the best. It doesn't make sense to make the comparison, right? Because it's damage type. So at the same time, one character that can do that though, that can even lift up even outside of their own typing, and this is the only character that can do that, is Aizen. And that's crazy. That's how crazy that dude is. And that's the only legit point where I'm like, okay, fair enough. If we talk about this phase here, for example, and we are going to take a look here, this is a global ranking, by the way, right? These are global. Look. Pick up the phone. It's like 15 seconds. And this is really good, because this is one premium character. These are 3 premium characters here. So, if we talk performance here, should I move up Soifon and Yoroichi because they're cheaper and better? Even though Grimjoy is not out yet? So that's a little bit... I mean, should I put Rangiku in the S tier because she's able to buff Neliel so much so that they are able to do this in 16 seconds? Should therefore be Gin lower? Should he go into the B tier because he's not needed in the thrust team? Yeah, but that's the question, right? If Yuzek's way of handling tier lists is performance, what are we judging exactly? And that's the problem, right? And this is, by the way, just real quick, and this is something that I've seen, and that's why I don't do performance tier lists. Just give me a second. So I come from a MMORPG background, right? And I will show you this because I just love this. This is a DPS chart from all the characters that you have, all classes that you have in World of Warcraft, right? And you can see here that certain characters are way lower. So you have a 100% here, and this class here performs 75%. Augmentation Evoker performs 50% less than the Unholy Decay. But what if I tell you that he is one of the most mandatory classes in the game because his damage is not contributed on his own, but because he gives so much damage to everybody else, his damage is up here. And it doesn't matter what kind of boss you're facing. The Unholy Death Knight, for example, if he has a lot of downtime, he's not number 1 anymore. This is on a raid boss, max DPS, which means the boss doesn't move. It's a training dummy. Right? So, are we going to say that the DK here is S tier because he has 2 specs that are top notch? What if the Frost Death Knight is way better during AoE situations instead of the Unholy Death Knight, for example? And the matter of the fact is that the Frost Death Knight needs a completely different gear set than an Unholy Death Knight, right? So, tier lists, it's really, really hard to make them based on performance. Yeah, but the question on the performance tier list remains to be asked, right? No, do you mean the core stamp or the set stamp? So this is the core stamp, and this is the set stamp. You can equip any stamp to anybody, but the problem will be that you're not going to have the major effect here. Yeah, sure, give me a second. I haven't worked on him in a while, by the way. So for example, this is Yoruichi's one. I can equip this to Sosuke Aizen, right? So you can do that, but it's just not active. You have a lot of free ones that you can use as intermediary until you get the proper one. Yeah, it's fine. I would like to go away a little bit from ultimate charge rate. I feel like it's okay, but it's not ideal either. It's okay. My major problem with him is this here. I have really bad stamps here. This is the only decent one. This here is really bad too. I have to re-roll them, but I don't have the Nexus stamps for him. Like through his buff, these are really bad. I mean, this here is technically speaking a 6% increase. If I would use basic attack permanently. so it's more like a 2 to 3% increase. Funny enough, through his buffs, the resistance down that he can gain from the perks is better than the increased damage here. Yeah, but the problem is ultimate doesn't work. You don't want to have ultimate. It's all damage. All damage is the best. Let me showcase real quick. His ultimate doesn't deal damage. Okay. Battlefield skill, and so forth and so on. 1.3 mil. $23 mil. And this is Battlefield skill. I mean, it does, but it just doesn't deal much damage. It's all in the Battlefield skill. Here and here. That's the problem. So going for ultimate damage is not really worthwhile. And the second problem is, yeah, like, I mean, the buffs were nice, right? But it kinda... No, you want all damage. His damage profile in a double support setting, let me showcase. So even if you are basing attacking here, let's go to 3. To ultimate. I will show you after this, yeah. No problem. But I'm on a U, yeah, right? Just remember. Hey, Nightmare! Wait, that's not a nightmare? How many nightmares are there? Oh, that's nice. Perfect then. So just to showcase this real quick, we've done one full rotation, right? So this is only quote-unquote 35%. The technique is fairly high, so you could argue, but the problem is that this is not from the 30%. I'm doing very good. How are you, Nightmare? As you can see, it's fairly spread out, right? Like technique... Oh, oops. Battlefield skill here, complete hypnosis, really low down. Technique Raikoho is really low. So all damage would be fine. I believe that them buffing the characters in the core stamp was a mistake. This year is such a mistake. Because suddenly what happens is that everything that increases basic attack, techniques and counterattacks is just less valuable. So battlefield skill is nice, maybe one battlefield skill. You get one battlefield skill and then 2 all damage. That would be nice. New chapter in the Adventure Trial arc. Wait, do you mean the proper adventure? Oh, cool! Hey, look at this! Woo! Oh, let's do this. Let's have some gameplay, man. I haven't done gameplay for the whole... Guys, this is crazy, man. You guys are as crazy as I am. We were talking like tier list for over 3.5 hours. How is it? Is it easy or what's the pulse here? Let me see real quick. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let me go out here. So if you're on a EU, you can add me, by the way. Free to play will struggle. Okay. You play BSR with split screen? Are you playing on emulator then? My phone is melting just installing BSR. Let me double check real quick that I have space. Yeah, I have. Let me see real quick. I will go solo Eisen and then I will gauge from there, because solo Eisen deals about 1 million DPS. Yo, I already super something, right? Oh, 2 teams? Let's do... just to see real quick. Let's do something like this, just for fun. Oh, is this right away? Didn't I select Eisen? Oh no, whoops. Yeah, let's see real quick. Solo Eisen is always what I gauge the content with. I think 3 is enough, right? We don't need 4 teams content. Only the boss is 3 teams? Multiple phases or what? $200 seconds. $200 seconds for this? Oh, yeah, okay. I get it. How many jades that it gives? I don't know. I have to check after this. Yeah, this is going to be overkill. That's not too bad. $800? But I mean, 800 is not too bad. Can you just die? Yeah, this nuke is so satisfying, not gonna lie. Just too good. Oh, for both stages you need 200 seconds. Okay. So it's a little bit tighter. Seconds. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. The rewards could be better. 300 here in the end. Like 3 keys. So you need around 500 KDPS. Okay, so what I'm going to do, by the way, right now, is I'm going to showdown mode. Yeah. Where is Yusek when we need him? I think he mentioned that the keys should be higher in total. Yeah, 6 keys in total is low. After using squad Q, you're so cooked. Why, Astra? So you need to have squad Q's co-op skills here. Will however restricts your perfect dodge, increasing the cooldown by 10 seconds. Wait, give me a second. I have the wrong stamps on, by the way. Which one was yours? This one. You should be added. Wait. Oh no, here. Huh? Who did I add before then? I added somebody else then. I thought it was you, sorry Hakim. Let me... So it's not a 24-hour stream, but I'm reaching my 24-hour mark. Yeah, share IDs, guys. Was you? I think it was you here. Well, technically speaking, Aizen has you in the Kyogasuigetsu, so you think you only have the Aizen B6, but you have all the B6s. It's on fire. This seems right. Sucks to be at C server? Why? Is the connection so bad? Maybe you should try the Lake server. I don't know which C you're in, but man. Oop, I'm getting tired, by the way. Dude. Can I? Thank you. Let's see. The clear intent for us to use this, right? So we're going with 50 liaison points. So if I'm chill, going straight away. Shogun, you left. You feel left out. Don't worry, man. Huh? What is this crap? People heard Crunchyroll and they were like, nope. Oh man, this year sucks because of the 10 seconds increased cooldown rate, but yeah, we can still do this. We don't really need this here. This is nice. More attack, that's fine. Wait, what's going on here? What is going on here? Of course, AO is the best server. I mean, I don't want to sound all high and mighty, but I mean, it's EU, right? Doesn't need any further explanation. Yeah, sometimes a little bit too much. I have to close down the chats in the next videos. How have you been here all stream if you have been doing something, G? Don't worry, man. Celebrate your birthday with your family, man. I appreciate you just dropping by on your birthday. So don't worry too much. Ooh, decrease ultimate on the cooldown? We will take that. Bro, Hakim, it doesn't help when you say it like that. When he said it was watching me in the background. Lol. What do you mean your birthday was nothing special? It doesn't... Look, listen. You got celebrated by over 24 people at the same time. From all over the world. So, yeah. It was special. It was very special. It's like, are you trying to get me in trouble? Just real quick. But I mean, I really mean this. I went through all the phases of different types of birthdays, right? And nowadays, if my grandma sends me a message just telling me that she loves me, if I can sit down and just eat one of my favorite meals with my family, that's already enough. Because, like I said, I don't want to make my stream always dark about stuff, but yeah. When you go through things in life, then you're quite... You start to become really, really appreciative on all the small little things that you can do with your family. And you know what? It doesn't even matter. I don't like my bigger sister that much, okay? It's not like we have a great relationship. But when she got married, it was still beautiful. I was happy for her, right? Because she finally found the man that she wanted to spend her life with. So, even with bad blood, if it's possible to kind of enjoy the birthday together, then yeah. That's all that matters. Yeah, I know, Hakim, but that's why I'm trying to give a different perspective. I'm not saying that he needs to be like... But you know, next year he becomes 18 and he sits there with his cap, his pipe, and just reading a book. Yeah, that's beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful way of spending your birthday. Yeah, it's a beautiful way. I'm not saying that, man. Go out and party, man. But I'm just like, give a shit. That's what I mean. Just give a shit, you know? Just for yourself. We don't need that. $17. He's 17. I'm not saying what I'm thinking. I think I will get back. My streams are PG. Wait, what? Makes out the boundary ascension of the full assault character in the team? Wait, this makes my Yorichi B6? Hell yeah! You need 18 to party? Well, not everywhere. Where I grew up. We need those for the squad queues. So is this the prep mode? Wait, what's going on here? You gain Shunko stacks? Yeah, this is cool. I would never advocate for consumption of anything that is unhealthy for your body or development as a human being. So I will never advocate for any consumption of this type of drinks that you are suggesting there. Never would I do such a thing. What happened? Have you seen the meme song? I don't even know what happened right here. What happened? Look, she just pulled it out. This sounds wrong in the context that we were talking about, but I mean the Bankai. Give me attack rate. I will take this here. Execution is active. Who cares about basic attack damage? I mean, this is only for the after images. Next phase? Okay. Okay, bro. Straight into the next phase. Oh man, that was comical. Holy. Jackpot icon, next phase. There you go. Okay. You're new? What kind of excuse is that? Do we have something special here? It's not the best one, but it's fine. Would you? Thank you. Huh? What's going on? What is going on? What? I couldn't press counter. He just stabbed through there. What the hell? Nope. Let's go with charge rate. Yeah, Yami, I don't know if you want the smoke. I'm gonna be honest here. I don't think you're ready for this. Wait, did I already get another subs? I cannot keep count. Guys, slow down. What's going on? Huh? Let's go, baby. I have to do more adventuring because this stuff is fun. Nah. We're taking the more difficult route here. I already have this one. We can do this. How many runs do we make? Do we need to make here? What is this? Is this unlimited? What is the limit here for Shunko? Get a Yoruichi secret? Which one do you mean? Which one is the Yoruichi secret? Oh, this one. I didn't even see this one. I didn't even see this one. Is this flat out 45% more damage? I have 560. We're going to take this one. Doesn't really matter because we are going to perfect dodge anyways. But I cannot increase them, right? They're just 1 and off. Okay. This is for the ultimate. I kind of wanna have an increase in blooms, but I think they're capped at 5, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was just looking at something more reasonable, but yeah, this makes sense. 45% more damage. Oh, that's Kisuke. I see your ultimate. I'm not going to use it yet. Nope. I see you. Huh? What just happened? The damage is so high, the fight is over, that's why. What? What just happened? Like, seriously. Wait, that's it? Can I see how much damage I did at least, please? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, how do you do more damage? I wasn't expecting him to die that fast. I see you jumping up there. Calm down. Oh, I see you. In your fucking gigai. Here, take this. And you can have another one. Hakim is dead. In the sense that he's sleeping. Stop jumping away! Sorry guys, I'm focusing here real quick. I don't have much time, I think. No! I missed it! I missed it! No! Let me Giga here real quick. Before I send the next nuke. Huh? Oh, wait. Let me prepare this properly here. He's nearly dissipated. Can I get you here? Yeah, I can. Nope. I see you running away. Okay, so he's dissipated. Let's see. Someone clip that. What was that? 600 million? Was it 600 million? No way, that wasn't 600 million. Was it 600 million? No. I love this mode. More, please. And how many? What? I have to use the ultimate. Way too far away to dissipate there. Nope. We dodged that. By sending a nuke. Yeah, I play daily. Yeah. With a YouTube channel, you kinda have to. Let me dissipate once, please. How about no? There we go. Dissipated. Let's go for damage. It's such a good team, man. Such a great team. So fun. Okay. Chill. What is this? What the hell is this? Oh, where can I see the damage? Oh, here. Guys, I don't even know what kind of number that is. I don't even... But that's a really pleasing number to have. 15757. That's quite nice. Jesus. So in 150 seconds. That was 105 million DPS right there. All right, leave. Jesus Christ. What is that? Dude, what? They maxed this out, look at this. They maxed out the score, what? Yeah. This is the crazy part. You're not even top DPS here. Oh, but they went with Eisen Squad. Okay. Yeah, it's still fun to see nukes work. Can you see the runs? How much damage do they do here? It would be nice to see the investment. But this is a super fun mode, not gonna lie. This is really fun. You thought Kenpachi was best? I think it depends. I'm not sure. I heard both. I heard Kenpachi was really good at release, but you're doing way too much. You're getting way too much crit chances and stuff. Okay. Chapter 5 is, yeah. Let's do something fun. Yeah, but do boundaries matter? That's what I wanna know. Since they gave him a voice line, by the way, one of my favorite bankas in the game. Oh yeah, it makes sense then. Yeah, but throwing around 1.2 billion nukes was quite satisfying, regardless. This is trash. Hello? You can do nothing, you're just going to straight into the next phase. It's just one button press, next phase. One button press, next phase. Huh? Where? Oh. I'm not understanding what's happening, by the way. They just keep dying. Yeah, we're not going to perfect dodge here with Eisen. Ooh, shit. Actually, why is it still working? Give me a second. Oh well, officially 24 hours awake. This is just dodging, we can do this, because we are going to dodge a lot. You know, that was my my alarm. That's when I usually, quote-unquote, wake up, quote-unquote, go to work. But I don't know why it was still... I don't know why it wasn't off. No. Like, the major problem that I have is I was doing night shifts and tomorrow I am during the day. So it's kind of tricky to do night shifts. And one way to do it is if I can come home and then just sleep right away, that's fine. But I was expecting... how do I call this? What's the English word for this? Oops. Handyman. I was expecting handymans. So... Bro. I cannot use this. We are squad 5, so we are going with this. Nice. When selecting a secret of one victim, the selected secret is guaranteed to be gold. Can take this one. Then we upgrade this one. So yeah, basically I'm just running on hype and caffeine. Double my points, but it's not a doubling, right? It's only you pay 80 to gain 110 back. Zero secrets. So it doesn't count the one that I spent for them, so to speak. I'm just playing around a little bit and then let's see. I have to... What I will do though is I need to do some... I have to start laundry. So we'll take a 5-minute break and then I will be on as long as it's take for the longer to finish. So roughly about another an hour and a half. I think if I go to bed at 10 o'clock, that's fine. My time, 8 hours, so it's 6 in the morning. Then I think I can prepare the videos. And then maybe take another nap before going to work. I think that works fine. These are all bad for me, to be honest. We're not going to perfect dodge, that's the problem. We're taking this though. Nah, that's okay. I'm used to this. It sounds weird saying this, but I'm used to this. For me, it's easier to just be like... it's the same with fasting. Once I'm in the mindset, it just works. So being awake for 25 to 30 hours is fine. To reset myself, my sleep schedule. Cove's kilogram kick you into the special stage. That's crazy. That's bad. I just have to grab something to eat in the meanwhile, then real quick. I don't have any cooldown reduction, but still, I don't wanna... We can do this. It just feels 5 seconds, but it should. Yeah, sometimes I do, yeah. It depends a little bit. It's more difficult during the night, to be completely honest. And by fast, I just don't eat. I drink water and coffee, black coffee. That's a really good question, actually. Najam, is that correct? It's an interesting question. I think one of the ways to do PvP here is, but you need to alter it a little bit, is to make it like similar to Rebirth of Souls. You have to kinda equalize the damages and you have to equalize the equipments, right? Have you guys ever played King of Fighters All-Star on mobile? What do I need invincibility for? Defeating an enemy. These are bad. Holy crap. Wait, we can? Here? Devs were really based. They were like, after 6 years, they were like, yeah, we are doing EOS. And everyone was like, why? You're making money. And they were like, yeah, we are making money, but we don't have any characters to make anymore. We did all the characters that we wanted, and that's it. And they just closed it down. One of my favorite mobile games of all time. It was really fun. It was really, really fun. Really fun. Which one, guys? Left or right? No, it was really good. Basically, it was like a normal side combat Street Fighter type of game, right? And basically, they had like collabs with Street Fighter, they had King of Fighters characters, and they had quite interesting mechanics. And they had like PvE, but also PvP. And in PvP, it was kinda equalized, the characters. So that was quite fun. You think it would work if they make arena with fractions? I play Marvel Contest of Champions sometimes, not much, but sometimes. And what they do for PvP is basically you have like a draft mode where you pick and choose from your characters, and then it's AI based, but you can still, it's basically who takes less damage and who deals more damage to the enemy. So and then you have typings, and the typings kind of interact with each other. So for example, you have Spirit is strong against Strike as an example, right? So you can, in the pick and ban phase, the first one picks the defender, and then the next one picks the attacker, but not for the same defender for the other team, right? So you have two teams to choose from, and then you have to pick and ban like that, which is quite fun. Clash of Clans is one of the game that haven't used in like 15 years. Yeah, like listen, I don't know how, but for some reason, Clash of Clans, Dokkan Battle, they are still going, and you're like, how? Especially if you look at the state of Dokkan Battle back like 5 years ago. I mean, Dragon Ball Legends is still going strong. It's 8 years now. G. Try to get as much damage as possible and then post the highest Lanzador Verde that you can throw. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to have that smoke. You might want to resurrect. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I reckoned. It's like not even buffed, he just destroys him. Straight up. Lol. Okay. Oh my god. It's going to be fun. Let's be 6, all of them. Clash of Clans is just 2 years younger than Lights. Yeah, G is really young. I mean, when I used to play Knights of the Old Republic, his parents maybe started dating. Oh man. Can I say this? I will say this and then I will see if it strikes me. But we are like the anti-Epstein. We are like bashing the bashing the younglings. where Leo DiCaprio draws a line, we are like, yeah, well, you're welcome at our side. Gee, I told you, man. I told you. Just because we are friends and just because I like you doesn't mean that you're not getting, you know, gassed up a little bit. It's all about fun. Yeah, that was a fine trade, guys. That was a fine trade. I lost my golden one for a blue one. So Nightmare, just to let you know, G appeared on a certain list, so now I'm calling the Island Boy, you know. Also as a semi joke because he cannot sing. What? Wait, if he went back a few streams ago, he would know. That's that's not my name. He's getting too excited. Look, he thinks of only friends, and suddenly he can not even type anymore. These younglings, man, always on these corn sides. I can't even blame them. You can't even afford? Yeah, that's why you're going on the leaked side. I'm sure that there are leaked side for this kind of stuff, right? I don't know this. I'm asking if there is a leaked site for this. Yeah, like, so if you're a farmer or a content farmer, a really good one, then usually you have a really big cornfield, you know, where you can produce corn and produce content and stuff like this, you know. No, Hakim, no, we are talking about only friends. Because G felt lonely, so we were talking that he's on a specific list that we shouldn't talk about, you know? I don't know what he's talking about. Your grandfather's cornfield? Man, not bad. That's not bad at all. Bro, that's bullshit. You cannot show me the counter there and then not do the proper counter. What the heck? He's so scrubbed. Okay. Oh yeah, it's not a true fight. Bro, he cannot afford it. That's why I asked if he knew if there are any leaked site for this. You know? All jokes aside, just to get back into seriousness, this was one of the biggest mistakes that I did, was running. It was really fucking hot and I ran through a freaking cornfield. Man, the itchiness, bro. I never felt so itchy. It was awful. It was freaking awful. Never again. Guys, who are we to judge, you know? He's young. He let him have his fun, you know? Yeah, that's not a Kyokusei. I will show you Kyokusei. Who worked in the cornfields? I messed up! No, I messed up! I mean, his grandfather worked in the cornfields, right? That's not true. Oh god. Guys, let me shut up real quick. Oh yeah, by the way, just real quick, just a question. And I truly mean this, because as an European, I feel like I'm living in a wrong world here. So I'm going to ask this honestly, okay? This is completely a different theme, but I'm going to ask this honestly. Why is the discussion of using the N-word such a big deal for non-POC people? Because I don't understand. There's so much discussion going on because of that. I truly don't understand what's the problem is to not say it as a non-POC person. There we go. Doesn't even show the damage. Also, how is he still fighting while he is in the... What? What's going on? Yeah, he's dissipated. Everybody else is stunned, and he just walks around like nothing. Such a Chad. What's going on with the damage? Such a crazy thing here. Look, he continues to attack. He doesn't care. You think? I hope not. Jesus. I mean, I'm not bad with numbers, guys. But even if I have to go, what kind of number is that even? If I have to start counting numbers because it's so big, it's like, what? Fangetsuga just deletes the game and starts EOS. Where the heck is he? Over there. Yep, I am. I just watched yesterday. I watched the third episode of the 5th season. By the way, I don't know what I'm doing. I am not paying attention whatsoever what's going on here on the screen. Me just going unga bunga for big damage. That's right. Squad 5 and Squad 11. Alright, just real quick, I have to go bio real quick and start the laundry. So it will take me about, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe? At max? Oh yeah, I can answer this real quick. I feel like Season 5 is doing way better than Season 4. Of course. So I didn't really like Season 4. I don't want to. I don't want to go too much into specifics because of spoilers. But yeah, let's say that the characters are better written than in Season 4. I don't really get the criticism for Season 5, to be honest. I think most of the criticism is fine for Season 4, but for Season 5 it's like a little bit overboard. Yeah. I mean, this is just my personal opinion. When it comes to the boys, one thing that I really disliked throughout the whole season, throughout the whole series, I should say, in each season, is that a lot of times the gore is not there to showcase ruthlessness or something. It's just there to as shits and giggles, right? Yeah, but I don't know. It gets shit on quite a bit, by the way. I don't know. People hated Season 3, and I don't understand why. I liked Season 3 quite a lot. But I feel like a lot of the times the gore that they use and the way that they try to be graphical and shocking, it's not really portraying much. You know? It's strange, man. So I think if they tone down the gore, because like for example, it really didn't need to end the way they did with Vicky, for example, right? I don't understand. It just takes away from the proper gore when gore happens. But yeah, we can talk about the boys in a moment. I will be right back. Give me around about 10 minutes.
So I breathe through this.
Alright, sorry for making you wait, guys. I am back. I'm truly sorry. Ah, there we are. So what's going on here? Thank you so much. Yeah, Herogasm was quite funny, I'm not gonna lie. But like, once again, I feel like sometimes the boys just tries too hard. Was it really necessary for the story, for the plotline, to showcase the mini guy jumping in there? Was it really necessary? All right. Let's see real quick. That's the only thing that I really have to criticize about The Boys. I generally really like The Boys, but it's just like a little less of that and a little bit more storytelling would have been nice. Alright, let's see. We don't have to do that. Let me... Training hour. Training hour. Let me double check real quick. I need to do this before I forget. I forget to do these challenges, by the way. You guys already did this? Anyone needs the level 90? Do you think Stormfront is the mother of Homelander? No, I don't think so. As far as I have understood, Liberty was the real first one, right? And then... I know. But I wanted to say, Liberty was the first one, right? Because she was the first successful failed experiment from Frederick Watt. As far as I have understood it. Do I have a new eye here? Yeah, but they didn't use newborn babies. Right? No, wait. True. Technically he was conceived in a... Yeah. Yeah, he was conceived with Soldier Boy's genes. True. Could she be his mother? But it would be weird, because if she was really his mother, then why doesn't he have the V1 in him at all? Does Liberty have V1? Wait, how was she able to have V1? Because the thing is, if both had V1, then technically speaking, Homelander should have V1 too, but he doesn't. And that's what I meant, but she was the first soup, but she wasn't, Edgar said she was a failed success, right? She wasn't supposed to succeed, so to speak. Am I misremembering the episode? I must have missed that part. No, G. I need to rewatch it then. I didn't catch that one. Oh, sorry guys. Somebody entered here. Like, gee, I'm being serious. I'm going to be honest, the way that Butcher is handling the whole Ryan thing is super weird to me. Because why would you admit... You nurse him up, and then you're going to admit that you're just using him? Shut the fuck up, he just believed you. Why would you keep lying? No, G, you're not going to use money on the game. Save your money, man. Okay, wait. I will say it differently. Buy yourself something nice for a birthday. And if that something nice is the monthly pass, then so might be it. But I'm just telling you, don't spend money on games. If you... I know, but the thing is... I don't want you guys to spend money on a game that is free. I cannot sit here and tell you guys, hey, yeah, it's okay to spend money. It's just not. I'm spending money so that I can provide you guys with value choices to make so that you don't have to spend money. I mean, in the end, it's your own choice to spend money stuff, right? But I'm just saying, personally, me as a human being, I cannot tell you guys to spend money on a free game. I just cannot. And that's not because the game is bad or anything, it's just... it sounds weird. I mean, if you spend it to have fun on a game, that's fine too. Who can blame you for that, right? But it's just like, me as a person, I just cannot tell you guys to spend on a game. I just cannot. That's not how I operate. Wait, where was a counter there? Am I missing the counters? I'm not seeing them. No, I didn't. I haven't. No. I wanted to, but I never got the time to. It sounds kind of like a cop-out, but I'm really busy. And oftentimes when I come home, I like to game instead of watching stuff. That's how I relax. This sounds like a bad excuse, but I kind of underestimated how much time YouTube takes. I haven't even finished Ghost of Yotei. It would be nice. I don't see the counters, man. People are countering left and right, and I don't have one counter here. Oh, come on, dude. That's a good question, actually. That's a good question. Crap. I couldn't quantify it, to be honest. Oh, there was the counter. Yeah, but I'm not paying really attention here, to be honest. It's hard to say because I watched a lot of niche stuff. Like, one was, for example, about like he had a sister that went to a magic academy and stuff, and he wasn't allowed to use magic because he was a super soldier or something. I asked, nobody responded. Yeah, but you know what? I'm glad that you have not joined, because I would feel bad playing like this and having you guys in co-op and dragging you down, so... Why have you sinned? It's... Listen, if you buy the pass, that's fine. If you're like, okay, this is what I enjoy, this is what I want to spend my money on... Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, God. I'm messing up enough. I am being completely honest, I'm not paying attention, mostly because my teammates aren't doing any damage whatsoever. So I'm just not interested in trying to keep up, you know what I mean? It's like whatever, I really don't care. Like, listen, the thing is, if you want to spend on a game, that's fine. That's your decision. You are old enough to know what you can do or cannot do with your money. But the thing is, this is my point of view, right? If it brings you joy, if it brings you happiness, then I don't care because it's just money. Okay? Let's not make it a bigger deal than it is. And I kind of dislike the fact to say, yeah, but you could buy a piece of bread or you could buy a pizza, whatever. If what you enjoy is the game and you feel it's like okay to spend money on it, then do so. I'm just saying I wouldn't. I wouldn't because personally, me, when I was younger, right? If there is one thing, or if there is one singular thing that I would do different from when I grew up, was to take my money and to put it into saving accounts, like EFTs, whatever, right? And just put it all there. Yes, it seems small, but you get disciplined into putting money aside for things that come may later. If I would have done that, I would have been much better off later on in my life, and I wouldn't have to take certain risks when it comes to taking up credits and stuff like that, you know? And the same thing for my father too, by the way. So I don't know anyone who was like, yeah, there's a few people that put money aside when they are younger, and they can gain the benefits from it, right? So you have to imagine you're spending $5 now, and it sounds trivial, but why would you spend $5 now if in 10 years time you don't even remember that you spent money on that game, you know? So if you put that money, what I usually do, except for YouTube, every time that I feel like I want to buy something in a free game, I take that money and I send it to my saving account. You wouldn't believe how much money you save that way. You feel like impulse buying? Okay, put it in the savings account. Instead of buying something, put it... If it makes you happy, if that's what you need to feel happy... Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's not like... I'm not saying that you have to put everything into that account, right? But for myself, I budget it this way because I have a little bit more income, right, than G. What I do, I budget my money around 50 to 100 bucks a month, depending on how much I consume beforehand, right? But generally speaking, I don't want to go over 1,000 bucks a year. That for games in general, because it's my hobby. I really enjoy that. I don't spend a lot of money on books. I don't spend a lot of money on clothes, for example, even though I like to dress nicely, but I don't spend a lot of money because I'm mostly in uniform, right? So yeah, just a tiny bit. I knew you would jump on the phrasing. I knew it. But the thing is, I have seen people starting spending small in games, and they started to extrapolate even more. Because the problem is, if you have nothing, right? And you're like, yeah, but I have nothing, I can spare $5. Okay, cool. You now have spared $5, but then as soon as you gain some money, as soon as you earn some money, you're like, yeah, but if I could spare $5 when I had nothing, I can spare $10 now that I have something. You see how that can snowball mentally. That's why I can never tell you guys to spend on a game. Never. Watch me, see for yourself if you want to quote-unquote invest your jades, your free resources into your character, and then do it that way. And if you really like the game, one thing that I always recommend is this. Open a second account. And if that second account is too much for you to handle, then the game is not worth spending money on, because all you're doing is reducing the time in the game for something that you wouldn't have wanted to have even on your free account. So why would you spend money on it? That's just my general advice when it comes to gaming and spending. No, I cannot save him, Nightmare. He is too far gone. No! You shot your character. Why is your crit rate so low? You want to have 50% crit rate. But the thing is, like I mentioned, yeah, listen, if I open my Marvel Snap account, for example, you will see a lot of variants, and I've spent money on them. Why? Because I really hate the game, and I love the game too. So it's fine to spend money on games. I'm not saying that you shouldn't spend money on games. If there is a really nice skin for a character that you really love, for example, yeah, go ahead and spend the money. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, money doesn't decide if you're happy or not. It can be a factor, of course, I'm not denying that, but the difference is mostly internally, in how you work through your own problems. So, whatever makes you happy, that's fine. Money is just a vehicle to make yourself happy. And even if it's just small amounts, that's fine. I mean, for me, for myself, it's fine. I opened up Raid Shadow Legends yesterday, and I dropped $200 because I had a really big, when I went to the toilet. So it was justifiable, I had this big of a, that was like, yeah, that justifies spending $200 on Raid Shadow Legends. I'm just kidding. Don't spend money on games. Yeah, but okay, I have seen the world in a different way, okay? So how to put this? I don't want to kill the vibe, but basically what I'm trying to say here is that I will make a really good analogy here. Let's say you inherited some money, okay? You never grew up with money because you didn't even know that your parents had money. And sadly, something happened and you are inheriting the money, right? If you were a jerk behind the wheel in a Ford Fiesta, you're going to be a jerk behind the wheel if you when you have 500 horsepower underneath the hood. it doesn't matter, because it's on you. If you're not aware that you are risking everybody's life by being a jerk behind the wheel, it doesn't matter how much money you spend on the vehicle, right? You're still being a jerk, and you can do a lot of harm regardless on what kind of vehicle you have. So what I'm trying to say here is that it's not really necessarily money that causes it. On the other hand, and this is my thing a little bit, is that there are a lot of people in need. There are a lot of people who need money to live a certain minimum standard, right? And you have people hoarding that money. You have, and this is, I mean, they're working their ass off. I'm not discouraging or disparaging, being disparaging in the way that people earn their money. But if you have, in a Western society, right, you have 3, 4, 5 millions net worth in assets. Do you really need to increase it to 20, 25 million? Could you not try to do some good with it? I know a lot of neighborhoods in the West, in Western society, that need help. I mean, I see this a lot here in Switzerland, where you have people who are getting pensioned, right? They're becoming retired, and they still have to go to work because they're not having enough money to survive as grandpas, right? In this economy, you want as much as you can, bro. Yeah, but the thing is, what do you do? If you have enough money to retire, do you really need double the amount to retire? You know what I'm trying to say? Economy is enough to open your eyes to just not spend recklessly. Yeah, but you can enjoy life at 4 or 5 million. You know what I'm trying to say? You don't need 10 million to enjoy life. Oh no, I'm not saying that you don't need money, right? What I'm trying to say is this: at a certain point in life, there will be, if you save enough and stuff like that, you will have enough that I don't know how to put this in a way to really explain this properly. Where the heck do you live that it's not enough to live stress-free? I'm telling you, if you can live with 4 millions enough, if you can live off of 4 million in Switzerland, you can live off 4 millions everywhere. Oh yeah, no, except for America, because fuck healthcare. Why would you need healthcare, right? Let's put it this way. With all the bad things that happened in my life, I never once looked back at all the situation and I was like, yeah, if we had money, we could have circumvented this. Not once. There is not one singular case where I go like, oh, if he had money, he wouldn't have lost his life. Or if they had money, they wouldn't have cancer. Or if that guy didn't lose, if that guy had money, he wouldn't have lost his wife, his company, and his kids. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, but I think, how to put this? Again, I'm not saying that you don't need money. I'm saying if you chase money to be happy, you're never going to be happy. Because you're chasing something to validate yourself. And if that validation doesn't come from yourself from the get-go, then money, no amount of money will help with that. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like there is levels to it. Seriously, people live better than us and people live poorer than us. Yeah. No, I'm saying that if you don't know what makes you internally happy, if you cannot be happy with yourself, money doesn't bring happiness. If money would have brought happiness, you wouldn't have assholes in power like the assholes that we have in power right now. You wouldn't have Viktor Orban, you wouldn't have a right-wing movement, you wouldn't have left extremists burning down houses, cars, whatever. You wouldn't have this kind of people. If people would learn to be happy with themselves, then it wouldn't be about materialistic stuff. Then that would be just an addendum. Yeah, I mean, he's so happy that he goes after comedians just because they say one joke. Look at how happy he is. But that's not true, Hakim. How do you, if you need materialistic stuff, why? Does money change how you yourself perceive yourself? If you need to have a career, if you need validation through achievements in your life, then you're not achieving true happiness. I know a lot of people that have money that aren't happy. Because they realized once that they have money that that thing that they thought would make them happy isn't being able to be brought with money. If you are broke, right? Let's say no, you don't. No. You think you have freedom. Because you think you can afford more things that could give you freedom, but you are not more free. Because with more money comes also more responsibility that you not lose that money. So you are chaining yourself to the money because you are free from different things, but you're chaining yourself to the money because that is what gives you freedom in the other aspects. You're just trading freedom from one part of the world to another. In your internal world, that's a false, not wrong, but that's a false way of seeing freedom. You know what I'm trying to say here? Not that it's wrong to see freedom that way, but it's just shifting what chains you down. Like just a really dumb example, right? What is being more free, being single or being married? Yeah, of course, it depends how you are, but the thing is, me personally, what I think, what I've seen, what I've experienced throughout my life and through people that you can visibly see and stuff, that money doesn't necessarily mean that they are more happy. Because if they didn't start happy from the get-go, you're telling me Will Smith is happy with Jada or whatever her name is, for example? They have all the money in the world. They are not. I mean, you have somebody like Beckham, for example. He is kind of happy, right? But he still doesn't have a son who wants to talk to him. And he has a shit ton of money. You look at Ronaldo, he has so much money, but he cannot stop because he feels that he is not validated as a best player in the world because he chases goals. Yeah, but you don't need money to be married. That's what I'm trying to say here. If you... That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, money is not the decisive factor to be happy. It adds to your happiness once you find happiness in yourself. So if I'm happy right now, right? And I can buy myself a chocolate. It makes me happy because I know that I want the chocolate, so I can buy it and it's affordable. So it makes me happy that I know that I can do that, right? But it's just a small part. If you think that the money is a bigger part of what makes you happy, then you're chasing the wrong things, in my opinion. And I'm not saying that, like, again, I'm not saying that because it's, yeah, exactly, it's how you view freedom, right? So if you feel like, for example, that you are permanently chained in the way that you have to go through life, you wake up for your 9-5, on the weekends you are too tired to do shit, and this and that, and up and downs, right? Having more money means that you have to do more of that to get more money. You're not just getting more money without doing nothing. So for a certain period of time, you have to sacrifice something so that you can achieve freedom later on. But in certain parts of the world, even if you do that, it's not guaranteed that you achieve some part of the freedom. So how do they deal with it? You know? So that's what I'm trying to say is, while it's an important aspect of life is that you can be financially stable, right? Especially as men, we want to be financially stable. And for me, it's also a big reason why, for example, I cannot have a family right now. Because the main reason I don't feel like I have the career path, I don't feel like I'm stable enough in life to provide my significant other with the amount of attention that she would need, and my kids with the amount of attention that they would need. Because working night shifts just out of the question is not possible. It's not, you're not giving a proper family life to your family, right? So, but this is not a question of money, it's a question of work. They're just saying once you're stress-free, it's easy to find yourself. Yeah, but the thing is, if you don't find yourself during stress time, how do you think you're finding yourself during stress-free time? Because the stress will always accompany you, just in a different mental, right? So if you don't work, then suddenly the question becomes, how do I keep my money? And now you're stressing yourself on how to keep the money. Because that one thing is, it's not like you're going from $100 to 1 million by just working an extra hour. But if that's what I mean. By the time you achieve $1 million, for example, you don't have the time to reflect on yourself because you have to increase it. Because the fear and anxiety to drop back down to where you were is causing you more stress than the freedom that you gained by going further up. And then it needs only to happen one thing only. And this, I have a good example for this. A good friend of my father, his dad came here. He is Albanian, right? And he came from Albania, he came here, Albany. He came from Albania to Switzerland. And he got sick here. In not even a month, 150,000 bucks gone. Because he got sick, he went to the hospital, he didn't have healthcare, right? So suddenly, what you worked for 3-4 years is suddenly gone. Now, with that anxiety, How do you deal with that? If that impacts your happiness, that's what I'm trying to say here. If the amount of the number on your bank account changes how you perceive your own happiness, then that's not true happiness. You should be happy with yourself, and then everything extra, the hobbies you have, the people around you, should add on top of it. Like, it's like a candy store, right? You have a candy store where you have your favorite candy, and that's your happiness. And then your friend comes by and he brings you more candy. But that candy doesn't need to be there. It's just some nice extra. And that's what I'm trying to say here. Money helps, yes, I'm not denying that. But if you're not finding true self-happiness during bad times, you're not going to understand what real happiness is during good times. And you're not going to enjoy the good times as much. So when bad times happen again, then there will be a phase where the bad times will hit you even harder. Because when it comes to reflect to yourself, you're telling me you're not able after work to just chill 3, 4, 5 hours and just think about yourself? I've seen people that are homeless that are genuinely happy. And you know why? Because in their situation, okay, I have two people. He was a guy, he was 25 when we found out that he was homeless. And the main reason why he was happy was because he was out of the system. So he didn't get put, he was feeling like he wasn't being bothered by human beings for him trying to be like he is. Right? He wanted just to be himself, and it wasn't possible in the system, because the system was pushing him to do this, to do that, to do that. So for himself, he said, if I'm homeless, if I don't work, I can be myself more, not 100%, but I can be myself more than I would be if I am in the system. So that's why he was happy being homeless, because in times of need, he knew where to go at and where to be at, so that he get the help that he needs to be able to continue to be homeless. And it sounds weird, it sounds like a foreign concept, but yeah, there are people like this. Another one, and this is a dark example. No, he's still homeless. He got plenty of chances. Believe me, he got plenty of chances. A lot of people know him. He got plenty of chances, man. He didn't take them. He didn't take them. I've known another guy. He was fighting. So since the mother died, so father and mother died, he was 47 when the mother died. And from 47 up to 63, there was a constant battle for the hair money, for like the hereditary money stuff situation. There was a constant battle between him and his siblings, until he went and was like, you know what, fuck all of this, threw all away, gave all the money away, because he found out that he will never achieve happiness if he tries to cling on to something that is going to be detrimental for his own mental state. And it wasn't a little bit of money, it was life-changing money, right? So it really depends on how you live. But rarely do you get rich by doing nothing. So to get rich, to get money, to make money, you have to work your ass off. You have to sacrifice something. And it's depending on what you can do, depending on your situation, if it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years. We have people here from visiting tourists from China, from Japan. They have to sometimes, not even those parts, I mean, generally speaking, just to visit Switzerland, they have to save 10, 15 years. Yeah, but you see, now you're saying you believe that he's lying to himself, right? But you said that you say you got more time to reflect on yourself. What more time do you need to reflect on yourself than being homeless? there are 8 people lives in jungle never seen technology. Yeah. Haki, that's the problem. Happiness is not the same for everyone, and a homeless person will be happy with getting a good meal. Yeah, it's like... the thing is, the happiness, like, again, I'm not arguing that you are not going to be able to be happy with money. I'm not arguing that. But what I think people see wrongly... okay, let's go really strict here. You are in a relationship, Hakim, okay? And you can choose between money or losing your girlfriend. What do you choose? But that's because you think that if you would be in that situation, you would never be happy. But for him, he was suffering all his life because he was being pushed. He was mentally broken. That when he went homeless, he was being left alone, and that was his bliss for him. That was bliss. It's hard to understand, but it's a lose-lose question. No, because the question is really, I mean, if you value money that much that you would say that it's okay to lose your girlfriend for money, that's okay. That's completely fine. I'm not judging you if you think that money will bring you happiness. I'm just saying that maybe in your case they might be true. Does it matter? Is there a line where you're like, yeah, well, if I make $1 billion or if I make $500 million, it changes much? Should we do debate? Yeah. I know. Like, again, I really want to make this point clear. I'm not saying that money doesn't bring happiness, but you will never value the happiness that money can bring if you don't first understand your own happiness that you have inside you. Because if you say that you need money to get time to reflect on yourself, I'm telling you this because I've seen a lot of people having money. It's not the case. It's just not the case. Listen, if you think about it logically, if you take the money, that's something that's guaranteed. If you take your girlfriend, it's not guaranteed. If she, but that's, I'm sorry to say this, but this is a really, really naive way to think. Because if you think like this, money is not guaranteed either. You can lose it tomorrow. It's not a guaranteed thing. Nothing in life is guaranteed but death. Everything takes a risk. Because if you think that the only way to enjoy life, so you're saying, technically what you're saying is it's easier to have money to buy your girlfriend, to become happy, than having a normal relationship where trust is a thing, feelings are a thing, the ups and downs. Yeah, but that's the problem. How do you know how to use it smartly if you are not going to make it in the first place? If you just are being given the money. It's not, I don't become a pro. Yusek, I was talking with you, man, and you just pissed off. I'm really mad at you. No, listen, once again, I'm not saying that Hakim is wrong. But what I'm saying is that I have not seen one person becoming happy only because of money. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm giving you two choices because I want to understand where you think your happiness is, you know? Because if your happiness is truly just in material value, and nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with that. Once again, nothing wrong with that. And I understand that it's hypocritical, maybe coming from me because I live in Switzerland and everything is fine and dandy, right? But the thing is, I've seen a lot of the negative parts of life that I for myself... Listen, I am 37 and I live with my father. And that's not because I'm broke. That's because I love him, and if I would move away, I know that I don't know when I will see him next. And there is a chance that I may not see him at all. And as long as I don't have a family, that's something that I'm not going to risk. And there is no amount of money in the world. Somebody can come to my... tomorrow somebody can come to my door and offer me $5 million to say, hey, if you move out from the house, I'll give you $5 million. I would say no. Because that's how I am. You know? No amount of money saved any relationship. If I was broke, if I was having money, nothing helped. Nothing helped save the people. What I'm trying to say is there are more... You will see more people being unhappy because of money than you will see people being happy because of money. Yeah, but that's a fair point, right? But what's the point? And I might as well live with him. Because why should I waste $1,500 for rent just to be living alone? If we have a house? You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, like, once again, right? If I had a family, it would be different, of course. Then I would just move closer to my father, but then I have a family. But the thing is, I just don't want to walk into the house and find my father dead on the ground. You know what I'm trying to say? Because the thing is, like, just a little bit of backstory, okay, to make you understand where I'm coming from. The thing is, my father came from a fairly conservative family, so Italy experienced the Second World War and the whole crisis after the Second World War, right? And they were so drilled on survival that the parents, my grandparents, never showed emotion towards him, right? So what then happened is that he never learned emotions, and he was always working because he thought that as the father he needs to be working. He was 16 hours out of the house, right? So, and then I got a little brother, and when he was 9 he was taken away from me, and I never had a family. My sister fucked off at 17, and when we were little, like younger, at 12, she always was kind of jealous for whatever reason, so it wasn't really a good relationship. So I never had a real family. So now that my father is able to have a proper family, and he was fighting his whole life, he was fighting 40 years to have a family again, why should I take this away from him if I don't have anywhere to go? Because I don't have another family to go. And there is no amount of money that I can give my father to make him happy for having his kids in his house. You should have seen when my brother went to... I have a younger brother and an older sister. So when my brother went to a city to study, and it's 2 hours away, You should have seen him, man. He was kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it took him like 4 or 5 weeks to get accustomed to this, because suddenly you don't eat together anymore because I'm at work, he's at work. When I come home, he's still sleeping and stuff like that. So just like small talk, like really small things, and you can see it because he's getting a little bit more nervous and stuff, and he's feeling a little bit more lonely and stuff. So you can see it. And again, he doesn't have money issues, but he's still struggling with happiness. And this is just one of many examples, right? And I don't even have to take myself as an example. I had another guy, he was in the special forces, he was decorated, he was really, really good. He had a family, he had 2 kids, a wife, and so forth and so on. He came home. My sis thought it was better for her to distance herself from us as long as it's about family things, right? So if she needs money, she will ask my father because she feels like she has the right to ask for money, as if he's dead, then she's going to inherit it anyways, right? So that's what she thinks, basically. And I don't agree with this. But that's the thing. Even if I had 20 million, it doesn't go out of the window, because now suddenly we have to think about what are we going to do with the 20 millions, because we have to tax it, we have to deposit it, how much can we really afford on the daily. There are other responsibilities that come with the 20 millions. I mean, we can sell everything right now and fuck off to Italy and we don't have to work anymore. But then you have to think about how do you deal with the political differences, how do you deal with the taxation issues, how do you deal with hiding the money, how do you deal with... there is so much to deal about when you have money. Yeah, no, it's okay, Yusuk, I know. But what I'm saying, Hakim, is that you're not going to get 20 million right from the get-go, right? You have to work for it. Like, for example, just to get, even in Switzerland, right? If you take an average job, average salary, you will make brutto without taxation, you will make $3.5 to $4 million, right? Over your lifespan here. But that's the thing, it doesn't change my happiness, because I'm still having to deal with money. I still have to pay the bills. And the problem becomes, once you have money and you get used to having money, then what happens is that people who don't have money, they see that you have money. But you don't see that, because you don't remember how it was. What it gave you away when you had money. And this is something really, really stupid, but I swear, this is something that happens when Swiss people go abroad. We go to foreign countries and suddenly, like, we see how people look at us. Because it's quite insane how high the standards are here in Switzerland, for example, that it becomes foreign. I mean, but the people that you attract are the people that you want to also live with. If you have always to fight for people to be genuine around you and stuff like that, then what kind of happiness are you going to achieve? I don't want to have a wife that is like not genuine about stuff. If she wants me for my money, that's fine. I don't mind that, but she has to be open about it. You know what I'm trying to say? And at the same time, just real quick as a side note, the thing is, even if I had 20 million, I would still go to work, because there is something that I see myself in when I do work and where I want to be at, that work is necessary to be done, right? So like I mentioned, I'm not, again, please don't take it the wrong way. I'm not saying that you are wrong thinking that way, okay? I'm not saying that at all. I just think personally, having seen the full spectrum, right? And not only having seen it for myself, but also it having people around me experiencing all this stuff, I've seen that no matter where you are on the spectrum of having money, that as long as you are not being happy with yourself first, everything that you will add is just to masquerade the unhappiness that lies underneath. It's like if you're really bleeding and then you just put a band-aid on the band-aid on the band-aid on the band-aid until you don't see the bleeding anymore. But it doesn't stop the bleeding is still there. So suddenly, if for some reasons one of those band-aids comes away and you see the bleeding again, then no amount of money to buy the band-aids will help you, because you now are really conscious about the bleeding still being there. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that it's wrong to chase money, by the way. In the end, if you can increase the level that you can feel freedom for, like just as a really dumb example, you still live the same, but you earn 1k more, right? Just having the relief to know that you have 1k more spare on the side can really help. Yes, of course it can help. I'm not saying that the poor guy who is broke and is homeless not by choice, but because it happened, is as happy as the guy who goes around the world experiencing the world, right? It just depends. If the money really helps you to become happy, then that's fine. But if you're chasing money because you think it will make you happy, that's not going to be the solution. And to be completely honest there, I fucked up as a bigger brother because my brother doesn't know jack shit about value. Because when he was living here, my father paid everything when it came to meals and stuff. He always had a car to take. He didn't pay shit for the cars. He didn't think about gas. He didn't think about taxes. He didn't think about anything, right? So it was... He's not bad with money, I'm not saying that, but I feel like as a bigger brother, I did a really bad job teaching him or educating him when it comes to money. Distracting me so buns. Well, if you had money. I'm sorry. Can I ask you what kind of job you work, Hakim? If it's not too personal. Yeah, Yusik, my mother said so too. I understand. My mother said in front of my little brother that she wished she aborted me. So. He doesn't want you, Nightmare. It's not for me. asshole move. I'm sorry to say this like this. That. Oh, okay. Oh, like I said, it sounds weird because you think, oh, Switzerland, everything is fine, but I went through a rough patch. Kiske. Keep Mayuri for the thrust team. You don't work, you play football. Yeah, but the thing is, so you're still young, right? You still have a lot to experience. So as you go through your life, right? You will experience things that either reinforce what makes you happy, right? Or that maybe change your view on what really makes you happy. So I'm not saying that you are not going to be happy because of money, by the way. I'm just saying give it some time, right? When I was 19, when I was 18, when I was your age, I was the same. I was thinking that money will solve every issue, but the reality is that it's not. Like, for example, right? If you truly love someone, and by God, let's hope it never happens to you, wish you all the best. But if by any chance something happens to your girlfriend that you are deeply in love with, no amount of money will fill that hole. None. That's a wound that will never really heal. You know how people say that time heals all wounds? No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. You just learn to deal with them. That's the truth. So, and if it's only that might be fine, because you're like, yeah, that's a one-off, okay? So you can kind of start coping with it. But if then it starts to snowball and you start to see negativity, that's how it snowballs. We did another Lesbian Maria situation. No. We're just generally speaking if money can truly bring you to happiness or not. But what if you have to be stuck on this? Because you don't know how to deal with these kind of emotions. Like, I'm serious here. If you lose something so important to you, it's like losing a part of you. And it's really, really, really hard to work through your emotions regardless of on how amount of time you have for yourself. In fact, sometimes it's easier to put your head into the sand and just let time work for you. So if you don't have time, if time is working against you because you have too much time to think about the situation, yeah, quality time is mainly the problem. But the thing is, the question is, can money buy quality time? And I think it really depends on what we talk about, right? Because if you have money, doesn't really mean that the quality time with your friends gets improved. You know what? We will play some Stone McKnuckle. Let's celebrate. No, wrong playlist. If you guys don't know this, no amount of money will help you. I'm not talking she is gone by, I'm talking she dead, you know, like really dark. Yeah, no amount of money will bring back Stone McKnuckle, for example, and Stone McKnuckle makes me really happy. True. That's what I mean. Like, this is no joke, okay? I will make this, I will go to this dark place just once, okay? And this is just to make you aware of what I'm talking about with money. you just had a baby, okay? With your wife, everything is fine. The very next day, you are called for an emergency to a car crash, and you see a baby in half. How do you cope with it with money? You can't. That's something, it doesn't matter how experienced you are. This guy was a fireman for over 25 years and he got mentally broken by that scene. Broken. And he has seen a lot of shit. No amount of therapy, no amount of money gave him back, yes, this again, gave him back what he lost that day. Nightmare, it's because of frustration. It's because of frustration. Yeah, I'm not going to go there, but this is my... I'm not even going to take my own examples, right? I'm just taking this from him. And by the way, I'm just taking this example because I told this before. Because I don't want to make it too dark, because I'm happy, I'm having a good life, even though I've seen a lot of shit. Oh man, this is so sick, man. I love Stomach Knuckle. Wait, what was the world shit about? What's going on here? The world chat is quite interesting, isn't it? Me myself? Yes, of course. But the thing is, like I mentioned, it's not a question about money in itself. It's a question about stability. Like. I'm 37, right? It's different when you're in your 20s, then you can kind of grow together. But at 35, 37, 30, most people have established lives. So their path is fairly clear. And I don't want to be the kind of boyfriend or significant other that is going to work while my family is asleep. I cannot do that. Yeah, but the thing is, you gotta get out, but it's not something that you can overcome with money. That's what I'm trying to say here. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. So if you have suffered such a thing, and you can still find happiness after, I think you have found true happiness in the sense that everything on top of it will just be even better because it's, you know that it's, you're not taking that happiness for granted. Not allowed, Nightmare. It's different for everybody. It's different for everybody. For me, mostly it was the drive that I knew my little brother was looking up to me. So giving up was never an option. You know? Because if I would give up, what kind of message do I send him if he's facing troubled times? So because of it, I never thought about giving up because of him. But that's why I say my brother doesn't really understand how much he did for me without even knowing that his sole existence did a lot for me. Like, I mean, It's not impossible to marry someone from work, but what I work as, security, you shouldn't really marry somebody from security. What about her? Physical security. Well, actually a little bit of both, but it's mostly 80% is physical security. You don't need to hate her. She just chooses a different path to walk on. That's fine. I guess you could say that, yeah. I mean, the thing that I'm working right now doesn't really need to be big, or you don't have to do any extraordinary training or stuff. It's just mostly like interventions, mostly being there for client-related stuff, doing like shell and perimeter controls and stuff like that. So yeah. Similar important point of my life, but if you choose to distance yourself from me, then that's what it is. I'm giving my... Look, this is how I live. You have 3 chances with me. The first time, I will ask you nicely. The second time, I will ask you instinctively, right? In a real manner, like, this is not being nice anymore. And the third time, you have to live with your own consequences of your own doing, right? And if that means that I'm not talking to you, that's what it is. I don't care. I don't have any issues cutting out of my life people like with a finger snap. That's something that I had to learn really early on in my life, is that you need to be able to let go, like. And it's a cruel thing to think about, because it's really anticlimactic, right? Because there is no romanticism behind this. But the truth of the matter is, you never know when will be the last time that you see your best friend, your family, or whatever. And for me, it sounds really dark, but I know that you are alive. I know that you can be happy. Okay, you can... Like, she has 2 kids. She's married. She is doing well in life, right? So by all accounts, I assume she's happy. And if she doesn't need me in her life to be happy, that's fine, okay. She's my sis and she's happy, so what am I going to do about this? Am I being unhappy because she's happy? Fuck no. If she's happy and I don't have part of it, that's it, what it is. Right, that's fine. I'm happy without her too, you know? Sometimes it's fine. What drives you in life? What is it about life that you enjoy? Yeah, but if you look ahead, right? If you look at your own life, in 5 years' time, when you would see yourself in 5 years, where do you want to see yourself? Like, the best way to create motivation, the major problem with motivation is that usually motivation hinges upon one singular thought, right? Like, a good example for us men, right, is getting big, getting in shape, getting shredded. And oftentimes, we don't build a real motivational construct around it. So the way that this is something that you learn when you do heavy duty stuff, is a way to perceive the things around you, okay? So for example, you're in a big crowd. So you have to, if you're in a big crowd, you have to anchor your focus on a few things, right? Because you have to identify certain things. And by anchoring, that's what we call it anchoring, we make like a net of things that we are going to observe so that we can spot things that are not regular much faster. And the same way you build this kind of net, you can build your life in motivation. Like for example, you take gym, yeah. You want to get shredded. Why do you want to get shredded? It's valid to get shredded for women, right? You want to impress girls. Okay, that's fine. But what else? You also have a health benefit, right? So this is not a motivation. So when the motivation fails, that women are not responding as much as you want, you're still being able to say, yeah, but it's healthy, so I'm going to do this because it's healthy. And then you build up on further from it. You're like, yeah, but this is fun to do. Some exercise that it's fun to do. And then you can build further from there. You can say, okay, but I have a personal goal to push farther, to push harder, to achieve a new personal record, right? And this is how you start to construct motivational net around yourself, right? If you feel like, for example, depressed, you have trouble getting up in the morning, right? What is the first thing that you do to hinder yourself from getting up? Where are you from? Music? Sleep. Sleep is bliss. Okay. So what can you do to make sleep feel better than it currently is? Because what you're saying to me is that not being awake is what makes life valuable. So everything around being awake is being... Why? Nightmare, I'm happy. I have to, like I mentioned, things that happened in my life doesn't diminish how happy I am right now. Because no progress when you sleep, am I right? I mean, do you need progress in life? Can you not just wake up and be happy to be able to maybe do a hobby, for example? If you pick up an instrument, if you play an instrument, wouldn't it be cool to wake up and play something just right from the get-go, for example? Like, one of the best things that I can give you, and this is not for motivation, okay? This is just for yourself. And this sounds really dumb, but it really helps. You wake up and you feel a certain way. It doesn't matter. Put on your pants, put on your shoes, and if it's hot and not illegal, you don't have to put on a t-shirt, but just put yourself some clothes on and go out for a walk. Just you and your thoughts. Just go out for a walk. 30 minutes. Take in the world. And if that world around you is not what you want, find out what you want in the sense that if that's not it, what can you do to improve the situation? Do you find yourself weird? What about, what do you think of yourself? Some people are like, I like real life conversation. Some people, I hate real life conversation. But that wasn't the question that I asked. I asked if you find yourself weird. I don't care what other people think. I want to know what you think about yourself. Because that's where it all starts. But you are? What makes you weird? Tell me. That's good to hear, Naina. Okay, so from time to time my streams become like a safe space for therapy sessions, which is quite nice, I'm not gonna lie. I'm waiting to suspense to answer. This animation is so cool when she stands up so slowly after the shoot, the Bankai. So cool. Okay. No parting is not weird. But I will ask you something, right? Do you think that what you just described is weird, or is it weirder for a 30-year-old Ankh having a normal life doing YouTube content? Because if I go out in real life and I tell people that I'm doing YouTube content, people would look at me very weirdly and would think that something is wrong with me, even though nothing is wrong with me. Because people judge you based on what they think they see from you. You're 100% weirder? You sound like my brother and he's not weird at all. But like one of the main issues is that socializing needs to be learned too. It's not something that comes from you just by existing, right? There are a lot of people around, and the thing is, no partying. It's fine. My brother doesn't want to party either. He's from time to time goes to because of friends, but he doesn't want to party either. When I was younger, I went to party because I felt like obligated to go. You know? Because the thing is, I felt like I would like my friends down because that's what they expect from me. You know? No, you misunderstood. I'm not saying that you need to learn to socialize. What I'm saying is that you need to learn what even means to socialize proper in a community. Not you as Yuzek, I mean you as the people. Other people need to learn it too. Because only because you are extrovert doesn't mean that you're good at socializing. Because socializing is a broad aspect. If somebody is social, right? But they cannot pick up on cues that somebody is not interested and still being able to be friendly to the person, is the person really social? Or they want to just have somebody that they can interact with. That's different. But that's exactly what I mean, right? That's why I mentioned people would think of me weirdly because they think like, what is a grown-ass man doing as a YouTube content creator while he's still working in security, for example? But the question is, yeah, you went ahead there, Nightmare. You're doing something wrong, G. I think you do care more than you would like to admit. But you said it yourself, it's draining, right? It's draining to socialize. And one thing is, taking care of yourself, thinking about yourself, handling yourself is even more draining than socializing with people. That's why we often take the shortcut of being like, yeah, you know, but I am what I am, so it's fine. Yeah, but the thing is, if he doesn't care, right, then having no goal and being on autopilot, it's fine too, because he doesn't care, right? But if that's a problem, then it means he does care. But that's why I asked you, who do you want to be? If you could have a switch, who do you see yourself want to be if you could switch it? And it's a difficult question because this means that the current you is not the same you as you're seeing in the future. And the thing is, why I'm asking is because oftentimes when you're depressed, you're giving yourself so much doubt about what's going to happen or what could happen or what's good happening that you yourself are restricting your... How to put this? It's so hard to talk about this in English, man. Nightmare, you need to have a balance. Nightmare is like Deadpool. When I was round about your age, all I ever believed is that for me being able to not be accepted, but to be myself, I need to be real, right? I need to be saying things like I think it and doing stuff like I think it. And there is no other way because that's the real me. But the matter of the fact is that the moment you live with near other people and you have to interact with other people, the matter of the fact is that those people have feelings too. And you never know what kind of baggage they carry. And thus, you want to learn how to express yourself in a gentle manner, right? But the thing is, and this is something that my grandmother always taught me, you cannot give something that you don't have. You cannot care about something if you don't care about yourself. And that's something that needs to be learned internally first. What do you need? Because if you're saying you want to do this and you want to do that, then you have already goals that you can attach motivation to. Do you think, Yusek, that you're good enough to achieve the goals that you set yourself? Because this sounds like a goal, right? You want to be literally the same, but with a better job. So this is a goal already there. But before you said you didn't have a goal. So this is already a goal there. So the path to that goal is to study. And even though you hate that shit, you want to have a better job. So now the question is, what do you want to sacrifice for yourself to get there? Because all you have to sacrifice, quote unquote, is to just get through the hate part, right? But the thing is, you're contradicting yourself, right? Because you say, if I want it, I can make it happen, but I don't want it enough, apparently. Why don't you want it enough if you set it as your goal? Because saying that you don't care is also not really correct, right? So one thing I'm telling you, take a walk every day, 15 to 30 minutes, just by yourself. You don't even have to think. I know about depression. It's not that I don't know. I'm just trying to breach through it. The problem with depression is that it's really hard because it's not tangible. It's there, but at the same time, it's not really there. So you have to start bringing stuff into your life that kinda interrupts the pattern of depression. That's why I'm telling you, start walking. 15 minutes a day. It will help, believe me. Hey, Nightmare, that's nice to hear that you're grateful with your life, by the way. Listen. But that's not the same. That's not the same. At work, working enough at work, it's not the same as working by yourself, just with yourself. And it's also not the same as sitting around. Walk around, take the world in. It's not the same. And the first few times it won't change much, but at a certain point it will break. Like, do it and you will find out. Believe me, do it and you will find out. But that's half of life. Half of life is being uncomfortable and doing things that you don't like so that you can reach goals that you do like. That's what I mean. By walking by yourself, right, you do something that you don't like, but you're also doing something that you will like. Because you are doing something that you wouldn't think you would be doing. No one likes to just walk around while having issues in life. Because it feels like a waste, it doesn't feel necessary, you do work enough at work or whatever. Just go out for a walk. But the thing is, you are giving yourself and taking yourself, right? At the moment, you're only taking. You're giving nothing to yourself. Because everything that you do, you feel like you're doing this because it needs to be done, right? I know what Yusik meant, Nightmare. I work in security and we walk a shit ton. So I can kind of feel where he's coming from. He's like, yeah, I don't need to move any more than I do at work. I get that. I truly do. But yeah, walking privately, it will give you a pattern that you can adhere to. It will show yourself that you are able to motivate yourself when you're not motivated to do things, because you will do it repeatedly. It will show yourself that you have discipline. It will show yourself that you're able to have a routine during a day outside of what is forcefully imposed on you, right? And on top of this, when you walk, you have time to just breathe. You just have time to breathe. You can stand still at any time and just breathe in the air. Take a look. Look at the magnificence of life. Look at the tall buildings. Look at what is going to be built. Look at the busy life of the human beings. Look at how many of us are there and how busy everybody is. Take it all in. take in the different things that you perceive with your nose, with your hearing, and stuff like that. It sounds like mundane, and it sounds like it sounds kinda dumb, okay? But try it. It will open up your mind slowly, very, very slowly, but it will open up your mind. Because, like, yeah, he's depressed, yeah. But I swear, walking is a really good antidepressant. It sounds weird, but it really helps. Because these are really the first steps. You are integrating a pattern into yourself. I'm telling you, it takes time. It takes effort, and sometimes you are not going to do it, sometimes you're giving up on it, but I'm telling you, my brother was in the same situation, I had a friend of mine who was in the same situation, I had a really good friend, his wife was depressed, especially postpartum. Just breathe. It sounds really weird, but just breathe. Accept yourself, right? It's fine to you don't have to be perfect. Don't worry about life. Exactly. The only reason why it's antidepressant is because you only think about working, not yourself. It's like... Oh, I'm not kinda happy, I am happy. Like, I have reached a level of happiness where everything else is just added on top of it. There is nothing in life that can shake me. Nothing anymore. It sounds weird, but it is. Man, if I was like grinding a game, I would have to agree with Hakim, because then you just would pay for the season pass, you know. Fuck that. If I can grind, if I can grind in real life like I can grind in a game, fuck that. Where are my gacha packs? Give me my tickets, please. It really truly started at 21. It started at 21. I reached a point at around 28, 29. You know what it is? At the end of the thought, if you think about life, we are so irrelevant. Even the people right now in power who try their hardest to stay in the history books, right? How long are they going to stay in the history books? 100 years? 200 years? And then what? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the third Roman emperor. No one remembers that guy. No one remembers what happened 200 years ago. Yeah. We're just a speck in the vast, vast universe. So why can we not just... No, listen, we are the people that think the most about ourselves, right? And the thing is, because we are so irrelevant, why not make life relevant for you? Nothing hinders you from making yourself happy and relevant. Like, seriously, like, this sounds really fucking dumb, okay? But each single year, I'm looking forward to just having summer. Dude, Have you tasted a pistache soft ice, fresh from the press, with really good ingredients? Oh, oh, just thinking about this makes me happy. Oh, fantastic, man. When you see a small kid walking around, and you smile at the kid, and the kid smiles back at you, for example, because the kid sees you as something positive, bro. You go into a gas station, right? And you have a small interaction with somebody. Just a small, nice welcome hello, warm hello. Man, fantastic. Fantastic, bro. Listen. This is how much I value these things. Just having an older, like this was like a nonna. No. Once you learn a little bit more, once you experience the people a little bit better, you will see you see it in the eyes if they're genuine or not. But this was an elderly lady, right? She looked at me and she was just smiling and say, "Hey, I'm a handsome dude," and I had to think about my nonna there. This was genuine, a really beautiful moment. I don't care what the intent was. I don't care if it's not even genuine. I don't fucking care. I take it. In the world, everything is transactional. It is. Everything is transactional if you make it transactional. How many people did I see not smiling? How many people did I see just suffering from different things? Way too many people living comfortable in Switzerland, you know, having batchy crazy issues actually. If you think about it. I mean, you had a girl break down because her parents had like, I don't know how to, parenting control on the iPhone, so that she stopped using social media, and she was having a mental breakdown. Okay, I can understand, but it's like, yeah, for her it was the worst thing ever, and we might not understand it, but for her it was a truly, genuinely bad moment in her life. That's fine. You can have that. You can have grief. You can grieve about things that you care about. Yeah, but Yusik, the thing is, find something that makes you believe in the delusional part, in life being nice. Like, I swear, this is not, I'm not capping here. For example, I don't do broth, because the only time I eat broth is when my grandma does it. Because I look forward to it. I don't want to half-ass it. I'm looking forward to it. I know how she makes it, but I want to have the taste of her love in there, you know? I want to have the special sauce, and the nonna love sauce that she does, the spice. So that when you sit down and you look at her and she's looking at you with all these full eyes of love and smiling at you because she's so happy to see you, and you take a taste of her broth, and it's just broth. But it's her broth. Man, come on. I make a stupid dad joke, and my brother does a bad face, and he makes me laugh because I exactly knew how he would react. Beautiful, man. That's just beautiful, man. You're ever with happy when the Earth is ending? Well, give it a few weeks. I heard a certain strait is going to cause a lot of problems. This is new, huh? By the way, just real quick. Hakim, that's possible. Yeah, that's what is well said. Like, what kind of goal do I have to have? Like, every single spring, right? When I think about peaches, for example, I don't need a goal to enjoy the peach. It sounds, by the way, it sounds really weird, but when you had like a really rough, long day, right, and it's hot, you drank a lot of water, but it didn't help, and you still feel awful, and then you have a nice, cooled watermelon. Oh, jeez, that's fantastic, man. That's fantastic, bro. The joyful bliss into biting into watermelon, full of juice and taste and sweetness. Oh. Life can be beautiful, guys. Life can be really, really beautiful, because you don't have to think about your career when you bite into fucking watermelon, right? It's the very small things in life that can bring you real happiness. I'm not even capping, man. We don't have Kool-Aid. We don't have Kool-Aid. They're hella expensive to order them, by the way. Hella expensive. They are like $25 for 100 pieces. But we have something similar to Kool-Aid. But yeah, it's fantastic, man. Where is she running to? Hey G, thank you so much that you spent your birthday with us. I really hope that you enjoyed your birthday, and yeah, thank you so much for your input. Thank you so much for your feedback, right? And I hope you have a good sleep, man. Yusik, listen, I cannot explain to you, but I was the same, okay? For me, it was a quite drastic thing in life that happened that just kind of, I had to be awake then, I had to get out of this. No, it's really beautiful if you think about this. Imagine being able to connect with people around the world on your special day. Huh? Oh, here. Yeah, don't forget, guys, he lives on an island and he's on a list, so that's why his plans are different than ours. Good night, G. Yeah, I mean, but that's, like, listen, that's perspective, right? And I will always make this example. I don't know if this is universal, if this happened, if you have ever heard of something like this, but there was a girl, and for whatever reason, she lost her keys. And that was the very first time in her life that she lost something. And she was 17, okay? For some weird reason, it devastated her. She was really, really down because of it. She felt like she let everybody down, she let her family down, she brought security risk because she didn't know where she lost it and stuff like that, and you know, stuff like that. But she's suffering from it. So even though we may not understand why she's suffering, the fact is she is suffering because of it. And it's a legit emotion to have, right? Even if we may not understand it. And the same way with happiness. If by any chance somebody can be happy through an unusual way, why not? That's why I say I don't really care that my sister doesn't have much communication with me, because in the end, if she's happy, that's fine with me. I don't care if they care. Yeah, but that's what I mean, use it, right? If you're feeling that way and then you're going online and you can celebrate with people online and they will make you feel not necessarily loved but accepted maybe, or seen or heard or celebrated. That's a beautiful thing to be able to do. Listen, I grew up during a time where this was not possible, okay? Where if you grew up and you had a bad birthday, that was it. You had nobody to comfort you. I couldn't go online and spend my time online with my friends at that time. It came to be in my younger teenage years. And that's, by the way, something that hooked me up on World of Warcraft. It wasn't the game in itself, it was the socializing, the feeling of having somebody who cares about me. I don't think that it's weird. Like, is weird meant as unusual? Like, is this... Because sometimes, Hakim, they fake it because they just want to make themselves feel better. If I will make you a really good example. Back in my old work, I sometimes couldn't text because we were not allowed to have open communications, right? So when my sister had birthday, she never asked, by the way, what I do for a job, and she never asked for specifics. She doesn't care. So when she had birthday, I could only congratulate her like 2 days later when I was able to get back on the phone. And she took that so badly that she didn't even congratulate me on my birthday, but a week later. So what's the point? You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, but that's because the people around you don't know you or care more about their own optics, and that's the problem, right? Well, if they really would care, at least at your birthday, the day that you were born, that you were being celebrated, they wouldn't just send you a text without even asking how you're doing, right? And even if they ask you how you're doing, it's like, so where does the discussion go? Why is your only birthday the only way for them to ask how you're doing? Why can it not be during the other 364 days, right? Because in a certain part of yourself, you still believe that family is important and you don't want to lose your family because of it. I mean, like I mentioned, people, it depends by the people. There is no universal cure for happiness, there is just not. Like, genuinely, if Yusek tells me that the way that he lives is fine for him and he feel he can be happy that way, okay. Does it matter if I think if something is wrong with it? No, because if he believes that he is genuinely can become genuinely happy with what he does, for example, I don't care. I care about if you are happy or not. Yeah, that's true, Hakim, but the problem is that if you let somebody know that 364 days a year that person is a weirdo, then it doesn't matter how much love you try to show on the one day that it's not. But that's the thing. What I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Is this? That's why I mean go out and walk, because the thing is, and this it's really hard to explain. But true happiness, right, means that you can enjoy the little moments as much as the big moments. And it sounds really dumb, but that's why I made the example of the gelato, of the ice cream, right? Like, yeah, life can be really hard. Yeah, sure. Because what makes life hard is that you are not in control of it. Because 80% of the time you are in control, but the 20% can destroy the 80%, like, it's nothing, right? I will make you a great example. And this is extreme, okay? But just imagine. You walk. You are responsible for you yourself walking. Okay, you are at the crossroads, you look left, you look right, you don't see nothing, you step out, you get hit. You did everything right, but the 20% of control that you that you weren't able to control because it's not in your power is what fucked you up. How is that not hard? Now you have to live with the consequences of it. Yeah, but the small things is what really helps in dark times. Because let's say you lost your job, you lost your wife, you are at the shits and you know, the pile of shit is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? What is going to give you relief? Because you have to work through the shit anyways, it's not going to help. But having time in the day for 5 minutes not to smell the shit can really help. And man, I only have like crass examples. I had a friend of mine, he had cancer, and he was really bad. He wasn't responding well to chemotherapy, right? So out of 30 days, 29 were fucking awful, like really bad. It was really tough seeing him like this because the pain, the constant medication, what the chemotherapy does with you. He wasn't himself, clearly. But there was one question that I asked him, because I kind of felt pity for him that he tried to go on. And I was like, hey, man, why not end it? Why not give up? And he looked at me and told me that I'm a moron. He's like, because he still has one singular day in a month that he can be able to enjoy life. So the one day that he was able to enjoy life was the one day that he came out of the hospital and he met his parents, he met us, we were out for a drink, we were out for this, and this gave him enough strength to endure 29 of shitty days in a month. So for him, one day out of 30 was a small thing, but it was enough to keep him going. And in that small thing, he did a lot of smaller things that kept him going even more, because he now had something to remember fondly once he was in the shitter again, right? You didn't care about anything other than your family? That's fine. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if it was just fear of death or if it was true motivation, right? Yeah. Like his family, the people around him gave, whatever it was that gave him strength, he gave him one day a month, gave him enough strength to endure. Because he had something to look forward to for one day a month. And I am here sitting in a bar with my mate, discussing how bad this is and how bad shit that is and how bad that is. In fact, it went so bad. We had a good friend of ours. His mother got cancer, and they misdiagnosed her. They told her that she is level 4. Instead, she was only level 2. So they told her that she's terminal. So she tried to tell this her son, and her son went the complete wrong way. Instead of trying to help her, he went into drugs, right? And we didn't know why, because we only knew after it happened that he went into drugs because of it, right? So at one day we went home at his house to watch a soccer match, and we saw his mother there, and she wasn't looking all too good. So what happened was that we asked if anything is happening, right? Because it would make sense why, well, you know, he went into drugs and stuff. So he told us that she has cancer, and we didn't know what to say, because how do you deal with this? I'm not going to judge him for trying to use some like drugs to be more happy, you know? But then she beat cancer and he still did drugs. So that's when we beat the shit out of him. We were so mad at him, man. We were like, well, how can you still do drugs when your mother recovered, you motherfucker? You were making her worry even more, man. Yeah, Nightmare. Don't envy others' life. Where are you from, Nightmare? My headphones are breaking? Oh, well, I'm sorry, but that's your own fucking fault. If you're from Australia, why do you have so many pets, so many animals that want to kill us? We cannot come there and visit you guys because everybody's fearful that they are going to die there. You have spiders as big as people are, and they don't pay rent. Of course you're being miserable. You have tiny little spiders that just kill you because you looked at them funny. You have this kangaroo. Why is Mike Tyson a species down there? What's going on? No, I'm sorry. I love people from Australia. I love your accent and stuff, but man, I love that you use the C word all the time. I really do. But man, that's on you, man. That's on fucking you. Even koalas are full of bacteria that want to kill you. You're not from Australia then? Yeah. Rent is still valid. Do you know how bad you have to be? That people were like, you know what? They did such batshit crazy stuff that we are going to leave them on a massive freaking island full of killing animals. You're currently in Germany? Yeah, what are you doing in a third world country, man? Come to Switzerland. Of course you're broke in Germany. Everybody's broke in Germany. Haven't you heard? Haven't you heard? The Swiss has all the Nazi gold still. So, you know. Of course you're poor there, up there. Yeah, but there's a turnaround, guys. Damn, Hakim is rich. He came to Switzerland just on a whim to ski. Swiss people are poor that we have to go to Austria, and he comes to Switzerland to ski? Damn, he rich. I should open up donations, man. I cannot afford as a Swiss person to ski in Switzerland. I'm just too poor for that. My first donation will be to being able to afford skiing in Switzerland. I'm cracking myself up there. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, damn. Yeah, I mean, are you from a European country, or are you like Australia 100%? Well, with 10k, I think we can all do vacation there, right? So we can do a meetup if Hakim pays for it. Hey, you the... Just real quick, okay? I know sometimes it sounds weird and stuff like that, but hit me up if you need any help. If you just want to talk, it doesn't matter about what. If you just want to talk, hit me up, okay? Just don't be like, don't feel like a stranger. You have my Discord. We can talk about anything, by the way. We don't have to talk about your problems or the motivations or not problems. We can talk about anything. Where are you currently in Germany? Without just the general region. You don't have to say where specifically. Your dad is from Australia and your mom is from Japan? Oh, she's back there. Sorry, I got distracted by Yoroichi there. I was looking for something different, I think. I don't think... Can you speak German? One of the biggest issues is if you cannot speak the language, I feel like. That's always a bigger problem. Hey man, don't worry man. Listen, just real quick before you go to bed. All that I told you today, it was failure after failure over a span of 20 years. So everything that I know now is because I know it because I had to learn it the hard way. By the way, BSR developers are quite wild, because look at this. They're just giving us feed pics here. We should sell them. Munich. It's a nice city. It's one of the more interesting cities out there, to be honest. Music, I want you to do things because it will make you happy. That's what I want to teach you. But yeah, I will appreciate if you keep me up to date, just so that I know that you're doing good. I truly do care, by the way, okay? I know that that's my only worry that I have when you get bigger, you don't have much... I don't know, you will have not much time, I think? I don't know how it goes. But you gotta, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest, Nightmare, I don't know if Japan is something that I would like to live in. Ooh, nice. So... By the way, we are approaching 11 hours. Look, you made Hakim cry, man. Can you speak German? Yeah, so that's one of the major issues that you will have, because a lot of German people, I mean, they can speak English, but it's much easier to connect with people if you talk their own language, right? I mean, no cap, I'm much funnier in German than I am in English. Really. I'm like a stand-up comedian. For sure. I truly, believe me. I'm not capping here. You know? Taking the experience, man. Germany, especially Schwarzwald, even the Ruhrpott can be really nice too. And I mean, if you have the chance to visit Switzerland, you really should visit Switzerland, even though it's more expensive. But you don't even have to visit Switzerland in itself. Like near Basel can be really beautiful. How is it called? Constance. I mean, to be completely honest, I think Australia is best because you have a lot of help if you really feel depressed, you know. I'm giving the worst advice ever, but you have a lot of poisonous and venomous stuff down there. That's all I'm going to say. You don't have that in Japan, you don't have that in Germany. Well, you can forget about that in Germany anyways. They don't do anything with... Well, then you need people who can transport you so that you don't have physically to travel. I don't know, man. What the... The heck is going on in World Chat? You don't even know more about Germany still? Yeah, but I mean... It's difficult to learn about a country if you're there and you're busy doing stuff, you know? It's difficult. Especially if you don't speak the language, it's hard to connect. Your big brother is in Norway? What is he doing in Norway? And does she have a sister? Oh my god, I'm such a dumbass. I'm sorry. Let me see real quick. What do I need to do? I will have to wind down the stream. He married local? Damn. That's how he fled the country? He married a local? So are you going to do the same? You can marry a local German girl? Bro, don't ask. I don't know why we have to do everything differently. I don't know. Don't ask. I wanna see this team here. Life sucks. Too many languages to understand. Real quick, Nightmare, before I get into that, I have to roast Hakim. Speak normal French? You mean the French that you guys are butchering? Since when doesn't normal French have vowels anymore? Everything is It's like listening to Croatian, guys. Nah, man. We speak normal French, okay? 98 97 Je suis trop bon à parler Suisse allemand. Suisse français. 8 ans quoi? Mon français est meilleur de vous français. I don't know. I forgot too much, man. I cannot joke around. I'm sorry. I was doing a degree in UK, man. Like, I don't. For people that are like that don't like to travel, you guys are traveling a lot. Just saying. Always hating on France for no reason. Bro, you want to know why we hate France? And this is no cap. This is true, unadulterated, unfiltered hate. It's because every single time that you guys want to have holidays and you don't get holidays, like little toddlers, you start burning cars and the whole smoke comes back to Switzerland and we don't have a freaking sun every single time when you have summer, when we have summer I should say, and because of you we cannot have nice weather. Finland is beautiful, why not? Go for it, man. I mean, you'll be near your brother too, so... Oh, by the way, speaking of burning cars, can I ask you something? Why do you guys hate yourself? Why do you guys always burn Renault and Peugeot and no Volkswagen, Mercedes or BMW? Why is it always your own that you burn down? Or maybe sometimes Italian, but that's justified. Some of them are really bad. Yeah, I mean, traveling is costly, definitely. I'm not sitting here and saying that it's not. I would like to travel a lot more too, but the thing is, Switzerland is beautiful. We have friends here in nearby, and as much as a joke about France, it's like really, I think there are a lot of places in Germany that are really, really cool. German people, it's a little bit region independent, but they like to be like a little bit more extrovert for Nordic people, which is quite nice. And France is culturally, it's so vast. It's crazy how much story is in the country, you know. You go to the north, and I'm not even talking Second World War, I'm just talking culturally, like the food is fantastic, man. The food is fantastic, except for the fucking snails and that kind of weird shit. You will find out eventually, man. Like, really, take this from me. It sounds like really something dumb, but it comes with age. That's something that comes with age. You will get there eventually. At a certain point in time, when you get older, you're just too tired to be depressed. You're just like, fuck depression, I don't have the energy to be depressed anymore. Nah, but France is beautiful, man. Can highly recommend. It would be even nicer without the people there. Okay, we're going back to the whole playlist is played out. We're going back to some deep house here. I mean, like seriously, if you want to, I this is just my personal opinion, right? I don't think migrating to Switzerland is super difficult, and it's not because of the money, but most of the time Swiss people are very reserved. Very reserved. So if you're not looking out for your own communities, like for Australian people that have lived here for a while, it's kind of hard to get into the thing, right? Into the way of life of the Swiss people, because they're weird, man. They're weird. There's a lot of good things in Switzerland, but the people, man, they're weird somehow. It's at least when you go to France, you know that they are arrogant assholes, you know. Hakim just catching strays left and right. Nah, genuinely, I really like France. I had great memories from when I visited France a few times. Whoa, Hakim, chill. There is still Italy first, right? And España. And Portugal. And Denmark. Belgium. Czech is beautiful. Croatia. Albania. Then you have Greece, Turkey. Yeah. Too many people in France and scammers? No, Nightmare, you got it wrong. These are not scammers, these are just normal French people. True. Yeah, what the heck, man? How do you call India like France? Indian people are way more welcoming than French people. Oh, no, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to say this. Are we talking Paris, France, or Paris, you know? Hill. Hakim can confirm this. The best part of Paris is not the Champs-Élysées and this part of stuff, you know, Louvre and stuff like this. The best part of Paris is near the center. There is a park, and it's near the main street, the Champs-Élysées, basically on the parallel side of it. But it's like three streets over to the left when you come from the south. I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be a donut shop, and they made like exclusive donuts, and they were so fantastic. Holy crap, man! God damn. I hope they're still in business. They're still... Are they still in business? Are they still the same people doing this? Please, lie to me. Say yes. Please say yes. I was in Paris. I was there. I went to a few places, actually. But it has been a few years now. Like the last 4 to 5 years I haven't been traveling much, besides Italy. Because like my grandma is fairly old and we don't know how long she still has. She's doing fine. But you know, I don't know, like I don't have much time left with her, right? So I really want to enjoy every moment that I can get with her. Yeah, I cannot wait to see her again. Are they at least still good? Are they at least still good? Man, they used to be fantastic, bro. They used to be so good. Man, no joke, I'm not gonna lie. Oftentimes, there was like brasseries and stuff like that. Man, at 2 in the morning, we went over and we asked for beers and stuff so that we can keep awake, so that we can get the donuts right fresh from the oven as soon as they opened up. We didn't even go back to the hotel. We just drank as much as we could to keep ourselves warm so that we can go back to the donut place and just be the first one to pick them. What is it called? Give me a second, I have to check real quick. Yeah, it's the same like in Italian then. They had myrtle donuts. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I don't want to go into politics too much, but if you visit America, it's different than what you see in the papers. My friend is over there and he is enjoying his life there currently, just visiting, doing stuff. I don't know. It's quite hard to gauge how much of it is bullshit that you see in the news and how much is real, because it's like there is so much misinformation going on in today's day and age. So, I visited Spain. I visited 5 countries. I had a girlfriend, she was a model in Hamburg. My second longest relationship, the girlfriend was from Dortmund. Well, she lived nearby, and yeah, when the father got sick, she moved to Dortmund and back. I went to a place near Barcelona. No, so the thing is, I had a friend working for AWS, and he had his wife still in Spain, and like his house there, but he was planning to come back to Switzerland, and they didn't know if it was permanent or whatever. So they had a little bit of drama with the family and stuff, and yeah, so I went with him, just kind of, supporting. And I don't know if it's really near, to be honest. I don't know how many kilometers there are, but he was living near Girona. Girona? I don't know how to pronounce it. No, Japan is something that I want to go with my brother. My brother really wants to visit Japan once, but I'm waiting for him to finish his studies. So once he's got his master, that's what I'm inviting him for. I think he has earned to have that experience of visiting Japan. Hakim, no, the problem with Ibiza, Marbello, And those parts is the same like if you go to Italy, like places like Rimini, right? It's just not like for me when I go abroad, what I want to see is culture. I don't need to see the party culture. I want to experience the people, how they live, you know? Shibuya? Isn't it a precinct of Tokyo? I'm not too well versed with geography. I hope Lago di Como. I don't like Rome, man. You know where you should go? La Spezia. La Spezia is near Le Cinque Terre. No, it's not near, it's in Le Cinque Terre. And that's a beautiful place to be. Beautiful place to be. You're near Genoa, which is fantastic city. Well, fantastic. For Italian. Still better than French one. What? Your parents have been married for 30 years? Yeah, that's nice, man. That's really nice. Sometimes I ask myself, what would it have taken for my parents to not get a divorce? Yeah, but when I, like, this sounds weird, but I want to go into vacation, for vacation to chill out. You know? You're 41? If you're 41 and you have to live in Germany, I would be depressed too, not gonna lie. It's completely understandable, man. Yeah, I get you, man. I feel you. How did you endure so long, man? I don't know. I know, I'm just kidding, man. You have been in Germany for 1 year and you feel like you are already 41. That's fine. That's fine. That's how we all feel. I went to take a package, like I got my collector's edition for Stalker 2 here, which I'm going to do an unboxing at a certain point. I'm still waiting for the new patch, and then I will indulge into Stalker 2. I had to pick it up in Germany, right? And it felt like I lost 2 years of my life. Just visiting, just entering. I feel like there's a tax once you enter Germany, it just shaves off clean 2 years of your life. And then for every hour that you spend there, you're just aging faster. Can you imagine people coming into the stream and they hear me talk shit about the countries because they have no context and they're like, what is this shit? What kind of stream have I joined here? Hakim instantly having his fantasies, man. By the way, I saw a statistic and I didn't want to see that statistic, but why the heck are French people so much into hentai? They're too loyal? Wait, what? Oh, wait, so you fear that she is going to stab you if you're doing something wrong. Hey man, statistically speaking, you are a French guy, you are in my stream. So statistically speaking, the probability that you are into it is higher than the fact that you are not into it. So that's just facts, bro. You have to accept them. That's how statistics works, right? Switzerland doesn't have any problems, so we just create one. I kid you not, okay? I kid you not. This is legit this is something that they posted online basically each year. They do like a statistic and they take apart which country is looking at what porn. Corn. Sorry YouTube. Corn. I said corn. I'm just going to drop the link here. Give me a second. No, I'm not going to drop a link. I was just checking if I could technically, but the problem is that, yeah, the link in itself is kind of sus. That's the problem. I mean, I'm not that keen to getting banned. Can you talk about your date life? Give me a second. No, wait. Yeah, you can talk about dates. So what do you like about dates? Is it sweetness or... I'm sorry guys, I'm getting really tired. And when I'm getting really tired, my dad joke side comes through. Like, really badly. I like my dates dry, you know. And they need to be hollow, because I don't like it when there is too much substance to the date. I want to feel like, when I consume the date, right, I should just be happy to do so. And when it's done, you know. I don't need to reach for further bags. Oh my god, I'm such a dumbass. I'm so sorry, guys. One time I had a date in a coffee. It was really nice, actually. Yeah, I think when you first experience such a date, then it's all about... It seems kind of sweet, right? until you realize that maybe having too much at once, you want to pace yourself with dates, you know. Let's go. Tell me about the date life. So, how long ago was before you moved to Germany? How long have you been in Germany? Let me ask you this first. Why do you cry? Don't be jealous because he has experience. Let me see if I'm already restricted. Oh man. You're French, it's obviously that you're jealous. I mean, who wants to date? Never mind. Unless you're May. How do you find it? How difficult is it to get to know people in Germany without speaking? Like, generally speaking, do you even feel well supported in the terms of like being able to build a social life? And I mean this really seriously. Bro. A lot of people there speak English, but in Germany, it doesn't matter. Oh man, I shouldn't make that joke, right? But at the same time, I kind of need to because I'm so sleepy, like sleepy tired, that I don't have any kind of impulse control. But didn't it work out? Like, didn't it happen? Did you not fall in love with an Australian woman because she was the C word? Just give them a beer. You will see they will open up immediately as soon as you give them a beer. They just need a proper mass and then you can talk to them. Nah, but just generally speaking, I cannot talk. I'm being dead serious here. I haven't been in the dating game for a long while. The last time that I tried to date somebody, I was suggesting to have a walk in the park and she ghosted me. And when I asked my friend, my female friend, why I was being ghosted, she told me that asking for a walk in the park is something that it's very, very intimate and maybe it was going I was going too fast for her. And I was like, alright, I might not have been made to date anymore. I didn't know that suddenly, after I don't know how long of a time, dating is becoming so controversial that dating in a park is seen as so, you know, intimate. But hey, the thing is, just because I don't know, doesn't mean that she didn't feel that way, so for her it was going too fast and that's fine, right? The thing is, it sounds like I'm salty about this, but I'm not. I'm just confused, right? Because there is things that I'm very old school when it comes to dating. Like for me, having a coffee, just enjoying being there, talking to each other, it's how you get to know. You know, it's like testing the waters, getting to know each other, and then from there you can still see. Because for me, it's like 2-3 dates is nothing. It's like, okay, easy. Like after 5 dates, because there's a lot of texting in between, I should more or less know if I have something, you know, more feelings than for you. You were breaking up with Sada? Yeah, makes sense though. Especially if you don't know when you are going to be able to get back. And it's like, it's long distance relationship is a little bit similar to what I'm experiencing with the night shifts, because if you just don't see each other. In the prior job I had a really nice, I had a girlfriend, she was great woman. Like fantastic, kind-hearted, everything that you think you would want in a woman, to be honest. Not in a woman, but in a significant other, I should say. Fantastic human being. But I just couldn't devote enough time for her, and I don't think it's fair to keep her waiting because out of selfishness. I don't know. Yumitsu Yuri, which was your mom's friend's daughter? In Gen Z, date has to be fancy? Hakim, can you stop being French for a second? Oh man. Why am I reading this in a French accent in my mind? This is one of the most French things that I've heard, I'm not gonna lie. So old school macho. Oh, but what about the time? The time, girlfriend, the time. I don't have the time, I will cheat. Oh, oui, mon amour. Oh, mon cœur. Don't be like that. It's just a little bit of nibbling there. I'm so sorry. I think it's time for me to go to sleep, man. Too bad, I should say. I really need some sleep. Offending everybody, including myself, 101. Speedrunning this. But that's wrong. Remarkable that you didn't even think about cheating about it, to be honest. It seems more and more rarer these days that there is so much loyalty to somebody. So this is quite nice. I mean, let's be honest. What? No. I'm the kind of guy in a relationship that when I am with my significant other, there is nobody else. You can try, Hakim. You cannot convince me otherwise. That's nothing bad, Nightmare. I think it's a good thing that one of the few positive things I think in life is that the modern time is a little bit more open-minded when it comes to this kind of old macho stuff that isn't modern anymore, luckily. No, I'm not folding. I'm not because the moment that I'm in a relationship, she's the most attractive woman for me in my life. The only thing that would be more attractive than my girlfriend would be our kid, our child. In the sense of attractive, in the sense of more important, right? Yeah, I'm still streaming one. Not for long anymore though. I'm wrapping up the stream soon. It sounds really bad. I just kept streaming because I had laundry going. I mean, yeah. The thing for me, physical attractiveness, there are a lot of beautiful women out there. A lot of beautiful women out there. But the thing is, the reason why I fell in love with my girlfriends is because of their aura, right? Because of their charisma. Because they had something that really attracted me to them. It could be as simple as a smile. So there is no reason to think of any other woman if I just can think about her smile and it makes me really, really happy. The times that it's just about physical attractiveness are over for me. It's not. It doesn't really matter anymore. If you don't have that je ne sais quoi, if you don't have the special, you know, spark. Translation: French people are not unfaithful. We are just honest. So they're unfaithful by telling you that they're going to cheat. But it's okay because they're honest. They're not unfaithful because they're telling you that they're going to cheat. I don't know. I have never counted my dates. Not gonna lie. I'm going to be completely honest, and this might sound weird, but people around me remember some of my girlfriends better than I do. Like my mother, we were sitting at the table, and this was the first time we tried to make amends for our broken relationship. And she was sitting there next to her friend, and she was telling wild stories about me, and I was like, who? What now? I did that? Oops. Because the thing is, to be completely honest, the relationships, these short relationships, they were shallow. They didn't have proper meaning behind it, right? So they don't have the same gravitas, the same... It doesn't trigger the same emotions. If I think about the 3 biggest relationships that I have, I fondly remember those, even though they didn't work out, because they were great women. Just generally, it just didn't work out. Like with, well, the first one, that's not something that I want to bring back up again, but yeah, it didn't just work. The second one, because of the fact that the parents lived in Dortmund, we just kind of had a long distance relationship, and it was quite difficult. So, and it's really shitty if they cannot call you directly because you're at work, and they have to call HQ, and HQ have to approve this kind of stuff. It makes for a weird dynamic, man, in a relationship. I grew up differently. I feel like when you experience human losses early on, you see life a little bit different. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and like, oh yeah, I didn't do that. I also did have a phase where I was experiencing this kind of stuff, right? But it was like, how to put it, I never felt like it was worthwhile. Like, this is just one of the stories. We went to Zurich, right? We were 5, 6 friends, and they just opened a new disco there, and we went there and we did partying and it was fun and stuff like that. And all I remember, I swear to God, this is all I remember, that I woke up in the middle of freaking nowhere and I had to walk 2.5 hours because it was in the middle of the night. I looked to my right, I saw her, I was like, what the hell? Who is she? I don't remember jack about that night. I just remember that I woke up next to her. So I put up my, I clothed myself, how do you say this? And then I just took off. I was just like, yeah, let's hold it, right? And then I went to the train station. It was a small village and it didn't even have a proper train. It didn't have any connections. So the next connection would be in 2.5 hours, 3 hours or something like that. So I just looked at the map at where I needed to go and I was just walking for over 2 hours to get there. And it was like, okay, so that's never going to happen again. I swear, look, I don't remember the one-night stands, but I will tell you 2 girls that I remember fondly just from seeing her. She was called Alessia, and when I was in Italy, I had to take the train back to Switzerland. And she was semi-neighbor. She was like the niece of somebody who lived there, and we were at the same train station. Until to this day, her eyes are in the top 3 eyes I've ever seen in my life. Like, these eyes were spectacular, bro. So much charisma. And we were young back then. And I messed it up, okay? I really messed it up because I was like, I was being an asshole. Because she gave me her number and I was like, F that, she's from Milan. And yeah, I didn't call her back. I was like, ah. And you know what? You know why I didn't call her back? Because I felt like, at that time, I felt that I needed to be able to prove, because I'm from Switzerland, that I'm not rich, but that, you know, I'm Swiss. So I should be able to afford stuff. So not having a car at 18, it was like, I cannot show myself towards her, right? Actually, not 18, but 19. Yeah, she was spectacular, man. Such a charisma. I never saw her again, by the way. The second girl I went to school with, this was at 22. Bro. I had a really good friend of mine, and her name was Michelle. And she knew me. She knew me, right? I mean, she really knew me because she knew me from before even going to school. So she knew who I was. So when I went to school, man, I swear to God, I saw, she was called Jennifer. I saw her. Michelle looked at me, saw how I looked at her, and she went, no. And I was like, what do you mean, no? And she went like, no, this is a really good friend of mine. You're not going to do this. You're absolutely not going to do this. You are going to leave her alone. That's not going to happen. And I'm like, wait, what? Why? And she's like, no, please, I know you. And she doesn't, you don't deserve her. She straight up said it like that, right? And I was like having none of it. I'm like, yeah, F that. Have you taken a look at her? She's beautiful. She is fantastic looking. And then she really told me that she just came from a somewhat crazy relationship and stuff like that. And she really didn't want me to be with her. Okay? So out of respect, because she was a good friend of mine, I was like, okay, never mind. I respect you too much to put somebody, no matter who it is, in between us, right? And I respect the wish of you to give her the space that she needs. Until this day, I low-key regret it because I never saw her again. And she is the second woman in my life that I saw. Like, she's the second when it comes to her eyes. I cannot describe how beautiful her eyes were. They were just captivating. I came at school, and she was in the parallel class, right? She was in the secondary class, and she was standing at the same table as my friend was and I was. So she was standing in front of me, and I tell you guys, I got weak knees. It doesn't happen often, right? It happened really rarely. But just looking at her, I was just captivated. I sometimes even forgot that I had my cigarette lit, and I was just standing there like a dumbass. So, yeah. These are the only two where I was like, man, such a shame that I never saw them again. Eyes and the beautiful smile. Eyes never lie, man. The eyes never lie. I've never seen somebody who told me lies with their eyes. And my very first fiancé is, for me, still to this day, the most beautiful woman I ever had around me. Absolute class. What a beautiful human being. Warm. She had so many problems. She was really problematic in the sense that mentally she wasn't doing very well, but it never got in between her and showing love towards her family, towards me, and it's a beautiful human being, man. Beautiful human being. You cannot even say beautiful woman because she was just a beautiful human being. With all that she had to endure, it was completely justified if she had complete mental breakdown, if she hated the world and stuff like that, but she never did. No matter what happened, she always had a smile. Listening to me makes you think about my uncle when he talks how he was back in the day. Yeah. Bro misses his prime days? No, not really, man. I just really appreciate the people that I encounter in my life. I truly am appreciative of everyone that I encounter. From the assholes to the beautiful human beings that I had the joy to experience. I didn't. The thing is, like, it's not regret. Don't misunderstand. It's not that I regret my life choices. But the thing is, I wish that I would have been able to see them as the human beings that they were at the time that I got to know her. The people, right? Because I even friends, male friends, man, if I could go back and just tell them how much having them around, how appreciative I've been for their friendship at that time, I would do that. I feel like I was a bad friend, not gonna lie, because I never told them how important they are to me, and in hindsight, they really they were a part of my life, and they made a crazy impact in my life, so, yeah. live and learn. Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, it's not like I regret anything. In that regard, right? Nightmare, you asked me, by the way, if I would marry someone with a 20 body count. What does body count mean? What do you mean with a 20 body count? 20 relationships? If it is what it is, if it is something akin to what I just said, I don't care. I'm going to be completely honest. I am in no position to judge anybody, like anybody, about anything. Like, before I point fingers at anybody else, I have to point fingers at myself. Hakim the player, he doesn't date for relationships, he just dates. He lost the game of chasing. W. At least, you know what, Hakim? I have to give it to you, man. I really like that you're completely honest about it. You're not trying to be coy about this. You're like, nah, after the whole romanticism shit, I just wanna have fun, you know? It's okay. Yeah. That's when the prime starts. He's now playing in the Champions League. He still has to qualify for the semi-finals, for the playoffs, but he's playing there.